Chow line, a line of people waiting for food. Chow lines, plural of chow line. Chow mein, alternative spelling of chow mein. Chow minaries, plural of chow minaries. Chow Minary, a Chinese restaurant. Xiaomi, alternative form of Keone. Xiaonis, plural of Xiaoni. Xiaoming, a surname. Xiaonings, plural of Xiaoning. Chapel, alternative form of chapel, a village meeting place. Chapels, plural of chapel. Chaupates, plural of chaupati. Chaupati, archaic form of chapati. Chaupal, a kind of open Indian litter whose support pole is curved in a wide arch over the bed. Chaupals, plural of chaupal. Chowry, alternative form of chowry. Chowry is plural of chowry. Chowry, alternative form of chowry. Chowry, alternative form of chowry. Chowries, plural of chowry. Shauringhi, alternative form of Chowringhi. Shauringhi, a neighborhood of central Kolkata in the Indian state of West Bengal. Shauringhi, alternative form of Chowringhi. Chowris, plural of chowry. Chowry, a fly flap or whisk originally made from the bushy tail of a yak. Chowry birdar, a servant who carries a chowry or fly flap. Chowry birdars, plural of chowry birdar. Chows, plural of chow. Chow is down, third person singular simple present indicative of chow down. Chows, obsolete spelling of chouse to cheat, to swindle. Choused, simple past and past participle of chows. Chouses, third person singular simple present indicative of chows. Chousing, present participle and gerund of chows. Shout, alternative spelling of chout. Shoutal, a 4-beat rhythmic pattern used in Hindustani classical music. Choutals, plural of choutal. Chowder, a kind of cotton fabric from India. Chowders, plural of chowder. Chowder. To grumble or mutter sulkily. Chowdered, simple past and past participle of chowder. Chowdering, present participle and gerund of chowder. Chowders, third person present participle and gerund of chowder. Chowders, third person singular simple present indicative of chowder. Chow time, the time when food is eaten, a meal time. Chout, plural of chout. Chow, obsolete form of chaw. Choi, a surname from Korean or Cantonese. Choi root, alternative form of che root. Choi root, plural of choi root. Choi sum, a Chinese vegetable, a variety of Brassica rapa parichinensis subspecies similar to bok choy but slimmer, with smooth green leaves and pale green stems and clusters of flowers on the tips of the inner shoots. Choice, a surname. Choices, plural of choice. Choyert, alternative form of che root. Choyerts, plural of choyert. Choice, plural of choy. Choice, obsolete spelling of choice. Chazar, alternative form of Khazar. Chazars, plural of Chazar. Chazarai, alternative spelling of Chazarai. CHP, initialism of California Highway Patrol. DHA, initialism of Consumer Healthcare Products Association. CHPR, a member of the California Highway Patrol, a CHP officer. CHPRs, plural of CHPR. THEE, abbreviation of chapter. CHQ, abbreviation of check. THETA, initialism of contemporary hit radio. THETA, abbreviation of chronicles. CHETA, abbreviation of christening. Hring, a relish in Ashkenazi Jewish cuisine consisting of grated horseradish, vinegar, sugar, salt, and optionally beetroot. Krau, a male given name from Frankish of historical usage, notably borne by Cram, a Merovingian prince. Priester, a Christian who does not frequently attend church, attending only on the major holidays of Christmas and Easter. Priesters, plural of Christer. Pramatheism, the worship of inanimate objects based on their usefulness. Prematus, one who studies or guides the wealth of the state, a political economist. Prematiste, related to wealth as far as it can be calculated in terms of money. Crematistical, synonym of crematistic. Crematistically, in a crematistical fashion. Crematistics, the study of wealth. Crematists, plural of crematist. Crematonym, a name for an economic good, product name. Crematonyms, plural of crematonym. Crematophobia, the fear of money, spending money, or having too much or not enough money. Premsel, a fried dumpling made of matzo meal and filled with fruit, typically prunes, and eaten on Passover. Kremslech, plural of kremsel. Krenarkiel, misspelling of krenarkiel. Pyotechnics, the science of the useful arts, especially agriculture, manufacturing, and commerce. Pressard, the portion of the water in a sample of soil that is available to vegetation, for example plant roots. Cressards, plural of cressard. Cresmographia, plural of cresmographian. Cresmographian, a chamber between the pronaos and the cella in a Greek temple, where oracles were delivered. Cresmolar, a compiler of oracles. Cresmologs, plural of cresmolog. Cresmology, the study of prophecy. Cresconymes, plural of cresconymy. Cresconymy, a set of various texts that have been published for a particular species. Crest, a surname. Crestic, pertaining to usage. Crestomathe, that has a practical use. Crestomathical, synonym of crestomathic. Crestomathics, plural of crestomathic. Chrestomathies, plural of chrestomathy. Chrestomathy, a collection of written passages used to learn an unfamiliar language. Fresham, a surname. Crescens, plural of crescen. Crimble, alternative form of crimble. Crimbles, plural of crimble. Crimbo. Christmas, especially with regard to its more secular and commercial aspects. Crimbos, plural of crimbo. Crimes, a surname. Crimsel, alternative form of crensel. Crimsels, plural of crimsel. Fis, a diminutive of the male given names Christopher or less commonly Christian. Chriskindl, a pseudonym for a secret Santa. Christgrosro, alternative form of Christgrosro. Frisco, a surname. Frisco, a surname. Friscos, plural of Crisco. Friscos. Plural of Crisco. Crishaw, a village and civil parish in Uttlesford District, Essex, England, on the border with Cambridgeshire OS Grid Ref TL 4439. Chrislam, a Nigerian syncretic religion founded by Nigerian clergyman Tella Tella which combines elements of Christianity and Islam. Chrislamic, of or relating to Chrislam. Presley, a surname. Presley, plural of Chrisley. Prism, a mixture of oil and balm, consecrated for use as an anointing fluid in certain Christian ceremonies, especially confirmation. Chrisma, plural of Christmas. Christma Hanukwanzaka, a fictional holiday in December combining aspects of Christmas, Hanukkah, and Kwanzaa into one festival. Chrisma Hanukwanzakas, plural of Chrisma Hanukwanzaka. Chrismal, of or pertaining to chrism. Chrismals, plural of chrismal. Chrisman, a surname. Chrismans, plural of chrisman. Chrismate, to anoint, to perform the sacrament of chrismation upon. Banded, simple past and past participle of chrismate. Chrismates, third person singular simple present indicative of chrismate. Chrismating, present participle and gerund of chrismate. Chrismation, the sacrament of applying chrism to complete baptism in the Orthodox and Eastern Catholic churches. Chrismations, plural of chrismation. Chrismatores, plural of chrismatory. Chrismatory, part of a church set aside for the rite of confirmation. Chrismen, a Christogram. Chrismens, plural of chrismen. Prisms, plural of prism. Chrismaka, the merged holiday of Christmas and Hanukkah. Chrism, a white cloth anointed with chrism, or a white mantle thrown over a child when baptized or christened. Chrism child, a child that died within a month after its baptism. Chrism children, plural of chrism child. Chrismales, a surname. Chrysome, non-standard form of chrism. Chrisms, plural of chrysome. Chrisms, plural of chrism. Crisp, a surname. Crisps, plural of crisp. Presse, used to express annoyance or frustration. Physics, used to express annoyance or frustration. Pesse, a diminutive of the female given names Christina or Christine, sometimes also used as a formal given name. Fritha, a diminutive of the male given names Christopher or Chris. Crystallii, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing copper, palladium, selenium, and silver. Prese, a diminutive of the female given names Christine or Christina. Christ, the Anointed One, the Savior predicted by the Old Testament. Christ Eli, an expression of surprise, outrage, disgust, etc. Christ Almighty, an exclamation of surprise, contempt, outrage, disgust, boredom, frustration, or astonishment. Christ Child, alternative spelling of Christ Child. Christ Child, the child Jesus. Christ Church, Christ Church, Oxford. Christ Complex, synonym of Messiah Complex. Christ Complexes, plural of Christ Complex. Christ Event, a summary of the reality and effects of Jesus, particularly focused on his first advent. In that sense, it addresses the totality of his work, including his incarnation, death on the cross, resurrection from the dead, and ascension to heaven. Christ Killer, alternative form of Christ Killer. Christ Killers, plural of Christ Killer. Christ on a bicycle, alternative form of Christ on a bike. Christ on a bike, a humorous variation of the exclamation Christ alive or Christ or Jesus Christ, usually an expression of surprise, shock, exasperation, etc. Christ on a cracker, a humorous variation of the exclamation Christ or Jesus Christ, usually an expression of surprise, shock, exasperation, etc. Christ on a crutch, Jesus Christ, expressing annoyance, disgust, etc. Christ on a raft, synonym of Christ on a bike. Christ on a stick, expressing amazement or disgust. Christ the Redeemer, a statue of Jesus Christ in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Christ's ellipsis of Christ's College, Cambridge. Christ's thorn, Paliurus spina Christi, a deciduous shrub or small tree of the Mediterranean and parts of Asia with spiny shoots. Christ's thorns, plural of Christ's thorn. Christ Crossrow, alternative form of Christ Crossrow. Christ killer, adieu. Christ killers, plural of Christ killer. Christ worshipper. A worshipper of Christ. Christ worshippers, plural of Christ worshipper. Presta, a female given name from ancient Greek. Christabel, a female given name. Christabella, a female given name. Christabellas, plural of Christabella. Christadelphian, a member of a particular non-Trinitarian Christian denomination founded in the mid-19th century. Christadelphianism, the beliefs and practices of the Christadelphians. Christadelphians, plural of Christadelphian. Christiana, a female given name. Crystal, obsolete spelling of crystal. Crystal, obsolete spelling of crystal. Crystals, plural of crystal. Crystals, plural of crystal. Christer, a stupid Christian, or a person to be considered stupid for adherence to religious faith in general or to the Christian faith in particular. Compare Jutard. Christards, plural of Christard. Christcentric, alternative spelling of Christocentric. Christcentrism, alternative spelling of Christocentrism. Christchurch, a city in Canterbury, New Zealand, which is the largest in the South Island. Christcore, synonym of Christian hardcore. Christchro, the alphabet. Christvex, a Christian. Christvex, plural of Christkak. Christum, alternative form of Christendom. Crystallite, a triclinic pinaquidal greenish-blue mineral containing copper, hydrogen, oxygen, sulfur, and zinc. Crystallo, a surname. Chrism, obsolete form of Christian. Christen name, obsolete form of Christian name. Christenberry, a surname. Christenberries, plural of Christenberry. Christendom, the Christian world, Christ's church on earth. Christendoms, plural of Christendom. Christine, a female given name. Christened, simple past and past participle of christen. Chrismer, one who christens. Chrismers, plural of christener. Christening, the Christian sacrament at which someone, usually a child, is baptized and given a Christian name. Christenings, plural of christening. Christemes, obsolete form of Christmas festival commemorating the birth of Jesus Christ. Christen mesas, plural of Christenmes. Crescens, plural of christen. Christensen, A surname. Christensens, plural of Christensen. Christensen. A surname. Christensens, plural of Christensen. Prester, a Christian who publicly displays his or her religion. Pressers, plural of Christer. Prestessen, a surname. Prestessens, plural of Christessen. Fristhag, alternative letter case form of Christfag. Frishags, plural of Christag. Christfollower, alternative form of Christ follower, follower of Christ, Christian. Christ followers, plural of Christ follower. Christe, the condition of being the Christ or Messiah. Christian, a believer in Christianity. Christian Bible, synonym of Bible as a Christian religious text. Christian brethren, plural of Christian brother. Christian brother, a member of the Congregation of Christian Brothers, a worldwide Catholic religious community founded by Edmund Rice. Christian brothers, plural of Christian brother. Christian County, one of 102 counties in Illinois. United States. County seat, Taylorville, named after the county in Kentucky. Christian democracy, a political ideology incorporating traditional family and church values alongside progressive values such as welfare. It is closely linked with Roman Catholicism and its philosophy of economic and social justice. Christian democracy, alternative letter case form of Christian democracy. Christian Democrat, a supporter of Christian democracy. Christian Democrat, alternative letter case form of Christian Democrat. Christian Democratic, of or pertaining to Christian democracy or Christian Democrats. Christian Democrats, plural of Christian Democrat. Christian Democrats, plural of Christian Democrat. Christian era, the current date era beginning approximately 2,000 years ago in the Gregorian calendar, based on the assumed birth of Jesus Christ. Christian hardcore, hardcore punk music that promotes Christian beliefs. Christian Iberia, the Iberian Peninsula after the Christian reconquest. Christian identity, an interpretation of Christianity according to which only Celtic and Germanic peoples such as the Anglo-Saxon, Nordic nations, or Aryan people and people of kindred blood are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and are therefore the descendants of the ancient Israelites. Christian Malford, a village and civil parish northeast of Chippenham, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 9678. Christian metal, a genre of heavy metal with a Christian theme. Christian name, a first name formally given to a child at a Christian baptism. Christian names, plural of Christian name. Christian Palestinian Aramaic, a Western Aramaic dialect used by the Melkite Christian community, predominantly of Jewish descent in Palestine, Transjordan, and Sinai. Christian Rite, Political factions in the United States and other Western countries who favor conservative values enacted into their country's society and laws. Christian rock, a genre of rock music with a Christian theme. Christian Science, a Christian church comprising the members of the Church of Christ, Scientist, founded by Mary Baker Eddy. Christian Scientism, synonym of Christian Science. Christian Scientist, a member of the Christian Science denomination. Christian Scientists, plural of Christian Scientists. Christian Sharia, dominionism. Christian Sharia law, alternative form of Christian Sharia. Christian soldier, a devout and zealous Christian, especially one who proselytizes. Christian soldiers, plural of Christian soldier. Christian syndrome, a rare disease causing malformations of the palate, thumbs, and upper limbs. Christian universalism, the Christian belief that all human souls will eventually get to heaven. Christian village, a barangay of Wow, Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Christian year, the annual cycle of liturgical seasons in Christian churches, usually beginning from the Advent. Christian years, plural of Christian year. Christian Zionism, a political and religious ideology that, in a Christian context, espouses the return of the Jewish people to the Holy Land. Christian-like, befitting a Christian. Christian name, to address someone by first name. Christian named, simple past and past participle of Christian name. Christian names, third person singular simple present indicative of Christian name. Christian naming, present participle and gerund of Christian name. Trizana, a female given name from ancient Greek. Trizanas, plural of Christiana. Christendom, alternative form of Christendom. Christianese, the terms, catchphrases, and theological jargon used by some Christians, commonly from Christian theology and influenced by popular translations of the Bible. Christianess, a female Christian. Christianesses, plural of Christianess. Christianhood, the state or condition of being a Christian. Christiania, a former name of Oslo. Christianias, plural of Christiania. Christianing, obsolete form of christening. Christianings, plural of Christianing. Christianization, alternative spelling of Christianization. Christianizations, plural of Christianization. Christianize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of Christianize. Christianize, simple past and past participle of Christian. Christianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Christianize. Christianish, characteristic or resembling a Christian. Christianizing, present participle and gerund of Christianize. Christianism, the Christian religion. Christianisms, plural of Christianism. Christianists, supporting or advocating Christianism. Christianiste, relating to Christianism. Christianists, plural of Christianists. Trizanae, synonym of Philipsite. Christiades, plural of Christianity. Christianity, an Abrahamic religion originating from the community of the followers of Jesus Christ. Christianization, the act or process of converting or being converted to Christianity. Christianizations, plural of Christianization. Christianize, to make Christian. Christianize, simple past and past participle of Christianize. Christianizer, one who Christianizes. Christianizers. Plural of Christianizer. Christianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Christianize. Christianizing, present participle and gerund of Christianize. Christmike, alternative form of Christian-like. Christmai, befitting a Christian. Christia, a female given name. Christianness, the state or quality of being Christian. Cristiano, alternative form of Christo. Christianocentric, centered on or overemphasizing Christianity and slash or Christians. Christianoi, resembling Christianity. Christianophile, one who loves or admires Christians, Christianity, or Christian culture. Christianophiles, plural of Christianophiles. Christianophilia, the love or admiration of the values of Christianity or of Christian civilization. Christianophilia, of or pertaining to Christianophilia. Christianopho, a person who hates or fears Christ, Christians, or the Christian religion. Christianophobes, plural of Christianopho. Christianophobia, the fear or hatred of Christians or Christianity. Christianophobe, characterized by or related to Christianophobia/Christophobia. Christianopolis, a utopian society proposed by Johannes Valentinus Andrié in the 17th century. Christians, plural of Christian. Christiansborg Palace, a palace and government building on the islet of Slottsholmen in central Copenhagen, Denmark. It is the seat of the Danish Parliament Folketinget, the Danish Prime Minister's office, and the Supreme Court of Denmark. Christiansborg, an unincorporated community in Van Buren Township, Brown County, Indiana, United States, possibly named after Carl William Christian, as in Virginia. Christiansen, a surname. Christiansen effect, the reduced scattering of multi-phase microstructures at wavelengths where their refractive indices match. Christiansen effects, plural of Christiansen effect. Christiansen filter, a narrow bandpass or monochromatic optical filter which consists of an optical cell which is filled with a crushed substance, for example, glass, and a mostly organic liquid. Christiansen filters, plural of Christiansen filter. Christiansen. A surname. Christiansens, plural of Christiansen. Christiansen, the largest town in St. Croix, United States Virgin Islands, United States. Thursday, characteristically or stereotypically resembling a Christian. Preste, or relating to Christ. Prestasai, the killing of Christ. Christicides, plural of Christicide. Christi, a diminutive of the female given name Christine and of its variant forms, fairly common as a formal female given name in the 20th century. Christis, plural of Christi. Presteth, reminiscent of the works of Agatha Christie 1899-1976, English writer known for her detective fiction. Christification, the process of becoming Christ-like. Christophore, formed like or acting in accordance with Christ. Preston, a female given name from Swedish. Christina, a female given name from ancient Greek. Prestine, a female given name from ancient Greek. Pristing, an angry or despairing intensifier. Christinmo, a small Christmas gift for children symbolizing Jesus Christ as the light of the world. A typical modern Christingle is made of an orange with sweets skewered into it, a candle inserted into the top, and a red ribbon wrapped round it. Christingles, plural of Christingle. Prestison, a surname. Prestisons, plural of Christison. Presti, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, mercury, sulfur, and thallium. Christkiller, alternative form of Christ killer. Christ killers, plural of Christkiller. Christkind, a personification of the baby Jesus who, in German-speaking parts of Europe, takes the place of Santa Claus. Christkindo, a Christmas decoration in the shape of an infant Jesus. Christkindles, plural of Christkindle. Chrislam, a hybrid synthesis of Christianity and Islam founded by Eldridge Cleaver in the 1980s. Priceless, without Christ or the Christian faith, unchristian. Christlessness, absence of Christ or the Christian faith. Christleton, a village in Cheshire West and Chester, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 4465. Chrysle, a surname from German. Chryslins, plural of Chryslib. Christ-like, characteristic of Jesus Christ or his works. Christ-likeness, the quality or state of being Christ-like. Christliness, quality of being Christly. Christly, Christ-like. Christmahana Kwanzaa, alternative form of Christmahana Kwanzaa. Christman, a surname. Christman, a surname. Christmans, plural of Christman. Christmans, plural of Christman. Christmas, a festival or holiday commemorating the birth of Jesus Christ and incorporating various Christian, pre-Christian, pagan, and secular customs, which in Western Christianity is celebrated on December 25, Christmas Day in most places. Christmas Adam, the day before Christmas Eve. Christmas and Easter Christian, a Christian who does not frequently attend church, attending only on the major holidays of Christmas and Easter. Christmas and Easter Christians, plural of Christmas and Easter Christian. Christmas Beetle, any of the beetles of the genus Anaplasmatis. Christmas Beetles, plural of Christmas beetle. Christmas bells, the plant Sandersonia aurantiaca, native to South Africa. Christmas berries, plural of Christmas berry. Christmas berry, synonym of toyon plant or its berry Photinia arbutifolia, sin. Heteromels arbutifolia. Christmas block, Yule log, large log traditionally burned on Christmas Eve. Christmas blocks, plural of Christmas block. Christmas box, a bonus or gift given by an employer to an employee, by a master/mistress to his or her servants, or by a householder to delivery persons at Christmas time, traditionally on Boxing Day. Christmas boxes, plural of Christmas box. Christmas bush, plants of mostly unrelated species that bloom around Christmas time. Christmas bushes, plural of Christmas bush. Christmas cacti, plural of Christmas cactus. Christmas cactus, any of various cacti in the genus Schlumbergera. Christmas cake, a rich fruit cake covered with marzipan and icing traditionally eaten at Christmas. Christmas cakes, plural of Christmas cake. Christmas came early. Alternative form of Christmas come early. Christmas capital of the Philippines, a nickname for Pampanga. Christmas card, a greeting card that is decorated in a manner that celebrates Christmas. Christmas cards, plural of Christmas card. Christmas carol, a carol song or hymn whose lyrics are on the theme of Christmas. Christmas carols, plural of Christmas carol. Christmas caterpillar, the caterpillar Neutralias cytherea. Christmas caterpillars, plural of Christmas caterpillar. Christmas cheer, food and drink, especially alcoholic beverages, consumed around the Christmas holiday. Christmas city, a nickname for the city of Knoll, Missouri, United States. Christmas club, a type of savings scheme in which a person pays in money through the course of a year and gets back a total at around Christmas time ready to buy gifts or treats for Christmas. Such schemes have been run by banks and retailers and generally only involve fairly small amounts of money. Christmas clubs, plural of Christmas club. Christmas come early. Something very delightful or fortunate is happening or has happened, especially earlier than expected. Christmas comes but once a year, used to emphasize the annual distinctiveness of Christmas, especially in contexts where either the special joys or tribulations of the holiday are described. Christmas comes early. Alternative form of Christmas come early. Christmas coming early. Alternative form of Christmas come early. Christmas Common, a hamlet in Watlington Parish, South Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 7193. Christmas Cookie, a sugar cookie, usually cut in festive shapes, that is made and eaten at Christmas. Christmas cookies, plural of Christmas cookie. Christmas cracker, a table decoration in the form of a large paper sweet wrapper constructed around a cardboard tube typically containing a paper hat, silly joke, and a small novelty or toy. A pair of people pull the ends of the cracker, causing an embedded device to make a crack sound as the cracker breaks in two and the contents are released. Christmas crackers, plural of Christmas cracker. Christmas creep, the inexorable tendency for the commercial aspects of Christmas to appear earlier every year. Christmas Day, the day on which Christmas is celebrated. It is December 25 in the West and January 7 in some Eastern Orthodox churches. Christmas Days, plural of Christmas Day. Christmas dinner, a meal typically of traditional Christmas foods, served on or just before Christmas Day. Christmas dinners, plural of Christmas dinner. Christmas disease, hemophilia B. Christmas Eve, the evening before Christmas Day. Christmas Eve box, a box of small gifts sometimes given on Christmas Eve, in addition to the main presents given on Christmas Day. Christmas Eve boxes, plural of Christmas Eve box. Christmas Eve, plural of Christmas Eve. Christmas factor, one of the serine proteases of the coagulation system, whose absence leads to hemophilia. Christmas fern, an evergreen fern, Polystichum acrostichoides of eastern North America. Christmas ferns, plural of Christmas fern. Christmas flower, Christmas rose Helleborus species. Christmas flowers, plural of Christmas flower. Christmas graduate, a freshman who drops out of college at the end of the first semester. Christmas graduates, plural of Christmas graduate. Christmas grass, Themata argens, a tropical grass of Asia and the Pacific. Christmas green, a medium shade of green suggesting the foliage of a Christmas tree. Christmas ham, a ham boiled and then baked in the oven with mustard, served sliced at Christmas as one of the traditionally most important parts of the Scandinavian julebord special Christmas time smorgasbord. Christmas hams, plural of Christmas ham. Christmas hollies, plural of Christmas holly. Christmas holly, synonym of English holly. Christmas in July, a second Christmas celebration sometimes held on July 25th, centered on secular activities and entertainment such as social gatherings, seasonal entertainment, and shopping. Christmas is coming, used as a reminder or warning regarding an impending deadline. Christmas Island, an island and external territory of Australia located on the Indian Ocean. Christmas Island bubuk, a species of bubuk owl, Ninox natalis, endemic to Christmas Island in the northeast Indian Ocean south of Java. Christmas Island bubuks, plural of Christmas Island bubuk. Christmas Island red crab. Gacarcordia natalis, a land crab endemic to Christmas Island and Cocos Keeling Islands in the Indian Ocean. Christmas Island red crabs. Plural of Christmas Island red crab. Christmas Island swiftlet. The swiftlet Calicalia natalis. Christmas Island swiftlets. Plural of Christmas Island swiftlet. Christmas Island whittle skink, a species of skink, Emoi nativitatis, native to Christmas Island. Christmas Islander, a person from Christmas Island or having that ancestry. Christmas Islanders, plural of Christmas Islander. Christmas light, one of the electric lights often arranged in strings, used at Christmas to decorate a Christmas tree, outdoor trees or bushes, a house, etc. Christmas lights, plural of Christmas light. Christmas lilies, plural of Christmas lily. Christmas lily, a bright red variety of lily that blooms in the southern hemisphere around Christmas. Christmas list, a written list of items one wants to receive as presents for Christmas. Christmas lists, plural of Christmas lists. Christmas log, synonym of Yule log burned at Christmas. Christmas log. Plural of Christmas log. Christmas market, a Christmas-themed street market held during the 4 weeks of Advent. Christmas markets, plural of Christmas market. Christmas melon, synonym of Santa Claus melon. Christmas melons. Plural of Christmas melon. Christmas pickle, a Christmas decoration shaped like a pickle, hidden on a Christmas tree, with the finder receiving either a reward or good fortune for the following year. Christmas pickles, plural of Christmas pickle. Christmas pie, a locality in Normandy Parish and Wanborough Parish, Guildford Borough, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref SU 9249. Christmas pie, a mince pie. Christmas pies, plural of Christmas pie. Christmas present, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See Christmas present. Christmas presents. Plural of Christmas present. Christmas pry, Yulia macrantha, an ornamental flowering plant of Brazil. Christmas pudding, a rich dessert traditionally eaten at Christmas, made from dried fruit and nuts. Christmas puddings, plural of Christmas pudding. Christmas rose, a plant that flowers near Christmas. Christmas roses, plural of Christmas rose. Christmas seal, a charity label placed on mail during the Christmas season as a form of Cinderella stamp. Christmas seals, plural of Christmas seal. Christmas season, Advent, the period from Advent, Sunday inclusive through the start of Epiphany. Christmas seasons, plural of Christmas season. Christmas star, alternative letter case form of Christmas star. Christmas star, the Star of Bethlehem. Christmas stocking, a stocking hung up by a child on Christmas Eve to be filled with gifts, ostensibly by Santa Claus. Christmas stockings, plural of Christmas stocking. Christmas Sunday. The first Sunday after Christmas Day. Christmas time. The Christmas season. Christmas times. Plural of Christmas time. Christmas tree. An evergreen tree, usually a conifer, or an artificial tree made to resemble this, which is typically decorated with lights and ornaments and often an angel or star at its tip, and used as a decoration during the Christmas holiday season. Christmas tree bill. A bill consisting of many riders that attracts many, often unrelated, floor amendments, which may provide special benefits to various groups or interests. Christmas tree bills. Plural of Christmas tree bill. Christmas tree effect. The phenomenon where an aircraft's radar with limited directional capabilities receives strong echoes from the ground, swamping target signals and generating a triangular radar trace. Christmas tree effects. Plural of Christmas tree effect. Christmas tree formation. A formation consisting of 4 defenders, 3 central midfielders, 2 attacking midfielders, and 1 striker. Christmas tree formations. Plural of Christmas tree formation. Christmas tree packet. A data packet having every option set for whatever protocol is in use. Christmas tree packets. Plural of Christmas tree packet. Christmas tree worm. A parakeet of the species Spirobranchus giganteus. Christmas tree worms. Plural of Christmas tree worm. Christmas trees. Plural of Christmas tree. Christmas's tree. Non-standard form of Christmas tree. Christmas's trees. Plural of Christmas's tree. Christmas-like. Resembling or characteristic of Christmas. Christmas dye. Alternative form of Christmas dye. Christmas time. Alternative spelling of Christmas time. Christmas times. Plural of Christmas time. Christmas berries. Plural of Christmas berry. Christmas berry. Alternative form of Christmas berry. Christmas card. Alternative spelling of Christmas card. Christmas cards. Plural of Christmas card. Christmas. Simple past and past participle of Christmas. Christmas. Plural of Christmas. Christmas's present. Plural of Christmas present. Christmasness. The state of being Christmassy. Christmasing. Present participle and gerund of Christmas. Christmassish. Christmassy. Christmasless. Without Christmas or without the associated celebrations. Christmaslessness. Absence of Christmas. Christmas-like. Alternative form of Christmas-like. Christmasly. In a Christmassy manner. Christmas pie. Alternative form of Christmas pie, a place in Surrey, England. Christmas pops. Synonym of Christmas vine. Christmas. Obsolete form of Christmas. Christmas. Obsolete spelling of Christmas. Christmas. Simple past and past participle of Christmas. Christmased out. Saturated by or fed up with Christmas. Christmased up. Decorated in Christmas style. Christmased out. Alternative form of Christmased out. Christmasses. Plural of Christmas. Christmasaire. Comparative form of Christmassy, more Christmassy. Christmassaist. Superlative form of Christmassy, most Christmassy. Christmassiness. The state of being Christmassy. Christmassing. Present participle and gerund of Christmas. Christmassy. Resembling or having feelings of Christmas, festive. Christmastai. The 12 days of Christmas, the period from Christmas Day to Epiphany. Christmastides. Plural of Christmastide. Christmastime. Christmas season, Christmastide, Yuletide. Christmastimes. Plural of Christmastine. Christmasvine. A plant of species Ipomoea corymbosa. Christmassy. Uncommon spelling of Christmassy. Prisoner. A surname. Prisoners. Plural of christener. Presto. Prize. Christo-Islamer. Synonym of Christo-Muslim. Christo-Muslim. Encompassing the Abrahamic religions of Christianity and Islam, across Islam and Christianity. Christocentric. Of a form of Christianity that concentrates on the teaching of Jesus Christ. Christocentrically, in a Christocentric manner. Christocentrism. Alternative form of Christocentrism. Christocentricity. The quality of being Christocentric. Christocentrism. A form of Christianity that concentrates on the teaching of Jesus Christ. Christocentricity. The quality of being Christocentric. Christocentrism. A form of Christianity that concentrates on the teaching of Jesus Christ. Christocentrists. A proponent of Christocentrism. Christocentrists. Plural of Christocentrists. Christocrat. One who believes that the government should reflect Christian values and be run by devout Christians. Christocrats. Plural of Christocrat. Christodoulou. A surname from Greek. Christodoulos. Plural of Christodoulou. Christofascism. Christian fanaticism or fundamentalism. Christofascist. Of, pertaining to, or subscribing to Christofascism. Christofascists. Plural of Christofascists. Christoph. A surname. Christoffel. A surname from German. Christoffel symbol. For a surface with parametrization XUV and letting IJKUV, the Christoffel symbol gamma letter 1d6 to letter 2c7c letter 1d4f is the component of the second derivative xij in the direction of the first derivative xk, and it encodes information about the surface's curvature. That's it. Christoffel symbols. Plural of Christoffel symbol. Christoffel Darboux formula. an identity for a sequence of orthogonal polynomials, sum sin letter 2c7c and fjx fjy slash hj equals kn slash hnkn plus 1 fnyfn plus 1 xfn plus 1 yfnx slash xy, where f letter 2c7cx is the jth term of a set of orthogonal polynomials of squared norm h letter 2c7c and leading coefficient k letter 2c7c. Christopherson, a surname. Christophersons, plural of Christopherson. Christopherson, a surname. Christophersons, plural of Christopherson. Christas, plural of Christoph. Christophilous effect, the entrapment of electrons from nuclear weapons in the Earth's magnetic field. Christogram, a monogram that forms an abbreviation for the name of Jesus Christ, traditionally used as a Christian symbol, such as the Chi-Rho. Christograms, plural of Christogram. Christolatry, the worship of Christ. Christological, of or pertaining to Christology. Christologically, in a Christological manner. Christologies, plural of Christology. Christologist, a person involved in Christology. Christologists, plural of Christologists. Christology, a field of study within Christian theology which is concerned with the nature of Jesus Christ, particularly with how the divine and human are related in his person. Christum, obsolete, form of chrism. Christomania, a fanatical devotion to Jesus Christ. Christums, plural of Christum. Preston, a habitational surname from Old English. Preston Bank, a small village in Bolton Parish, Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NU 2123. Prestons, plural of Christen. Christopagan, a follower of Christopaganism. Christopaganism, a form of neopaganism influenced by Christianity. Christopagans, plural of Christopagan. Christophanes, plural of Christophany. Christophany, a supernatural appearance of Christ, as for example to his disciples after the crucifixion. Christophane, alternative form of Christophene. Christophenes, plural of Christophene. Christopher, a male given name from ancient Greek. Christopheria, of or relating to situations where students encounter evidence that contradicts their intuitive theories. Christopherson, a surname. Christophersons, plural of Christopherson. Christopherson, a surname. Christophersons. Plural of Christopherson. Christophile, a follower or adherent of Christianity. Christophiles, plural of Christophile. Christophilia, a love of Christ or the teachings of Christ. Christophilic, of or pertaining to a Christophile. Christophane, Shavs. Christophanes, plural of Christophane. Christopho, a person who hates or fears Christ, Christians, or the Christian religion. Christophobes, plural of Christopho. Christophobia, synonym of Christianophobia. Christophobic, characterized by or related to Christophobia / Christianophobia. Christopoulos, a surname from Greek. Christopouloses, plural of Christopoulos. Christos, a surname. Christotokos, synonym of Mother of God, Mary, Mother of Jesus, in her role as the mother of the Messiah, particularly in Greek contexts. Christouval, a census-designated place in Tom Green County, Texas, United States. Christo, a village and civil parish in Tambridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 8385. Christs, plural of Christs. Christus crucifixus, the crucified Christ, Jesus Christ on the cross. Christward, toward Christ. Christwards, towards Christ. Presi, a diminutive of the male given name Christopher. Christie Pit, an early design of pit core of an implosion-type nuclear weapon used in a detonation over Nagasaki, Japan, in August 1945. Christie Pits, plural of Christie Pit. Prestum, a female given name from Latin, variant of Christine. Trisdiaceae, a particular steroid glycoside. Criswell, a surname. Criswells, plural of Criswell. Frida, a Christian. Frizzos, plural of Crizzo. Crowback, a surname. Crowbacks, plural of crowback. Prolactomycin, any of a particular class of antitume or antibiotic. Prolactomycins, plural of prolactomycin. Chrombrugmadolite, synonym of stitchtite. Chroma, the colorfulness relative to the brightness of a similarly illuminated area. Chroma dot, a type of visual artifact that appears when color analog video signals are displayed on black and white screens. Chroma dots, plural of chroma dot. Chroma key, alternative spelling of chroma key. Chroma keyed, simple past and past participle of chroma key. Chroma keyer, alternative spelling of chroma keyer. Chroma keyers, plural of chroma keyer. Chroma keying, present participle and gerund of chroma key. Chroma keys, third person singular simple present indicative of chroma key. Chroma key, alternative spelling of chroma key. Chromable, that may be chromed. Chromatorian, any roundworm of the class Chromadoria. Chromadorians, plural of chromadorian. Chromator, any nematode of the order Chromadorda. Chromadorids, plural of chromadorids. Chromesthesia, alternative form of chromesthesia. Chromephnazide, a pesticide and tertbutyl-3,5-dimethylbenzoyl 5-methyl-3,4-dihydro-2-H-chrome 6-carbohydrazide. Chromophen, having an affinity for and thus being stained brownish yellow by chromium salts. Chromophine, alternative form of chromophene. Chromophenic. Synonym of chromophin. Chromophenoma. Any tumor that contains chromophin cells. Chromophenomas. Plural of chromophenoma. Chromogen. Any compound, such as heme, that forms a biological pigment when attached to a protein. Chromogenic. Misspelling of chromogenic. Chromogens. Plural of chromogen. Chromogram. A graphic representation of the notes of a scale. Chromograms. Plural of chromogram. Chromogranin. Misspelling of chromogranin. Chroma-key. The use of a particular color, usually either green or blue, as a key in a studio in order to allow one image to be seamlessly partially superimposed upon another. Chroma-key. Simple past and past participle of chroma-key. Chroma-keyer. A device for producing chroma-key effects. Chroma-keyers. Plural of chroma-keyer. Chroma-keying. Present participle and gerund of chroma-key. Chroma-keys. Third person singular simple present indicative of chroma-key. Chromoviolate. A grouping of eukaryotes of the taxon Chromoviolata comprising the chromista and the alveolates. Chromoviolates. Plural of chromoviolate. Chromometer. An instrument that is used to evaluate the color of surfaces. Chromometers. Plural of chromometer. Chromometric. Alternative form of chromometric. Chromamine. An amine of chromium. Chromamines. Plural of chromamine. Chromin. Alternative form of chromane. Chromane. A bicyclic heterocycle in which a benzene ring is fused to one of dihydropyrin. It is the base unit of tocopherols. Chromames. Plural of chromane. Chromanol. Any of a class of bicyclic heterocycles formed by ring closure from substituted quinones. Examples with isoprene side chains are the basis of numerous naturally occurring compounds, such as tocopherol. Chromanols. Plural of chromanol. Chromanon. Any of several isomeric bicyclic heterocyclic ketones derived from chromine, any of many derivatives of these compounds. Chromanons. Plural of chromanon. Chromans. Plural of chroman. Chromas. Plural of chroma. Chromoscope. An instrument for showing the optical effects of color. Chromoscopes. Plural of chromoscope. Chroma. Alternative form of chromata. Chromate. Any salt of chromic acid. In solution, the yellow chromate anion CrO2 is in equilibrium with the orange dichromate anion Cr2O2. The relative amount of each ion depending on the pH. They are both very powerful oxidizing agents. Chromate of potassium. Potassium chromate. Chromated. Simple past and past participle of chromate. Chromates. Plural of chromate. Chromotherapy. Misspelling of chromotherapy. Chromation. Containing chromate and anions. Chromatic, uses relating to color. Chromatic aberration, an optical aberration in which an image has colored fringes caused by differential refraction of light at different wavelengths. Chromatic aberrations, plural of chromatic aberration. Chromatic number, the smallest number of colors needed to color a given graph, i.e. to assign a color to each vertex such that no two vertices connected by an edge have the same color. Chromatic numbers, plural of chromatic number. Chromatic scale, a scale including all intervals of a particular tuning within an octave. Chromatic scales, plural of chromatic scale. Chromatic semitone, synonym of augmented unison. Chromatical, chromatic. Chromatically, in a chromatic manner. Chromaticism, the quality or state of being chromatic. Chromaticisms, plural of chromaticism. Chromaticities, plural of chromaticity. Chromaticity, an objective specification of the quality of a color regardless of its luminance. Chromaticization, the process or the result of chromaticizing. Chromatizations, plural of chromaticization. Chromaticize, to make something chromatic or to use a chromatic scale. Chromaticized, simple past and past participle of chromaticize. Chromaticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of chromaticize. Chromaticizing, present participle and gerund of chromaticize. Chromaticness, the quality of being chromatic. Chromatics, chromatic harmonies or notes. Chromatid, after DNA replication, either of the two connected double helix strands of a metaphase chromosome that's separate during mitosis. Chromatidic, relating to or composed of chromatids. Chromatids, plural of chromatid. Chromatin, a complex of DNA, RNA, and proteins within the cell nucleus out of which chromosomes condense during cell division. Chromating, present participle and gerund of chromate. Chromatinic, of or pertaining to chromatin. Chromatinization, alternative form of chromatinization. Chromatinize, alternative form of chromatinized. Chromatinizable, that may be chromatinized. Chromatinization, the formation of chromatin. Chromatinize, to undergo chromatinization. Chromatinize, modified by chromatinization. Chromatinizing, present participle and gerund of chromatinize. Chromatinalysis, synonym of chromatolysis. Chromatins, plural of chromatin. Chromatize, alternative form of chromatize. Chromatize, simple past and past participle of chromatize. Chromatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of chromatize. Chromatizing, present participle and gerund of chromatize. Chromatism, the state of being colored. Chromatisms, plural of chromatism. Chromatist, a person whose speciality is chromatics. Chromatists, plural of chromatists. Chromatide, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal lemon mineral containing calcium, chromium, and oxygen. Chromatization, staining, the acquisition of color. Chromatize, to treat a metal surface with chromate. Chromatize, simple past and past participle of chromatize. Chromatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of chromatize. Chromatizing, present participle and gerund of chromatize. Chromata, color. Chromatoblast, a chromatophore precursor cell. Chromatoblasts, plural of chromatoblasts. Chromatocyte, any cell that contains a pigment. Chromatocytes, plural of chromatocyte. Chromatodermatosis, any disease of the skin that is accompanied by pigmentation. Chromatofocusing, an analytical technique for the separation of proteins according to differences in their isoelectric points. Chromatogenic, relating to reactions on a solid substrate that have a resemblance to chromatography. Chromatogenous, producing color. Chromatogram, the visual output from a chromatograph, usually a graphical display or histogram. Chromatograms, plural of chromatogram. Chromatograph, a machine that performs chromatography by gas or liquid separation. Chromatographable, that can be separated or analyzed by chromatography. Chromatographed, simple past and past participle of chromatograph. Chromatographer, a person skilled in chromatography or who operates a chromatograph. Chromatographers, plural of chromatographer. Chromatographic, of or pertaining to chromatography. Chromatographical, synonym of chromatography. Chromatographically, with regard to or by using chromatography. Chromatographies, plural of chromatography. Chromatographing, present participle and gerund of chromatograph. Chromatographs, plural of chromatograph. Chromatography, any of various techniques for the qualitative or quantitative separation of the components of mixtures of compounds, all characterized by the use of a mobile phase gas or liquid moving relative to a stationary phase liquid or solid. The differences between the rates of migration of the compounds between the two phases affect the separation. Chromatography paper, absorbent paper used to soak up colors so that they separate out into their various components. Chromatography papers, plural of chromatography paper. Chromatid, resembling chromatin. Chromatids, plural of chromata. Chromatological, relating to chromatology. Chromatology, the scientific study of color. Chromatolyze, to undergo chromatolysis. Chromatolyzed, simple past and past participle of chromatolyze. Chromatolyzes, plural of chromatolysis. Chromatolysis, the dissolution of the Nissl bodies in the cell body of a neuron. Chromatolytic, relating to chromatolysis. Chromatolyze, alternative spelling of chromatolyze. Chromatolyze, simple past and past participle of chromatolyze. Chromatomap, a two-dimensional chromatogram using different solvents in each direction. Chromatomaps, plural of chromatomap. Chromatom, the protom of chromatins in an organism. Chromatomere, synonym of chromosome. Chromatomeres, plural of chromatomere. Chromatoms, plural of chromatom. Chromatometer, synonym of colorimeter. Chromatometers. Plural of chromatometer. Chromatometric, relating to chromatometry. Chromatometry, the measurement of color. Chromatophil, a chromatophilic cell or structure. Chromatophilia, the property of a cell that readily stains with an appropriate dye. Chromatophilic, being readily stained. Chromatophils, plural of chromatophil. Chromatophobia. Resistance to staining. Chromatophore, relating to a chromatophore. Chromatophore, a pigment-bearing cell or structure found in certain fish, reptiles, cephalopods, and other animals. Chromatophores, plural of chromatophore. Chromatophore, relating to a chromatophore. Chromatophoroma, a tumor composed of chromatophores.
Hold on, yeah, I should reach out to, like, maybe some people are here.
Chromatophoromas, plural
Like,
of
so Kenzo,
chromatophoroma.
like, might still watch my stuff.
Chromatophorotropic, relating to the
Although
attraction
he probably
of a
has
chromatophore
left
to a
if
tissue.
he's here at all. Oopsies.
Chromatoplasm, the part of cytoplasm that contains pigment. Chromatoplasms, plural of chromatoplasm.
Yeah, read in
Chromatoplate,
chat.
a coated plate used in thin layer chromatography.
Boom.
Chromatoplates, plural of chromatoplate. Chromatopsia, a visual aberration in which objects appear abnormally colored, such as xanthopsia or cyanopia. Chromatopsias, plural of chromatopsia. Chromatoptometer, an instrument for measuring the subject's perception of color. Chromatoptometers. Plural of chromatoptometer. Chromatoscanner, an optical device that is used to scan an object at multiple wavelengths. Chromatoscanners, plural of chromatoscanner.
Where is
Chromatoscope, a reflecting telescope, part of which is made to rotate eccentrically so as to produce a ring-like image of a star instead of a point, used in studying the scintillation of the stars. Chromatoscopes, plural of chromatoscope. Chromatices, pigmentation, especially unusual pigmentation of human or animal tissue. Chromatosome, A structural unit of a nucleoprotein consisting of a nucleosome-bound chromatin. Chromatosomes. Plural of chromatosome. Chromatospectrophotometric. Relating to chromatospectrophotometry. Chromatosphere. A chromosphere. Chromatospheres. Plural of chromatosphere.
I also want to play tag because I'm now like guess what? I no longer feel like picking up baseball every time I play this fucking level. I can't believe that that's considered
pertaining to chromatices. Chromatotron,
no more custom
a
wave
device
trail,
used in
that's the
radiochromatography
way trail
in which solvent is added to the
bordering
center
on
of a
cheating, like, and also
covered silica layered plate which spins
like,
to
like to
drive a
be
sample outward, forming
vanilla
sample
when it
spots
comes
of
to
different compounds as
geometry
concentric
dash. I'm
rings.
against CBF and
Chromatotrons, plural of chromatotron.
like,
Chromatotrophin, any of a group of hormones
icons,
responsible for color change in
but
some
like they're still
crabs.
part of the original game, you know?
Chromatotrophins, plural of chromatotrophin. Chromatrope,
Oh my god,
an
dude,
instrument
I suck.
for exhibiting certain chromatic effects of light by means of rapidly rotating discs
actually,
of
you know what,
various
I'll build,
colors. Chromatropes, plural of chromatrope.
Spider Chow easy.
Chromaturia, any normal coloration of the urine. Chromatite, alternative form of chromatite.
I don't think it is.
Plural of chromatite. Chromobismuth, a
Yeah, so I
tetragonal
need to
mineral
change this
containing
up.
bismuth, chromium,
I can't
and
make
oxygen.
it just like this or something, because that's too easy. There needs to be like an extra click in here, or like something.
Chromesoladenite, a monoclinic sphenoidal mineral containing chromium, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, potassium, and silicon. Chromdravite, a trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing boron, chromium, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, silicon, and sodium.
Call, bro.
Chromium, when used to plate other metals. Chrome diopside, a bright green variety of diopside used as a gemstone. Chrome diopsides, plural of chrome diopside. Chrome dome, a bald...
Okay, yeah, read in chat. Go back to read chat. This is a...
head. Chrome domes, plural of chrome dome. Chrome horn, the front bumper of a car when used to bump another vehicle, usually to inform the driver of the other vehicle that the first car would like to pass.
What?
Chrome horns, plural of chrome horn. Chrome orange, a mixed oxide with a chemical formula Pb2CrO5, formerly used as an orange pigment. Chrome oranges, plural of chrome orange. Chrome red, a bright reddish orange pigment. Chrome reds, plural of chrome red. Chrome yellow, a natural yellow pigment derived from lead Roman 2-chromate. Chrome yellows,
okay, what if I just make
plural of chrome yellow.
This click harder?
Chrome
like,
dome, alternative form of chrome dome.
Harder. Like, can I do
chrome
this?
dome.
Is this possible? Ooh, okay. It's looking possible.
Plural of chrome dome. Chrome plated, synonym of
too easy.
chromium plated. Chrome sulfuric acid,
let's go.
a solution of potassium dichromate in sulfuric acid, used as a source of chromic acid. Chromazerol, any of a range of indicators used in complexometric titrations. Chromazerols, plural of chromazerol. Chromebase, a generic Chrome OS-based network terminal style all-in-one personal computer. Chromebases, plural of Chromebase. Chrome, a generic Chrome OS-based network terminal style Pico computer, a stick that plugs into a screen. the size of a highlighter pen. Chromebits, plural of Chromebook. Chromebook, a generic Chrome OS-based network terminal style netbook. Chromebooks, plural of Chromebook. Chromebox, a generic Chrome OS-based network terminal style personal computer. This style of PC is the size of a home modem or home network router. Chromeboxes, plural of Chromebox. Probe, simple past and past participle of Chrome.
Genuinely disgusted with
Chrome Dome, alternative form of Chrome Dome. Chrome Domes. Plural of Chrome Dome. Chromo, an alloy of approximately 90% nickel and 10%
Hold up, wait a
chromium
minute.
by weight, used to make the positive conductors of certain thermocouples. Chromos, without chrome basic visual elements. Chromodiad, a Parthian pump organ designed to conform to Parch's tonality system. Chromodians, plural of chromodian. Chrome, synonym of one benzopyrin. Chromes, plural of chrome.
Okay, now it's impossible, right?
Chromo, a radical derived from chrome. Chromol. The compound 6-hydroxychrome that is the basis of the tocopherobenons. Chromon, any bicyclic aromatic compound composed of a benzene ring fused to one of a pyrone. Chromons, plural of chromon. Chromylium, the aromatic cation composed of a benzene ring
Hold up,
fused
is
to
this-
one
is
of
this
pyrrolium.
possible, though?
Chromyliums, plural
Speed
of
hack.
chromylium.
Boom.
Chromwood, any unicellular photosynthetic organism of the phylum Chromrida. Chromwoods, plural of chromrid. Prose, third person singular simple present
It doesn't
indicative
look
of
possible.
chrome. Chromesthesia,
Boom.
sound to color
Is this
synesthesia.
possible?
Chromesthesias,
It also looks
plural
like
of chromesthesia. Chromesthetic,
why is it sometimes
relating
a
to
buffer?
chromesthesia. Chromathophobia, fear of money. Chromework, the chrome ornamentation on a vehicle or other object. Chromy, resembling or characteristic of chrome. Chromphori, an isometric hexahedral
Okay, why did a buffer click now? What?
gray-white mineral containing chromium and iron. Chromhidrosis, a rare
What
condition
about, like-
characterized by the secretion of colored sweat caused by the deposition of lipofuscin in the sweat glands.
This, like this.
Phobia, chromium Roman 3 oxide. Chromium, containing chromium. Chroe, of, relating to, or containing
Okay, wait, so can I make it not a buffer click? Thanks.
chromium, especially in oxidation state 3. Chromic acid, a corrosive acid,
Why did it
H2CrO4,
kind
known
of
only
overcooked
in
now?
solution or as its salts, the chromates from which it may be prepared.
I don't
It is a
think you-
very powerful
What's going
oxidizing
on?
agent.
What's going on, bro?
Chromic oxide, the oxide of chromium Ca2O3, chromicize, of cacat to treat with a compound of chromium.
What if I do like this?
Chromicized, simple past and past participle of simple present indicative of chromicize.
Like, I know it's still a buffer click, but it should still be pretty hard because you have to hold it for a certain amount of time.
Chromicizing, present participle and gerund of chromicize. Chromin, a a large bacterial replicant that contains core genes outside of the main chromosome. Chromi, any of various cichlid fishes found in Asia. Chromides, plural of chromi. Chromidia, plural of chromidium. Chromidio, relating to chromidia. Chromidium, a granule of extranuclear chromatin in the cytoplasm of a cell. Chromidadelapiang, any cichlid of the tribe Chromidadelapiini. Chromidadelapians, plural of Chromidadelapiang. Chromidroses, plural of chromidrosis. Chromidrosis, alternative form of chromhidrosis. Chromids, plural of chromid. Chromi, a chromosome. Chromes, plural of chromi. Chromiferous, containing or yielding chromium. Chrominance, a signal used in video systems to convey the picture's color information separately from the accompanying luma signal. Chrominances, plural of chrominance. Chromine, the organometallic aromatic anion 2Z10-2,4-denylidene chromium or
Wait a
any
minute. Shouldn't I be in? What gravity is this?
of its derivatives.
Normal,
Chromines,
reverse,
plural of
or
chromine.
flipped. Well, if
Chroming,
we flipped it.
the act of inhaling the fumes of substances such as glue or paint, usually by sniffing them from a paper
Yeah,
bag
this
or
should be
bottle,
flipped.
with the aim of getting intoxicated.
Right?
Chromes, any of the genus Chromes of dansulfate.
Flipped, normal, flipped, normal.
Chromise, alternative form of chromise. Chromise, simple past and
I don't
past
think that changed
participle
much
of
at
chromise. Chromizes, third person singular simple present indicative of chromise. Chromizing, present participle and gerund of chromise. Chromism, chromatism, state of being colored. Chromisms, plural of chromism. Chromis,
Oh, wait, no, it
any
does
how
change
about the
stuff.
taxon chromista? Chromista, synonym of chromist. Chromisty,
Normal,
plural of
flipped.
chromista.
Yeah, okay.
Chromistan, synonym of chromist. Chromistans, plural of
Just change
chromistan.
this into a
Chromistas, plural of
green one, I guess. 1, 2, 3.
chromista. Chromists, plural of chromist. Chromite, a dark brown mineral species with a formula FeCr2O4. Chromites, plural of chromite. Chromatite, an igneous rock composed mostly of chromite. Chromatites,
Yes, there we go.
plural of chromatite. Chromium, an open source web browser developed by Google. Chromium dioxide, a black semiconducting material, CrO2, having strong magnetic properties, used in recording tapes. Chromium group, group 6 of the periodic table, comprising chromium, molybdenum, tungsten, and seaborgium. Chromium plate, to plate a metal with a layer of chromium. Chromium plating, present participle and gerund of chromium plate. Chromium sesquioxide, the chromium oxide, Cr2O3, manufactured from chromite and sometimes used as a pigment. Chromium trioxide, an oxide compound compound of chromium with the chemical formula CrO3. Chromium-52, the major stable isotope of chromium-2 having 24 protons and 28 neutrons. It amounts to about 84% of the element in nature. Chromium-53, a minor stable isotope of chromium-3 having 24 protons and 29 neutrons. It amounts to about 9% of the element in nature. Chromium-54, a minor stable isotope of chromium, Cr, having 24 protons and 30 neutrons. It amounts to about 2% of the element in nature. Chromium plate, to plate something with chromium. Chromium plated, plated with a layer of chromium. Chromiums, plural of chromium. Chromize, to chrome, to treat with chromium. Chromize, simple past and past participle of chromize. Chromizes, third person singular simple present indicative of chromize. Chromizing, present participle and gerund of chromize. Chromo, a color print produced by chromolithography. Chromo, color. Chromocarbon, alternative form of chromocarbon. Chromoviolate, misspelling of chromoviolate. Chromonegenesis, anagenesis as a result of chromonasynthesis. Chromonegenetic, relating to chromonegenesis. Chromonasynthesis, a large, chaotic rearrangement of the genes of a chromosome. Chromoblast, an embryonic cell that develops into a pigment cell. Chromoblastomycosis, long-term fungal infection of the skin and subcutaneous tissue. Chromoblasts, plural of chromoblast. Chromoblast, a form of southern blot of chromosomes. Chromoblasts, plural of chromoblot. Chromobodies, plural of chromobody. Chromobody, a particular class of antibody. Chromobox, any of a class of proteins associated with heterochromatin. Chromoboxes, plural of chromobox. Chromocarb, an antispasmodic drug. Chromocarbon, involving chromium and carbon. Chromocene, an organometallic sandwich compound bis-cyclopentadienyl chromium romin 2 that is the chromium analog of ferrocene. Chromocenes, plural of chromocene. Chromocenter, an irregular mass of heterochromatin in some chromosomes. Chromocenters, plural of chromocenter. Chromocenter, synonym of karyosome. Chromocenters, plural of chromocenter. Chromocentric, relating to a chromocenter. Chromachalcograph, relating to chromachalcography. Chromaclasm, the elimination or reduction of colorfulness for religious reasons. Chromacholographic, relating to chromacholography. Chromacolotype, a colotype image produced in 2 or more colors. Chromacolotypes, plural of chromacolotype. Chromacolotypy, the production of chromacolotypes. Chromocratic, melanocratic. Chromacystoscopic, relating to Chromocystoscopy. Chromocystoscopy. Cystoscopy aided by the use of dyes. Chromocyte. Any cell, such as a red blood cell, that contains a pigment. Chromocytes. Plural of chromocyte. Chromodactyluria. Red lacrimal secretion. Typically in rats the production of so-called bloody tears. Electric. Chromodynamically dielectric. Chromodomain. A sequence of amino acids common to the protein of many species that is responsible for the manipulation of chromatin. Chromodomains. Plural of chromodomain. Chromodorid. Alternative form of chromodoridid. Chromodoridid. Any sea slug of the family Chromodoridae. Chromodorids. Plural of chromodoridid. Chromodorids. Plural of chromodorid. Chromoductin. An organelle that transports chromosomes. Chromoductins. Plural of chromoductins. Chromoduction. The transport of chromosomes, typically between cells. Chromodynamic. Pertaining to chromodynamics. Dynamical. Chromodynamic. Chromodynamics. The study of the relationship between those quarks that possess the quantum property of color and exchange gluons. More fully, quantum chromodynamics. Chromoelectric. Describing the field generated by gluons. Chromondoscopic. Relating to chromondoscopy. Chromondoscopy. Plural of
Dude, it was easier
chromondoscopy.
before. Oh, I hit 10,000 clicks
A
on my
medical
left
procedure
fail.
in which dyes are instilled into the
Okay.
gastrointestinal tract at the time of visualization with fiber optic endoscopy. Chromoesophagoscopy. Dye-assisted endoscopy to detect esophageal cancer. Chromofungin. A peptide related to chromogranin. Chromofungins. Plural of chromofungin. Chromogen. Any substance that lacks color but can be converted into a pigment or dye. Chromogenesis. The biosynthesis of pigments. Chromogenetic. Of or relating to chromogenesis. Chromogenic. Describing a process in which a black and white image is replaced by a colored one. Chromogenically. In a chromogenic manner. Chromogenicity. The quality of being chromogenic. Chromogenized. Treated with a chromogen. Chromogenous. Alternative form of chromogenic. Chromogen. Plural of chromogen. Chromoglycate. Misspelling of chromoglycate. Chromogranin. Any of a family of secretory proteins found in many types of cell. Chromogranins. Plural of chromogranin. Chromograph. Chromolithograph. Chromographies. Plural of chromography. Chromographs. Plural of chromograph. Chromography. Alternative form of chromatography.
Oh wait, I need to check if it's even possible. If it's possible to get that fucking spider orb. I think it is.
Chromoisomer. An isomer that is a different color to another. Chromoisomeric. relating to chromoisomers that displays chromoisomerism. Chromoisomers, plural of chromoisomer. Chromakinsin, a nuclear protein related to kinsin that binds DNA. Chromakinsins, plural of chromakinsin. Chromoeucyte, a chromoplastid. Chromoeucytes, plural of chromoeucytes. Chromolipid. Synonym of lipochrome. Chromolipids, plural of chromolipid. Chromolith, alternative form of chromolithograph. Chromolithic, alternative form of chromolithographic. Chromolitho, chromolithography. Chromolithograph.
Yeah, it is.
A print made by chromolithography. Chromolithograph.
Boom, boom.
Simple past and past participle
Boom.
of chromolithograph.
Boom.
Chromolithographer. Someone engaged in chromolithography. Chromolithographers. Plural of chromolithographer. Chromolithographic. Pertaining to or made by chromolithography. Chromolithographing. Present participle and gerund of chromolithograph. Chromolithographs. Plural of chromolithograph. Chromolithography. A form of lithography for printing pictures in color. Chromoliths. Plural of chromolith. Chromoluminarism. Divisionism. Chromoluminaris. Of, pertaining to, or in the style of chromoluminarism. Chromoluminarists. Plural of chromoluminarist. Chromol. A kind of stetel alloy containing some chromium and molybdenum. Chromolysis. Alternative form of chromatolysis. Chromomagnetic. Describing the field generated by gluons of the dual gauge.
I forgot to put back that spike.
Group. Chromomagnetism. An interaction between quarks of different color that has some similarities to magnetism. Chromomer. Any of a group of bead-like granules of chromatin that constitutes a chromosome during cell division. Chromomers. Plural of chromomer. Chromomeric. Relating to chromomers. Chromometer. An instrument that compares the color of something with a reference standard. Chromometers. Plural of chromometer. Chromomethylase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the methylation of chromatin. Chromomthylases. Plural of chromomethylase. Chromometric. Of or pertaining to chromometry. Chromometry. The measurement of color. Chromomycin. Any of the family of viruses and of bacterium streptococcus. Chromomycin. Plural of chromomycin. Chromomycosis. Chromoblast. Stomachiosis. Chromonar. Synonym of carbochromin. Chromone. 1,4-benzopyrone, a derivative of benzopyrin with a substituted keto group on the pyrin ring. Chromoma. The central coiled filament of a chromatid upon which the chromomers lie. Chromomata. Plural of chromoma. Chromomatic. Relating to the chromoma. Chromons. Plural of chromum. Chromonic. Describing a liquid crystal that has a structure of linear aggregates of relatively flat molecules. Chromonychia, an abnormality in color of the nail plate and slash or sublingual tissues, sometimes induced by antineoplastic drugs. Chromonychias. Plural of chromonychia. Chromonym, a term used for a color. Chromonyms, plural of chromonym. Chromoporous, that excretes a pigment. Chromopeptide, any peptide that has an added chromophore, typically an azo compound. Chromopeptides, plural of chromopeptide. Chromopermittivity, chromodynamic permittivity. Chromopsy, the ability to ingest and store in a chromogen pigments. Chromophane, any of several coloring matters, red, green, yellow, etc. present in the inner segments in the cones of the retina, held in solution by fats and slowly decolorized by light, distinct from the photochemical pigments of the rods of the retina.
I think it should be all of them.
Chromophanes, plural of chromophane.
Can I end it over here?
Chromophil, alternative form of chromophile. Chromophile, any cell that can be easily stained. Chromophiles, plural of chromophile. Chromophilia, alternative form of chromatophilia. Chromophilic, readily stained with dyes. Chromophilus, synonym of chromophilic, readily stained with dyes. Chromophils, plural of chromophil. Chromophobe, any cell that is resistant to staining. Chromophobes, plural of chromophobe. Chromophobia, the quality of being resistant to staining. Chromophobic, resistant to staining. Chromophonic, of or relating to an art style combining music with colored light. Chromophore, that part of the molecule of a dye responsible for its color. Chromophores, plural of chromophore. Chromophoric, of or relating to a chromophore. Chromophorically, in a chromophoric manner. Chromophorylated, modified by the addition of a chromophore. Chromophorylation, conversion into a chromophore. Chromophorylations, plural of chromophorylation. Chromophotograph, a color photograph. Chromophotographic, relating to color photography. Chromophotographs, plural of chromophotograph. Chromophotography, color photography. Chromophil, any plant pigment such as chlorophyll. Chromophils, plural of chromophil. Chromophyte, any alba the taxon chromista. Chromophytes, plural of chromophyte. Chromopicatite, alternative form of chrompicatite. Chromoplasm, alternative form of chromatoplasm. Chromoplasms, plural of chromoplasm. Chromoplast, any plastid in which a pigment is synthesized or stored. Chromoplastic, relating to chromoplastids. Chromoplastid, a protoplasmic granule of some other color than green. Chromoplastids, plural of chromoplastid. Chromoplastogenesis, the formation and development of chromoplasts. Chromoplasts, plural of chromoplast. Chromoplexes, plural of chromoplex. Chromoplexy, a rearrangement of the genes in a chromosome that gives rise to a group of cancers. Chromoprotid, alternative form of chromoprotein. Chromoprotids, plural of chromoprotid. Chromoprotein, any protein, such as hemoglobin, that has a metal-containing pigmented group such as heme. Chromoproteins, plural of chromoprotein. Chromoretinoscopy, retinoscopy through a range of colored filters in order to measure chromatic aberration of the eye. Chromos, plural of chromo. Chromoscope, a device that adds colors to a monochrome image or adjusts existing colors to appear more natural. Chromoscopes, plural of chromoscope. Chromoscopies, plural of chromoscopy. Chromoscopy, synonym of endoscopy. Chromoscopy time, the elapsed time between the intramuscular injection of a dye and its appearance in the gastric secretion. Chromoscopy times, plural of chromoscopy time. Chromoshadow, a protein domain associated with chromodomain. Chromoshadows, plural of chromoshadow. Chromosol, a type of ulfisol that has a strong texture contrast between horizons. Chromosols, plural of chromosol. Chromosomal, of or relating to chromosomes. Chromosomal localization, specified location on a chromosome in the context of a karyotype. Chromosomal localizations, plural of chromosomal localization, referring to multiple localizations in the same karyotype. Chromosomally, with reference to chromosomes. Chromosomatization, the formation of chromosomes. Chromosomatization, alternative form of chromosomatization. Chromosome, a linear arrangement of condensed DNA and associated proteins. Such as chaperone proteins, which contains the genetic material genome of an organism. Chromosome conformation capture, a set of molecular biology methods used to analyze the spatial organization of chromatin in a cell. Chromosome conformation captures, plural of chromosome conformation capture. Chromosome number, the number of chromosomes in each cell of an organism. Chromosome numbers, plural of chromosome number. Chromosome, having a specified kind or number of chromosomes. Chromosomes,
Maybe it's too easy.
plural of chromosome. Chromosomic, having a specified type or number of chromosomes. Chromosomically, with reference to a type of chromosome. Chromosomen, a protein associated with chromosomes present in the heads of fish sperm. Chromosomology, the study of chromosomes. Chromosphere, the faint pink extension of a star's atmospheric envelope between the corona and the photosphere. Chromospheres, plural of chromosphere. Chromospheric, of or pertaining to the chromosphere. Chromospherically. With regard to the chromosphere. Chromostatin, a secretory protein derived from chromogranin that modulates catecholamine secretion. Chromostereopsis, a visual illusion whereby an impression of depth is conveyed in two-dimensional color images, usually a combination of red with either green or blue. Chromotherapeutic, of or pertaining to chromotherapy. Chromotherapies, plural of chromotherapy.
Later, but for now, I think this is
Chromotherapist, a practitioner of chromotherapy. Chromotherapist, plural of chromotherapist.
And upload this level.
Chromotherapy, a form of alternative medicine involving the therapeutic use of color and light. Chromothripsis, a multiple of chromosomal rearrangements that is associated with some cancers. Chromothriptic, relating to chromothripsis. Chromatrichia, hair coloration. Chromatrichia, relating to chromatrichia. Chromatrop, alternative form of chromatrope. Chromatrope, any of a group of dyes that change color under certain circumstances. Chromatropes,
I think one
plural of
right.
Chromatrope. Chromatropic, relating to chromatropism. Chromatropic acid, sulfonic acid 1,8-dihydroxynaphthalene 3,6-disulfonic acid. Chromotropies, plural of chromatropy. Chromatropism, orientation relative to a color stimulus. Chromatropisms, plural of chromatropism. Chromatrops, plural of chromatrop. Chromatropy, synonym of chromatropism. Chromotype, a sheet printed in color by any process, such as a chromolithograph. Chromotypes, plural of chromotype. Chromotypic, relating to chromotypes, produced by chromotypy. Chromatypographic, relating to chromatopography. Chromatopography, color printing, the printing of text in color. Chromatypy, the production of chromotypes. Chromous, of, relating to, or containing chromium, especially in oxidation state. 2. Chromovirus, any virus of the genus Chromovirus. Chromoviruses, plural of chromovirus. Chromovitrectomy, the use of stains to facilitate visualization of tissue during vitreoretinal surgery. Chromaxillograph, a woodcut produced in color. Chromaxillographic, relating to chromaxillography. Chromaxillographs, plural of chromaxillograph. Chromaxillography, the art or technique of producing chromaxillographs. Chrompholite, a monoclinic prismatic emerald green mineral containing aluminum, barium, chromium, fluorine, hydrogen, oxygen, potassium, and silicon. Chrompicotite, a chromium-bearing variety of pegotite. Chromule. Any coloring
do a full
matter in
practice run of
plants
this
other
level.
than chlorophyll, and especially in the petals.
I'm gonna seriously regret doing this.
Chromules. Plural of chromule. Chromi.
Yeah, this is a little already,
Chromite.
like, way harder than 6 jumps.
Chromo.
I know that.
The divalent medical CrO2 or cation CrO2. Chromyl chloride. The compound CrO2Cl2 that is used as an oxidizing agent. Chromos. Plural of chromo. Chron. A period of time.
Is this possible? Wait, what?
Between two geomimetic reversals. Chron. Alternative form of chrono. Chron. Abbreviation of chronicles. Chronal. Of or pertaining to time. Chronally. With regard to time. Chronexia. Alternative form. Of chronaxy. Chronaxias. Plural of chronaxia. Chronaxy. The minimum time over which an electric current
What if
must
I
be
do
applied
this?
in order to stimulate a muscle fiber or nerve cell. Chronaxes. Plural of chronaxy. Chronoximeter. An instrument used to measure chronaxy. Chronoximeters. Plural of chronoximeter. Chronoximetry. The measurement of chronaxes. Chronaxy. Alternative form of chronaxy. Chondrodysplasia. Misspelling of chondrodysplasia. Chondrogenesis. Misspelling of chondrogenesis. Chondroitinase. Misspelling of chondroitinase. Chroneme. A basic theoretical unit of sound that can distinguish words by duration only of a vowel or consonant. Chronemes. Plural of chronemes. Chronemic. Relating to chronemics. Chronemically. In terms of chronemics. Chronemics. The study of the communicative function of time. Chronesthesia. The awareness of the passage of time and of the past and future. Chronic. Of a problem that continues over an extended period of time. Chronic B paralysis virus. Alternative form of chronic B paralysis virus.
I swear to God, if the entirety.
Chronic bronchitis. One of the two entities making up chronic obstructive pulmonary disease cough, defined as having a productive cough for 3 months in each of 2 successive
actually,
years in a patient in whom other causes of chronic cough have been excluded. Chronic cellular dehydration. The condition of individual cells in a patient suffering from chronic dehydration. Chronic COVID. Synonym of long COVID. Chronic COVID
I swear to.
syndrome. Synonym of long COVID. Chronic fatigue syndrome. A condition characterized by immune, endocrine, and neurologic pathology whose main symptoms are extreme fatigue, extremely low stamina, muscle pain, lymph node swelling, post-exertional malaise, and cognitive difficulties. Chronic fatigue syndromes. Plural of chronic fatigue syndrome. Chronic granulomatous disease. Any of a group of hereditary defects in the ability of some phagocytes to kill certain bacteria, the resulting infection. Chronic granulomatous diseases. Plural of chronic granulomatous disease. Chronic Lyme. Developing of chronic Lyme disease. Chronic Lyme disease, a long-term recurring condition of disputed veracity in some persons who have recovered from Lyme disease, resulting in presentation of Lyme-like symptoms. Chronic myeloid leukemia, a cancerous proliferation of mature granulocytes, neutrophils, eosinophils, and basophils and their precursors in blood and bone marrow associated with the Philadelphia chromosome. Chronic myeloid leukemias, plural of chronic myeloid leukemia. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, a type of progressive lung disease characterized by long-term respiratory symptoms and airflow limitation. Chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases, plural of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Chronic skin picking, synonym of dermatillomania. Chronic suppurative otitis media, a type of otitis media infection in the ear characterized by inflammation of the middle ear. Chronic suppurative otitis medias, plural of chronic suppurative otitis media. Chronic toxicities, plural of chronic toxicity. Chronic toxicity, the capacity of a substance to cause long-term or delayed adverse health effects. Chronic traumatic encephalopathies, plural of chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy, a progressive degenerative disease found in individuals who have been subjected to multiple concussions and other forms of head injury. Chronic wasting disease, a transmissible spongiform encephalopathy found in deer, typified by chronic weight loss leading to death. Chronicle, obsolete form of chronic. Chronically, in a chronic manner or to a chronic degree. Chronically online. Synonym of terminally online. Chronicomus, the state or quality of being chronicle. Chronicities, plural of chronicity. Chronicity, the condition of being chronic. Chronicization, the prolongation of a pain or other medical condition. Chronic, obsolete form of chronic. Chronicle, a written account of events and when they happened, ordered by time. Chronicle, simple past and past participle of chronicle. Chronicler, the presumed author/redactor of the Book of Chronicles and certain other books of the Tanakh. Chroniclers, plural of chronicler. Chronicles, a book of the Jewish Tanakh, divided into two books of Chronicles in the Christian Bible. Chronicling, present participle and gerund of chronicle. Chroniclings, plural of chronicling. Chronican, chronicle. Chronicans, plural of chronican. Chronics, plural of chronic. Chronicular, of or pertaining to chronicles. Chronid, any slug in the family Chronidae. Chronids, plural of chronid. Cronies, plural of crony. Chronification, a transition from acute to chronic, particularly when referring to pain or headache conditions. Chronifications, plural of chronification. Chronify, simple past and past participle of chronify. chronify, to become chronic. Chroniasakian, extinct tetrapet of the order Chroniasakia. Chroniasakians, plural of Chromiasakian. Chroniasachidae, any extinct reptile-like tetrapod in the family Chroniasachidae. Chroniasachids, plural of Chroniasachidae. Chronique, a chronicle. Chronique scandalous, a journalistic account of a love affair, crime, or other scandalous event. Chroniques, plural of chronique. Chroniques scandaluses, plural of chroniques scandalous. Chronis, the chronicler presumed author slash redactor of the Book of Chronicles. Chronister, a surname. Chronisters, plural of chronister. Chronistic, pertaining to the chronicler or chronist, the presumed redactor of the Book of Chronicles. Chronistically, in a chronistic way or manner. Chronis, plural of chronis. Chronictome, all the connections in the brain that change over time. Chronictomes, plural of chronictome. Phrono, chronomporogram, the graphical output of chronomporometry. Chronomporograms, plural of chronomporogram. Chronomporometric, of, relating to, or produced using chronomporometry. Chronomporometrically, in terms of or by means of chronomporometry. Chronomporometries, plural of chronomporometry. Chronomporometry, an analytical technique in which an electric current is measured during the course of a titration. Chronobiographer, describing biogeographic characteristics that change over time. Chronobiographical, alternative form of chronobiographic. Chronobiologic, of or pertaining to chronobiology. Chronobiological, pertaining to chronobiology. Chronobiologically, in a chronobiological way. Chronobiologies, plural of chronobiology. Chronobiologist, a person who is involved in chronobiology. Chronobiologists, plural of chronobiologists. Chronobiology, the study of the effects of time on biological systems, especially the effects of periodicity. Chronobiometric, relating to the change of biometric data over time. Chronobiotic, an agent that can cause phase adjustment of the body clock. Chronobiotics, plural of chronobiotic. Chronocentric, centered on a particular time period. Chronocentrism, the perception that a particular time period is uniquely important or impactful. Chronoception, the perception or sense of time. Chronochemotherapy, chemotherapy applied in a circadian schedule. Chronocidal, serving to kill or waste time. Chronocy, the act of killing time. Chronocinematography, chronography by means of cinematography. Chroniclesm, the intentional destruction of clocks and other time artifacts. Chroniclesms, Plural of chroniclesm. Chroniclin. Relating to a chronic line. Chroniclinally. In a chroniclinal manner. Chronicline. A stratigraphic gradation that shows successive morphological changes in the members of a related group. Chroniclines. Plural of chronicline. Chronocomparator. Synonym of time grapher. Chronocomparators. Plural of chronocomparator. Chronocoordinate. At an equivalent time. Chronoculometric. Of, relating to, or produced using chronoculometry. Chronoculometry. Culometry as a function of time. Chronocultural. Relating to the chronology of ancient cultures. Chronoculturally. In a chronocultural manner. Chronocyclograph. A form of cyclograph with the addition of an interrupter in the current, resulting in a dashed line that indicates speed as well as path of motion. Chronocyclographs. Plural of chronocyclograph. Chronocyte. A hypothetical ancestor to eukaryotes, which is a cell that engulfed an archaea and a bacteria. Chronodisruption. Disruption to the circadian rhythm. Chronodisruptive. That leads to chronodisruption. Chronodisruptor. Anything that brings about chronodisruption. Chronodisruptors. Plural of chronodisruptor. Chronodistich. A chronogram having the form of a distich. Chronochological. Relating to chronochology. Chronochology. The study of the effects of time especially the effects of periodicity. Chronofauna. Fauna that lived only in a specific period in history. Chronofaunal. Relating to chronofauna. Chronofaunas. Plural of chronofauna. Chronophile. A historical record made up of everyday papers and documents from many stages of the owner's life. Chronophiles. Plural of chronophile. Chronogeneous. Synonym of chronogenetic. Chronogenesis. Plural of chronogenesis. Chronogenesis. The development of a group of organisms over time. Chronogenetic. Relating to chronogenesis or to chronological age. Chronogeny. The chronology of a thing's origin and development. Chronogeographic. In which a geographic location varies with time. Chronogeometric. Of or pertaining to chronogeometry. Chronogeometrical. Chronogeometric. Chronogeometries. Plural of chronogeometry. Chronogeometry. A form of relativistic geometry. In which time is considered as a form of spatial coordinate. Chronogram. A sentence or inscription whose letters, when interpreted according to a system such as Roman numerals in which letters correspond to numeric values, stand for a particular date, usually the date of inscription when rearranged. Chronogrammatic. Relating to or containing a chronogram. Chronogrammatical. Synonym of chronogrammatic. Chronogrammatically, in a chronogrammatic manner. Chronogrammatist, a writer of chronograms. Chronogrammatists, plural of chronogrammatist. Chronogrammic, synonym of chronogrammatic. Chronograms, plural of chronogram. Chronograph, a chronogram. Chronograph, simple past and past participle of chronograph. Chronographer, one who writes a chronography, a chronologer. Chronographers, plural of chronographer. Chronographic, of, pertaining to or recorded via a chronograph. Chronographical, chronographic. Chronographically, in terms of or by means of chronography. Chronographies, plural of chronography. Chronographing, present participle and gerund of chronograph. Chronographs, plural of chronograph. Chronography, a description or record of past time, history. Chronohorizon, synonym of marker horizon. Chronohorizons, plural of chronohorizon. Chronohygiene, the study of how work schedules affect the health of employees. Chronohygienic, relating to chronohygiene. Chronoinfusion, infusion as part of chronotherapy. Chronoinfusions, plural of chronoinfusion. Chronoisotherm, a temporal isotherm. Chronoisothermal, relating to a chronoisotherm. Chronoisotherms, plural of chronoisotherm. Chronokinesis, the ability to manipulate the flow of time. Chronal, abbreviation of chronological. Chronolatry, the worship of time. Chronolect, a specific variety of a language at a given time in its history of development. Chronolptal, relating to chronolopts. Chronolects, plural of chronolect. Chronologer, a chronologist. Chronologers, plural of chronologer. Chronologic, synonym of chronological. Chronological. Relating to time or units of time. Chronological age, the age of a person measured in days, months, and years from the time the person was born, often used in psychometrics. Chronological ages, plural of chronological age. Chronologically, in a chronological manner with reference to time. Chronologicity, the state of being in a chronological order. Chronologic, obsolete form of chronologic. Chronologies, plural of chronology. Chronologize, alternative spelling of chronologize. Chronologized, simple past and past participle of chronologize. Chronologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of chronologize. Chronologizing, present participle and gerund of chronologize. Chronologist, a person skilled in chronology. Chronologist, plural of chronologists. Chronologize. To establish an order of events based on the time of their occurrence. Chronologize. Simple past and past participle of chronologize. Chronologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of chronologize. Chronologizing. Present participle and gerund of chronologize. Chronology. The science of determining the order in which events occurred. Chronomancer. One who specializes in magic involving time, for example manipulating time or divining the future. Chronomancers. Plural of chronomancer. Chronomancy. The divination of the best time to do something, or the determination of lucky and unlucky days. Chronomantic. Relating to chronomancy. Chronomedical. Relating to chronomedicine. Chronomedicine. The subdiscipline of medicine as it relates to chronobiology and biological clocks. Chronometrophobia. The fear of timepieces. Chronometabolic. Of or pertaining to chronometabolism. Chronometabolism. Any metabolism that is time-dependent, especially because of circadian rhythms. Chronometer. A device for measuring time, particularly a precision mechanism for measuring time of day. Chronometers. Plural of chronometer. Chronometer. Alternative form of chronometer. Chronometers. Plural of chronometer. Chronometric. Of or related to chronometers, clocks, and other time-keeping devices. Chronometrical. Synonym of chronometric. Chronometrically. In a chronometric way, following the principles of chronometry. Chronometrics. Synonym of horology, the study of time measurement. Chronometries. Plural of chronometry. Chronometris. An expert in chronometry. Chronometrists. Plural of chronometrists. Chronometrophobia. Alternative form of chronometrophobia. Chronometry. Synonym of horology, the study of time, particularly the science, art, and technology of time measurement. Chronomodulated. Varied systematically over time. Chronomodulation. The modulation of a circadian rhythm. Chronomodulations. Plural of chronomodulation. Chronon. A hypothetical quantum or particle of time. Chrononaut. A time traveler. Chrononauts. Plural of chrononaut. Chrononic. Of or relating to chronons. Chrononomy. The measurement of time and the naming of time intervals. Chrononormativity. The use of time to organize individuals toward maximum productivity. For example, the appropriate time range to start working, have children, or to retire. Chronons. Plural of chronon. Chrononutrition. Aspects of nutrition that are influenced by the circadian rhythm. Chrononym. A term for a specific period of time, such as summer or week. Chrononyms. Plural of chrononym. Chronopathy, relating to chronopathy. Chronopathically, in a chronopathic manner. Chronopathogenesis. The chronology of a pathogenesis. Chronopathy, an inability to manage one's time or to comply with schedules. Chronophage, something that wastes time. Chronophages, plural of chronophage. Chronophagus, time-consuming. Chronophagy, the act or habit of someone or something being time-consuming. Chronopharmacodynamic, relating to chronopharmacodynamics. Chronopharmacodynamics, the study of how the effects of drugs are modified based on the time at which they are administered. Pharmacokinetic, relating to chronopharmacokinetics. Chronopharmacokinetics, the study of how the absorption, metabolism, and elimination of drugs relates to the time at which they are administered. Chronopharmacological, relating to chronopharmacology. Chronopharmacology, the branch of pharmacology concerned with the interaction of drugs and biorhythms. Chronopharmacotherapy. Pharmacotherapy applied in a circadian schedule. Chronopher, an instrument that transmits the correct time to distant points by means of electricity. Chronophers, plural of chronopher. Chronophile, a person who takes an interest in time. Chronophile, plural of chronophile. Chronophilia, primary or exclusive sexual attraction toward members of a specific age group, as with pedophilia or geronophilia. Chronophilic, taking an interest in time. Chronophin, a serine protein phosphatase that regulates caufol-independent actin dynamics. Chronophobia, fear of the passing of time, or more generally of time itself. Chronophotograph, a single photographic frame in chronophotography. Chronophotographic, of or relating to chronophotography. Chronophotographs, plural of chronophotograph. Chronophotography, an antique photographic technique from the Victorian era which captures movement in several frames of print. Chronophysiological, relating to chronophysiology. Chronophysiology, the study of the cyclic variations and rhythmicity in physiological processes in the body. Chronoportation, any of many mostly hypothetical or fictional processes of moving matter from one temporal and possibly spatial point to another, generally instantaneously. Chronoportations, plural of chronoportation. Chronopotent diagram, a graph of electrical potential voltage versus time, typically at constant current. Chronopotent diagrams, plural of chronopotent diagram. Chronopotentiometric, relating to chronopotentiometry. Chronopotentiometry, a form of electroanalysis in which the rate of change of potential at an electrode is measured at constant current. Chronopsychological, relating to chronopsychology. Chronopsychology, the study of the psychological effects of human circadian rhythms and related topics. Chronopsychophysiological, relating to chronopsychology. Chronopsychophysiology. Chronopsychophysiology. The psychophysiology of circadian rhythms and the like. Chronos, the personification of time. Chronoscope, a highly accurate timekeeping device and extremely precise chronometer. Chronoscopes. Plural of chronoscope. Chronoscopic, of or relating to a chronoscope or chronoscopy. Chronoscopically, in a chronoscopic way. Chronoscopy, the measurement and study of extremely small time intervals by means of a chronoscope. Chronosemic, in which the length of a time interval has significance in itself. Chronosequence, a sequence of different soils or biomass formed at different times. Chronosequences, plural of chronosequence. Chronosocial, relating to society in a particular time period. Chromosome, a sedimentary rock unit defined by planes of simultaneous deposition. Chronosomes, plural of chronosome. Chronospatial, synonym of spatio. Chronospecies, a group of one or more species derived from a sequential development pattern which involves continual and uniform changes from an extinct ancestral form on an evolutionary scale. Chronostasis, a visual illusion in which irregular movement seems to pause the first time it is observed. Chronostatic, relating to chronostasis. Chronostitch, a chronogram having the form of a stitch. Chronostratigraphic, of, pertaining to, or derived using chronostratigraphy. Chronostratigraphical, alternative form of chronostratigraphic. Chronostratigraphically, in terms of or by means of chronostratigraphy. Chronostratigraphies, plural of chronostratigraphy. Chronostratigraphy, the interpretation of geologic history by means of the determination of the ages and time sequence of rock strata. Chronosystem, a pattern of events and transitions over the course of a person's life. Chronosystemic, relating to chronosystems. Chronosystems, plural of chronosystem. Chronodiraxis, a distorted perception of time. Chronotaxis, plural of chronotaxis. Chronotaxis, a list or table sorted in chronological order of people who held an office, mostly used for the succession of bishops. Chronotherapeutic, of or pertaining to chronotherapeutics or chronotherapy. Chronotherapeutics, any of several forms of therapy that is administered in phase with a person's biological clock. Chronotherapies, plural of chronotherapy. Chronotherapy, any therapy based on the circadian rhythm or other cyclical schedule. Chronothermal, pertaining to both time and temperature. Chronothermometer, a clock, the speed of whose movement may be used to estimate temperature. Chronothermometers, plural of chronothermometer. Chronotolerance, chronic extending over time tolerance to medication, especially radiotherapy. Chronotolerances, plural of chronotolerance. Chronotope, the representation in language of a particular time and space. Chronotopes, plural of chronotope. Chronotopic, of or pertaining to a specific time and place. Chronotopically, in a chronotopic manner. Chronotopicity, the quality of being chronotopic. Chronotopographic, relating to changes in topography over time. Chronotopographical, alternative. Form of chronotopographic. Chronotoxic, toxic as a result of interference with a biorhythm. Chronotoxicity, the condition of being chronotoxic. Chronotoxicology, the study of the interactions between toxic substances and biorhythms. Chronotrope, any chronotropic drug. Chronotropes, plural. Of chronotrope. Chronotrophic, misspelling of chronotropic. Chronotropic, of relating to or affecting the rate of muscular contraction, especially of the heart. Chronotropically, in a chronotropic manner. Chronotropism, modification of the regularity of a periodical movement, such as the heart's action. Chronotropy, synonym of chronotropism. Chronotype, the natural disposition of a person to be more alert or lethargic at different times in the day, especially either in the morning or the evening, depending on a variety of factors associated with circadian rhythms. Chronotype, simple past and past participle of chronotype. Chronotypes, plural of chronotype. Chronotypic, relating to chronotypes. Chronotypical, alternative, form of chronotypic. Chronotyping, present participle and gerund of chronotype. Chronotopology, the characterization and analysis of chronotypes. Chronorinism, an approach to the design of urban space that attempts to minimize travel times. Chronovisor, a hypothetical machine that is able to see past and future events. Chronovisors, plural of chronovisor. Chronozonal, of or relating to a chronozone. Chronozone, a group of strata formed during the same chron of geologic time. Chronozones, plural of chronozone. Chrons, plural of chron. Chronos, alternative form of chronos. Chrony, obsolete form of chrony. Crucacaceous, of or relating to the Crucaceae. Crucacui, any blue-green alga of the family Crucaceae. Crucaquaes, plural of Crucacoi. Crulicoi, resembling the alga genus Crulic. Quote, to change the apparent root directory for a running process, affecting whether or not it can access certain files, etc. Fruited, simple past and past participle of crute. Fruiting, present participle and gerund of crute. Hoots, third person singular simple present indicative of crute. Christos, a surname from Polish. Christoskis, plural of Christoski. God, synonym of ZWG. Pradas, plural of Krata. Prusii, angel wings, a type of Polish pastry. Cryptorchid, Misspelling of CryptoKid. Guys, alternative form of chryso. Chrysale. Of or relating to a chrysalis. Chrysalides. Plural of chrysalis. Chrysalids. Plural. Of chrysalid. Chrysaline. Relating to a chrysalis. Chrysalis. A former moon in Saturn solar system. A hypothetical former moon of Saturn whose gravitational influence is proposed as the source of Saturn's inclination and near resonance with Uranus, and whose destruction by gravitational.
Okay, plan hot is
Flexible.
strategic,
Comprehensive.
easy.
Future-proof.
Oh, I'll just do it.
Scalable.
Adaptable,
Welcoming. Efficient.
evangelist,
Consultative.
inspiring,
Insightful.
Chrysalism. A state of transition or development. Chrysalis. Alternative form of chrysalis. Chrysalises. Plural of chrysalis. Chrysaloid. Resembling a chrysalis. Chrysaloid. Plural of chrysaloid. Chrysamine. Any of a group of quinoid derivatives of a phenylhydrazine, typically 3E3442E23-carboxy, 4-oxycyclohexet, 2,5-dene, 1-ylidene hydrazine phenylhydrazine ylidene 6-oxycyclohexet, 1,4-diene, 1-carboxylic acid. Any yellow azo dye derived from such a compound. Chrysamines. Plural of chrysamine. Chrysandraci. Any of a group of glycosides found in the roots of Gordonia chrysandra. Chrysandracides. Plural of chrysandraci. Chrysaniline. A yellow substance obtained as a byproduct in the manufacture of rosanilene, used to dye silk a golden yellow color. Chrysanilines. Plural of chrysanilene. Crypta. Clipping of chrysanthemum. Chrysanthema. Plural. Clipping of chrysanthemum. Chrysanthema. Plural of chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemate. Any salt or ester of chrysanthemic acid. Chrysanthemates. Plural of chrysanthemate. Chrysanthemaxanthin. A particular carotenoid. Chrysanthemic. Relating to chrysanthemic acid or its derivatives. Chrysanthemic acid. The cyclopropane carboxylic acid 2,2-dimethyl 3,2-methylprop 1-anyl cyclopropane 1-carboxylic acid that is the basis of several insecticides. Chrysanthemin. An anthocyanin, the 3-glucoside of cyanidin found in various plants and fruits including peaches and lychees. Chrysanthemoi. Any plant of the genus Chrysanthemoids. Chrysanthemoids. Plural of chrysanthemoi. Chrysanthemol. The cyclopropane alcohol 2,2-dimethyl 3,2-methylpropanol cyclopropane methanol. Chrysanthemol. The univalent radical derived from chrysanthemic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Chrysanthemum. Any of many flowering perennial plants of the genus Chrysanthemum and native to China that have showy radiate heads. Chrysanthemum throne. The Japanese monarchy. Chrysanthemum dicarboxylic acid. Alternative form of chrysanthemum dicarboxylic acid. Chrysanthemum dicarboxylic acid, an organic compound derived from chrysanthemic acid with the molecular formula CH04. Chrysanthemum, adorned with chrysanthemums. Chrysanthemum-like, resembling or characteristic of a chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemums, plural of chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemol, the univalent radical derived from chrysanthemol. Chrysanthenol, the bicyclic monoterpenoid alcohol 2,7,7-trimethyl bicyclo 3.1.1 hept 2N 6-sol. Chrysanthenon, the terpenon 2,7,7-trimethyl bicyclo 3.1.1 hept 2N 6-1. Chrysanthenyl, the univalent radical derived from chrysanthenol. Chrysanthoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Chrysanths, plural of chrysanth. Chrysaor, a son of Poseidon and Medusa and brother of the winged horse Pegasus, often depicted as a young man who sprang along with Pegasus from the blood of the decapitated Medusa. Chrysorobin, a bitter yellow substance forming the essential constituent of Goa powder and yielding chrysophanic acid. Chrysorobins, plural of chrysorobin. Chrysazen, 1,8-dihydroxyanthraquinone, a stimulant laxative formerly.
Hi, it's Levi from Kelowna's Gospel Mission. 'Tis the season. Let's give hope and make the holidays happy for our neighbors in need.
Our outreach team goes out 7 days a week, 3 times a day. Apart from the meal delivery service that we do, we also support the community by providing wellness materials, hygiene products.
Hope starts for me with healthy meals and people coming together. And when people share meals together, they share memories, good times that they've had in the past. It lightens the load of their day.
Hope starts with all of us standing together to create a stronger community.
Your support gives hope to those in need. Together, we can make this a happy holiday for all. For details and to donate, visit kelownagospelmission.ca.
Of Chrysine. Chrysanon, a steroid ketone derived from chrysine. Chrysnolane, any aryline derived from chrysine. Chrysnolines, plural of chrysnoline. Chrysaeus, of a golden yellow color. Chrysaces, a pigmentation of the skin following contact with gold salts. Chrysatid, any wasp of the family Chrysatidae. Chrysatids, plural of chrysatid. Chrysatoi, any member of the superfamily Chrysadoidea. Chrysadoids, plural. Of chrysadoi. Chrysin, the flavon 5,7-dihydroxy-2-phenyl 4H-chrome-4,1, isolated from the passion flower Passiflora caerulea, sometimes used as an aromatase inhibitor supplement by bodybuilders and athletes. Chrysopen, of or pertaining to Chrysippus of Sully Chi Rho Upsilon Sigma Iota Pi Pi Omicron Sigma letter 1F41 Sigma Omicron Land Epsilon Upsilon Sigma C.279 C.206 BC, Greek Stoic philosopher and writer. Chrysippus, a male given name of historical usage, notably borne by Chrysippus, an ancient Greek Stoic philosopher of the Hellenistic period. Chrysler, a motor vehicle brand owned by the Chrysler Corporation 1925-1998 and its successor corporations, most recently Stellantis. Chryslers, plural of Chrysler. Krita, gold medal or color, yellow. Chrysobactin, a cider offer produced by Erwinia chrysanthemi bacteria. Chrysobalanaceous, of or relating to the Chrysobalanaceae. Chrysoberyl, a vitreous mineral, often pale green, a mixed oxide of aluminium and beryllium with the chemical formula Bal2O4, used as a gemstone. Chrysoberyls, plural of chrysobro. Chrysobole, golden bull. Chrysoboles, plural of chrysobole. Chrysocarpus, having golden-ash yellow berries / fruit. Chrysochalk, a gold-copper alloy similar to Mannheim gold. Chrysochlora, the golden mole. Chrysochloris, plural of chrysochlora. Chrysochloride, any member of the family Chrysochloridee, the golden moles. Chrysochlorids, plural of chrysochloride. Chrysochlorous, of a golden yellow / green color. Chrysochala, a vitreous silicate mineral that is a minor ore of copper with the chemical formula Cu2Al H2C2OOHNH2O. Chrysochalas, plural of chrysochala. Chrysocracy, ruled by the rich plutocracy. Chrysocystidium, a cystidium whose contents contain a distinct refractive yellow body that becomes more deeply yellow when exposed to ammonia or other alkaline compounds. Chrysoreal, the flavomethylutealin. Chrysogene, a yellow crystalline substance extracted from crude anthracene. Chrysogenin, any of the family of yellow pigments related to penicillin. Chrysogen, a yellow pigment 2-alpha-hydroxyethyl-4,3-H-quinazolinone produced by the fungus Penicillium chrysogenum. Chrysogorgiid, any soft coral of the family Chrysogorgiidae. Chrysogorgiids, plural of Chrysogorgiid. Chrysograph, a document written or printed in gold ink. Chrysographer, one who uses gold lettering in manuscripts. Chrysographers, plural of chrysographer. Chrysographs, plural of chrysograph. Chrysography, the use of gold lettering in manuscripts. Chrysoidin, alternative form of chrysoidine. Chrysoidine, a yellow-orange crystalline dye, C6H5N.C6H. HNH. Chrysoidines, plural of chrysoidine. Chrysoin resorcinol, a gold and yellow azo dye used as a food coloring. Chrysolaminarin, misspelling of chrysolaminarin. Chrysolaminarin, a storage polysaccharide typically found in photosynthetic heterocots. Chrysolite, originally any of various green colored gems, later specifically peridot. Chrysolites, plural of chrysolite. Chrysoitic, of, pertaining to, or formed from chrysolite. Chrysology, the branch of political economy relating to the production of wealth, generally including precious metals. Chrism, alternative form of chrism. Chrysome, alternative form of chrism. Chrysomlid, any leaf beetle of the family Chrysomlidae. Chrysomlidae, relating to the chrysomlids. Chrysomlid. Plural of chrysomlid. Chrysomline, any beetle of the subfamily Chrysomlidae. Chrysomlimes, plural of chrysomline. Chrysoms, plural of chrysum. Chrysum. Monad, synonym of chrysophyte. Chrysomonadine, alternative form of chrysomonad. Chrysomonadines, plural of chrysomonadine. Chrysomonads, plural of chrysomonad. Chrysoms, plural of chrysum. Chrysopyle, synonym of chrysoberyl. Chrysopleine, any detrition moth of the cosmopterygid subfamily Chrysoplane. Chrysoptalid, any polychaete worm of the family Chrysoptalidae. Chrysoptalids, plural of chrysoptalid. Chrysophaenton, any other group of antibacterial bacterial-routine macrocycles present in the Aulicus Chrysophaentons, plural of chrysophaenton. Chrysophane, archaic form of chrysophane. Chrysophane, a glucoside extracted from rhubarb as a bitter, yellow, crystalline powder, yielding chrysophanic acid on decomposition. Chrysophanic, pertaining to, derived from, or resembling chrysophane. Chrysophanic acid, an organic compound found in rhubarb having chemical formula CHO4. Chrysophanol, a chemical compound found in rhubarb. Chrysophanols, plural of chrysophanol. Chrysophamine, the ozodidisodium 5,4-ethoxyphenyl dizenyl 2E2,4,4-ethoxyphenyl dizenyl 2-sulfonataphenyl ethanyl benzenesulfonate. Chrysophile, a person who loves gold. Chrysophiles, plural of chrysophile. Chrysophilia, the love of gold. Chrysophilus, synonym of chrysophilite. Chrysophilus, plural of chrysophilus. Chrysophilite, a lover of gold. Chrysophilites, plural of chrysophilite. Chrysophobia, an aversion to gold or a phobia. Chrysophycean, any golden alga of the class Chrysophyceae. Chrysophyceans, plural of Chrysophycean. Chrysophil, the yellow coloring matter in the green chlorophyll pigment of plants. Chrysophyte, any golden alga of the class Chrysophyceae. Chrysophytes, plural of chrysophyte. Chrysopith, any species of the green laceewing family Chrysopidae. Chrysopeds, plural of chrysopid. Chrysopoeia, transmutation into gold. Chrysopoeon, pertaining to the making of gold. Chrysoprase, a variety of light green translucent quartz. Chrysoprases, plural of chrysoprase. Chrysoprase, plural of chrysoprasus. Chrysoprasus, obsolete form of chrysoprase. Chrysopsin, a yellow opsin. Chrysopsins, plural of chrysopsin. Chrysorhamnin, a yellow organic compound found in unripe but foreign berries, Rhamnus cathartica. Chrysorhamnine, alternative form of chrysorhamnin. Chrysosperm, the seed of gold, an alchemical means of creating gold. Chrysosporia, plural of chrysosporium. Chrysosporium, any fungus of the genus Chrysosporium. Chrysostom, the epithet of John Chrysostom, Dio Chrysostom, and several other people given to them for their eloquence. Chrysostomatic, eloquent. Chrysostamic, golden tongue used as an epithet. Chrysotannin, any of a group of plant pigments whose oxidation produces the brown tints in autumn foliage. Chrysotannins, plural of chrysotannin. Chrysotherapeutic, relating to chrysotherapy. Chrysotherapies, plural of chrysotherapy. Chrysotherapy, the therapeutic use of gold metallic or compounds. Chrysotile, a fibrous silicate mineral with the chemical formula MgC2OOH, a form of serpentine asbestos. Chrysotiles, plural of chrysotile. Chrysotoxine, a bibenzyl compound that inhibits apoptosis. Chrysotype, a photograph taken on paper prepared by the use of a sensitive salt of iron and developed by the application of gold chloride. Chrysotypes, plural of chrysotype. Chrysovirus, any member of the virus genus Chrysovirus. Chrysoviruses, plural of chrysovirus. Crystal, a female given name. Crystal, obsolete spelling of crystal. Crystalline, obsolete spelling of crystalline. Crystals, plural of crystal. Crystals, plural of crystal. Christa, a female given name. Cressy, a surname. Christocran, synonym of rock glacier. Christocrans, plural of Christocran. Chrysine, alternative form of chrysine. Czarzan, a surname from Polish. Czarzanowski, a surname from Polish. Czarzanowskis, plural of Czarzanowski. Czarzan, plural of Czarzan. Caykas, initialism of cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. Plural of CH. Caykas, plural of CH abbreviation. Caykas, abbreviation of Cheshire. CHSH inequalities, plural of CHSH inequality. CHSH inequality, an inequality used in the proof of Bell's theorem, S less 2, where S equals E at B plus E at B plus E at B. CHSL, abbreviation of Church Slavonic. CHSLD, a long-term care hospital facility. CHSLD, plural of CHSLD. CHE, initialism of congenital hypothyroidism. CH family, any member of the family CH familidae stalkless acorn barnacles in the order Cecilia. CH thamelids, plural of CH thamelid. CH familoi, any member of the CH thamelidae superfamily of barnacles. CH thameloids, plural of CH thameloid. CH omnia, a daughter of Erechtheus and Praxithea. CH Onian, pertaining to the underworld, being beneath the earth. CH Phonian planet, a hypothetical type of planet resulting from the atmosphere and outer layers of a gas giant being stripped away, leaving the rocky, metallic core. CH Phonian planets, plural of CH Phonian planet. CH Onians, plural of CH Phonian. CH Sonic, dwelling within the underworld. CH Thonic law, a system of law centered on the sacred character of the cosmos. CH Thonic laws, plural of CH Thonic law. CH Onia, any pseudoscorpion in the family CH Oniidae. CH Oniides, plural of CH Oni. CH Anaphagia, a disease characterized by the impulsive consumption of dirt observed in some parts of the southern United States as well as the West Indies. CH Anaphagy, alternative form of CH Anaphagia. CHE, abbreviation of charter. CHES, plural of CHEA. 2. Initialism of containerized housing unit, a shipping container converted to living space. 2. A surname from Mandarin. Shu Nam, a writing system formerly used for Vietnamese based on Chinese characters. Shu Patter, alternative spelling of Chut pattern. Shu Shogi, a Japanese board game, a form of shogi Japanese chess played on a 12x12 board. Shu Zi Tang, alternative form of Zhachang. Tuchu, alternative form of Zheju. Zhuhai, alternative form of Zhuhai. Shu Harrington limit, the lower limit on the Q factor for a small radio antenna. Shu HSI, alternative form of Zhuxi. Shu Konu, an early Chinese repeating crossbow. Shu Matain, alternative form of Zhumadian. Shumo, synonym of chemo. Shumu Langma, alternative form of Jumilangma refers to Mount Everest. Shuja, alternative form of Jushin. Tua, a surname from Hokkien. Shuadanga district, one of the 10 districts in the Khulna division of Bangladesh. Shua, a town in Dembia, Ethiopia. Shuar, a census-designated place in Monterey County, California, United States. Shuachu, alternative form of Kwanju. Shuan Shao, alternative form of Kwanju. Shuai, A surname. Shuangs, plural of Chuan. Is Xuanhui, a district of Zhaogu, Henan, China. Xingandian, relating to the West H-Monjic branch of the Maya languages. Shuansheng, Shechuan lovage, a plant of the species Ligusticum striatum, formerly Ligustricum chuangsheng. Chuangshengs, plural of Chuangsheng. Irdie, a district. Of Jilin, China. Shao, one of various species of freshwater fish of the Cyprinidae or carp family, especially. Chub bread, any form of bread used as bait to reel in a chub. Chub breads, plural of chub bread. Chub mackerel, a fish, Scomber japonicus. Chub rub, chafing on the inner thighs caused by the legs rubbing together. Chub up, to become chubby, to grow fat. Shuba, a surname from Ukrainian. Chodas, plural of Chuba. Chubasco, a violent squall with thunder and lightning encountered during the rainy season along the Pacific coast of Central America and South America. Chubascos, plural of Chubasco. Shell. A surname. Shab, Shabit, Shabithop. Simple past and past participle of chub up. Shutter. A chubby person. Shutters, plural of chubber. Comparative form of chubby, more chubby. Chubbis, plural of chubby. Tes, superlative form of chubby, most chubby. Shovely, in a chubby manner. Chubbiness, the state or quality of being chubby. Chubbinesses, plural of chubbiness. Chubbing, the deliberate use of discussion and debate to delay legislative proceedings. Chubbing up, present participle and gerund of chub up. Chud is plural of chub. Schadak, a surname from German. Schavax, plural of chubak. Shabi, of a person, slightly overweight, somewhat fat, and hence plump, rounded, and soft. Chade bunnies, plural of chubby bunny. Chade bunny, a game in which players attempt to speak a phrase through an increasing number of marshmallows placed in the mouth. Chubby chaser, a person who is specifically sexually attracted to overweight or obese people. Chubby chasers, plural of chubby chaser. Chubdar, alternative form of chobdar. Chubdars, plural of chubdar. Jonas, pronunciation, spelling of tubes. Shubit, rhomboplites or Rubens vermilion snapper. Shudhead, plural of chubhead. Shubai, a male given name. Shud, plural of chub. Shub, third person singular simple present indicative of chubab. Shubster, an overweight person. Shub. Chudsters, plural of chubster. Chubsucker, any of various freshwater suckers of the genus Aramizon, native to North America. Chudsuckers, plural of chubsucker. Chubu, a region of Honshu, Japan. Shubet, a province in southern Argentina. Chuck, a surname from Vietnamese. Chukalo, alternative form of Chocalo. Chucalos, plural of Chucalo. Chechido. An island of El Salvador. Chachate, the interpretation or translation of speech in a whisper to a single person in proximity to other people. Chatao, alternative form of Joju. Chachupate, a wild plant related to lovage. Ligisticum porteri, which is used in traditional medicine. Chachrara, a small dumpling of unleavened dough filled with meat, typical of Uzbek cuisine. Chuk, a form of the male given name Charles. Of mostly American usage. Shaka dummy, to feign an epileptic attack. Shaka siki, to take a day off from work feigning ill health. Shaka yui, perform a U-turn. Shuck down, to eat something. Shuck e is a chain of pizzerias offering diversions for young children such as climbing equipment, arcades, and animatronic and walk-around characters. Chuck full, alternative form of chuck full. Shuckin, to give up, to quit. Shuck it down, to rain heavily. Shuck it in, to quit something, especially a job. Shuck it up, to quit a job. Shuck key, a wrench-like device used to tighten or loosen a chuck. Shuck key. Plural of chuck key. Chuck off, to evict someone, for example from a form of transport, perhaps for unruly behavior, or because the final destination has been reached. Chuck one's toys out of the car. Synonym of throw one's toys out of the pram. Chuck one's toys out of the pram. Synonym of throw one's toys out of the pram. Shuck out, to discard, to dispose of something. Shuck over, to abandon someone, to leave someone behind, to break up with someone. Shuck rib, a cut of beef immediately in front of the middle rib. Shuck ribs, plural of shuck rib. Shuck steak, a particular cut of beef containing part of the shoulder bones. Chuck steaks, plural of chuck steak. Chuck the deuces, to choose to separate from somebody, to leave another person or group. Shuck up, to vomit, throw up. Shuck up the sponge, to quit, to give up, to admit defeat. Shuck wagon, a wagon equipped with food and cooking utensils and used to prepare meals as on a ranch, in a lumber camp or during a cattle drive in the latter part of the 19th century. Chuck wagons. Plural of chuck wagon. Shuck you farley. Thuck you. Shaka luck. A game of chance in which players bet on combinations of 3 dice. Chuck farthing. An Old English game resembling pitchpenny. Shuck foe. Alternative spelling of chock-full. Shuck Will's widow. Antrostomus carolinensis, a goatsucker of the southern United States. Shuck Will's widows. Plural of Chuck Will's widow. Shakabal, suitable for being secured in a chuck. Shakawala, alternative form of chuck. Chakawalas, plural of chakawala. Shakchi, alternative form of chukchai. Shakchi is plural of chukshi. Chuk, simple past and past participle of chuk. Chak deseki, simple past and past participle of chukaseki. Shak de yui, simple past and past participle of chukayui. Shucked away, simple past and past participle of chuck away. Shucked down. Simple past and past participle of chuck down. Shucked in. Simple past and past participle of chuck in. Chucked it down. Simple past and past participle of chuck it down. Chucked it in. Simple past and past participle of chuck it in. Chucked it up. Simple past and past participle of chuck it up. Chucked off. Simple past and past participle of chuck off. Chucked out. Simple past and past participle of chuck out. Chucked over. Simple past and past participle of chuck over. Shucked up. Simple past and past participle of chuck up. Chucked up the sponge. Simple past and past participle of chuck up the sponge. Shudder. One who chucks. A thrower. Shucker out. Synonym of bouncer. Shuggers. Plural of chucker. Shuckers out. Plural of chucker out. Shucky. Synonym of turducken. Shuckies. Plural of chucky. Shuck hole. A pothole. Shuck holes. Plural of chuck hole. Shucky. A diminutive of the male given name Shuck. Shuck is. Plural of chucky. Chuckistone. A chuck a pebble. Chuckistones. Plural of chuckistone. Chucking. Present participle and gerund of chuck. Chucking a seki. Present participle and gerund of chuck a seki. Chucking a yui. Present participle and gerund of chuck a yui. Chucking away. Present participle and gerund of chuck away. Chucking down. Present participle and gerund of chuck down. Chucking in. Present participle and gerund of chuck in. Chucking it in. Present participle and gerund of chuck it in. Shocking it up. Present participle and gerund of chuck it up. Shocking off. Present participle and gerund of chuck off. Shucking out. Present participle of chuck out. Shucking over. Present off. Present participle and gerund of chuck off. Shucking out. Present participle of chuck out. Shucking over. Present participle and gerund of chuck over. Shucking up. Present participle and gerund of chuck up. Shucking up the sponge. Present participle and gerund of chuck up the sponge. Shucking out time. The time of closing at a public house. Shockingly. Chucklingly. With that chuckle. Shuckings. Plural of chucking. Shukka. Alternative form of Chakla territorial subdivision. Shaklis, a kind of cotton cloth from India. Shakla. Alternative form of Chakla territorial subdivision. Shakas, plural of chakla. Shakas, plural of chakla. Shakal, a quiet laugh. Shuckle butt, alternative form of chuckle butt. Shuckle butt. Plural of chuckle butt. Shuckle butt, a laughing stock, a low-energy person pretending to be effortful but therefore ridiculized. Chocolate butts, plural of chocolate butt. Chuckled, simple past and past participle of chuckle. Shucklefuck, term of abuse, a stupid or inept person, in the context of making bad faith or poorly constructed arguments. Shucklefucks, plural of chucklefuck. Chucklehead, a stupid or clumsy person. Chuckleheaded, stupid, idiotic. Chuckleheadedness, the quality of being chuckle. Chuckleheads, plural of chucklehead. Chuckler, someone who chuckles. Chucklers, plural of chuckler. Chuckles, plural of chuckle. Chucklesome, causing chuckles, humorous. Chuckleworthy, worth a chuckle, slightly amusing. Chuckling, present participle and gerund of chuckle. Chucklingly, in a chuckling manner. Chucklings, plural of chuckling. Chuckly, chuckling or inclined to chuckle, jovial. Shutmuck, a steel attached to a pouch containing flint and tinder. Shutmucks, plural of chukmuk. Shukor, alternative form of chukor. Shukors, plural of chukor. Shukra, alternative form of chakram, former currency of Travancore. Chukrams, plural of chakram. Chukram, alternative form of chakram, former currency. Chakrams, plural of chakram. Chucks, plural of chuck. Jakseseki, third person singular simple present indicative of chakeseki. Jakseyui, third person singular simple present indicative of chakeyui. Chucksaway, third person singular simple present indicative of chuckaway. Chucks down. Third person singular simple present indicative of chuck down. Chucks in. Third person singular simple present indicative of chuck in. Chucks it down. Third person singular simple present indicative of chuck it down. Chucks it in. Third person singular simple present indicative of chuck it in. Chucks it up. Third person singular simple present indicative of chuck it up. Chucks off. Third person singular simple present indicative of chuck off. Chucks out. Third person singular simple present indicative of chuck out. Chucks over. Third person singular simple present indicative of chuck over. Chucks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of chuck up. Chucks up the sponge. Third person singular simple present indicative of chuck up the sponge. Chuckster. Nickname of former NBA basketball player Charles Barkley. Chuckstone. A chuck, a pebble. Chuckstones. Plural of chuckstone. Chuckwagon. Rare form of chuckwagon. Chuckwagons. Plural of chuckwagon. Chuckwagon. Alternative form of chuckwagon. Chuckwagon beans. Synonym of cowboy beans. Chuckwagons. Plural of chuckwagon. Chuckwalla. A lizard of the genus Sormalis, living in arid regions of the southwestern United States and northern Mexico. Chuckwallas. Plural of chuckwalla. Chucky. A diminutive of the male given name Chuck, related to Charles. Chucky egg. A chicken egg, especially a boiled egg. Chucky eggs. Plural of chucky egg. Chucks. Plural of Chuck. Chuck. A member of any of several Finnic peoples in the area of what is now Estonia, Kalia, and northwestern Russia. Choda. Archaic form of Chador. Jodas. Plural of Judah. Shudai. Sex, sexual intercourse, fucking, pornography. Jada. Alternative spelling of Chador. Chadas. Plural of Chada. Shadar. Alternative spelling of Chador. Chadars. Plural of Chadar. Chadu. Simple past and past participle of Chud. Chatter. Alternative spelling of Chador. Chatters. Plural of chatter. Chuddy. Alternative form of chuddy chewing gum. Chud is underpants. Chudding. Present participle and gerund of chud. Chudyur. Alternative spelling of chador. Chudyurs. Plural of chudyur. Chuddy. Chewing gum. Toad. Alternative form of chud. Toads. Plural. Of chewed. Chewed. A small, nocturnal, carnivorous, marsupial, Dasyurus geoffroy of southwest Western Australia. Chewdiches. Plural of chewdich. Shudai. an image of a young man with glasses, often featured in memes created as a caricature of a typical /pol/user. Chudax, plural of Chudjak. Shudley, a surname. Shudnev, a city in Zhytomyr Oblast, Ukraine. Shudabite, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and zinc. Chuds, plural of chud. Shutsko, alternative form of Shutskoy. Shutskoy, a large freshwater lake on the border between Russia and Estonia, part of the larger Pskov-Skotskoye Russian Sanj Papis Estonian lake system. Kyadi, a surname. Kyadis, plural of Chuddy. Chilits, minced meat. Chewits, plural of chewit. Chewtha, Cyperus esculentus, a species of sedge native to warm temperate to subtropical regions of the northern hemisphere having small edible tubers. Tiger nuts. Jovis, plural of chufa. Stupid, churlish, louvish. Heft, simple past and past participle of chuff. Chuffily, in a clownish manner. Chuffiness, the quality of being chuffy. Chuffing, present participle and gerund of chuff. Chuffing hell, a minced oath, an expression of dismay, disgust, anger, surprise, etc. Shovings, plural of chuffing. Shovel, to produce prussin. Shuffled, simple past and past participle of shuffle. Shuffles, third person singular simple present indicative of shuffle. Shuffling, present participle and gerund of shuffle. Yucks, plural of chuff. Jutted, fat or puffed out in the cheeks. Shafly, a traditional Bolivian mixed drink made from singani and ginger ale or lemonade. Tofu, synonym of Quafu, a county-level city of Jining, Shantung, China. A dull, fairly quick explosive or percussive sound, as if made by a laboring engine. Shog away, to move away at a slow, steady pace, especially if making chugging noises. Shug wagon, alternative form of chug wagon. Shug wagon, plural of chug wagon. Shad ally, alternative form of chugalug. Shagalug, simple past and past participle of chugalug. Shagalugging, present participle and gerund of chugalug. Shagalugs, plural of chugalug. Shug wagon, alternative form of chug. Wagon. Chug wagons, plural of chug wagon. Chug wagon, an early motorized vehicle for driving on land such as an automobile, truck, or tractor, especially a car, horseless carriage. Chug wagons, plural of chug wagon. Shudach, synonym of Alutiiq language in Alaska.
The problem is, his sword is already out, which means it travels half the distance mine has to. You're not gonna outdraw somebody who's already drawn. But that doesn't mean the quick draw is useless. It's just not what anime
Alaska. Chugach Census Area. A census area in unorganized borough, Alaska, United States, corresponding to the area around Prince William Sound and containing Valdez, Cordova, and Whittier. Shuvela. To swallow a container of beer, etc. without pausing. Shugalog. Simple past and past participle of chugalug. Shugalugging. Present participle and gerund of chugalug. Shugalugs. Third person singular simple present indicative of chugalug. Chudchukara. An Ecuadorian dish of deep fried pork, boiled hominy, potatoes, fried plantains, empanadas, popcorn, and pork rinds. Chudchukara. Plural of Chudchukara. A surname. Shadga. The sound made by a steam locomotive in motion. Shugable. Able to be chugged, suitable for chugging. Chug. Simple past and past participle of chug. Chugged away. Simple past and past participle of chug away. Chugger. An aggressive or invasive street fundraiser, especially a private contractor working on behalf of a charity. Chuggers. Plural of chugger. Shoving. Present participle and gerund of chug. Shoving away. Present participle and gerund of chug away. Shovingly. In a chugging manner. Shoving. Plural of chugging. Chugvis. Plural of char. Chuggy. Having a chugging sound or action. Shuvel. The pothole. Shuvels. Plural of chu. Jewel. Shugs. Plural of char. Shoves away. Third person singular simple present indicative of chug away. Shuda Shak. Tasheng, a county-level city of the Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Chugwagon. Alternative form of chugwagon. Chugwagons. Plural of chugwagon. Chugwater. A town in Wyoming, United States. Zhuhai. Alternative form of Zhuhai. Shua. A member of the Chura caste in India. Jodas. Plural of Chura. Here's a alternative form of Chukshin. Shuhuev, a city in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Yui, acronym of character user interface. Yu, a surname. Yu, plural of Chewy. Chewy's, plural of Chewy. Chewywan, an early Chinese game somewhat similar to golf. Kyud, a Mayan language spoken in western Guatemala and southern Mexico. Shuk Shuk, synonym of Chadonbini. Kyuva, a male given name from Hopi. Shotai, a town, the capital of the Kemen district, Terengganu, Malaysia. Shuke men, a type of thick Japanese egg-based ramen noodle. Shukar, a bird of species of partridge native to Central Asia Electoris shukar. Shukar partridge, synonym of shukar. Chukar partridges, plural of chukar partridge. Chukar, plural of chukar. Chukcha, the Chukchi language. relating to or coming from Chukotka. Chukchi Peninsula, a peninsula in northeastern Russia, bordered by the Chukchi Sea to the north, the Bering Sea to the south, and the Bering Strait to the east, part of the Chukotka Autonomous Okrug. Chukchi Sea, a marginal sea of the Arctic Ocean between Chukotka and Alaska. Chukchi Kamchakan, a language family native to extreme northeastern Siberia. Chukchi Koryak, a language subset within the Chukotko-Kamchakan family of languages. Chukhian, a northern branch of Chukotko-Kamchakan. Chukchi, plural of Chukchi. Clipping of Pachuco Mexican American, especially juvenile delinquent. Chuker, alternative form of Chukar. Chukers, plural of Chuker. Chups, plural of Chuk. Shukrovite, any of a group of rare sulfate fluoride minerals. Shaka boot. Shaka boot. An ankle. High leather boot, typically suede, that has open lacing with 2 or 3 pairs of eyelets. Shaka boot, plural of shaka boot. Shakar, alternative form of chucker. Shakars, plural of shakar. Shakas, plural of chaka. Chucker, one of the 6 playing periods, each 7.5 minutes long, of a game of polo. Shutters, plural of chakra. Chakra, alternative form of chakra territorial subdivision. Chaka, alternative form of chakra territorial subdivision. Chakas, plural of chakla. Chakas, plural of chakla. Chakmachi, a village in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, India. Chuvar, alternative form of chukar. Chukor, alternative form of chukar. Chukors, plural of chukor. Chuters, plural of chuker. Chupa. Chukchi language. Chukotan, alternative form of Chukoshan. Chukoshan, Chukotko-Kamchakan. Language family. Chukotka, a peninsula in the northeast extremity of Asia, Chukchi Peninsula. Chukotka Autonomous Okrug, an autonomous okrug of Russia, located partly on the Chukotka Peninsula. Chukotka Peninsula, synonym of Chukchi Peninsula. Chukotko, Chukchi, Chukotka. Chukotko-Kamchatkan, a language.
Herself, the jury also awarded her $2.7 million based on her attorney's suggestion to penalize McDonald's for 2 days'
Language family of northeastern Siberia. Chukotsky Peninsula, synonym of Chukchi Peninsula. Chukra, alternative form of Chakram, former currency. Chukrams, plural of Chukram. Chakrasin, any of a group of organic compounds found in Chukrasia species. Chakrasins, plural of Chakrasin. Chukram, alternative form of Chukram. Chukrams, plural of Chukram. Chupwang, alternative form of Jublong. Shaku, a surname from Igbo. Chukwas, plural of Chukwu.
The general public wrongly
Shola.
believed Liebig spilled coffee while she was driving her car. She was in fact just a passenger in a parked car, and that the injuries were minor. She was in fact permanently disfigured.
A hearth, stove, or other traditional cooking place. Chula Vista, a city in San Diego County, California, United States. Chula, the fragrant flowers of Chloranthus spicatus, formerly Chloranthus inconspicuous, used in China for perfuming tea. Cholas, plural of chula. Chulavamsa, alternative form of kilavamsa. Sholango, a young guanaco. Sholangos, plural of shulengo. Shola, alternative spelling of colon. Cholets, plural of chulin. Shola, alternative form of chula. Chalas, plural of chalha. Kowe, a member of a poorly defined class of Muslims of Ceylon and Malabar. Chulai, alternative form of chulia. Chulias, plural of chulaya. Choas,
to the false image.
plural of chulia. Shala, a type of hat from Peru or Bolivia, usually made from wool or a similar fabric, and often having ear flaps that tie under the chin for warmth. Shalara, a suburb of Sydney in the city of Canterbury, Bankstown, New South Wales, Australia. Shalos, plural of chalo. Shalpa, an ancient Aymara funerary tower. Chaldos, plural of Chalpa. Chalmay, a village in Devon, England. Shalta, Geharinga. Shalta, a bottle-shaped underground storage chamber built by the pre-Columbian Maya in southern Mesoamerica.
Les aubaines du vendredi fut 50 euros. Économisez jusqu'à 60% sur certains outils et plus.
Chaltans, plural of Chaltan. Shula, a member of a Turkic ethnic group inhabiting the Tomsk Oblast and Krasnoyarsk Krai in Russia. Shulins, plural of Chulam. Shah, a surname. Shumin,
As a result, the general public wrongly believed Liebig spilled coffee while she was driving her car. She was in fact just a passenger in a parked car, and at the injuries were minor. She was in fact permanently disfigured. Late 1980s and
to live with someone as chums. To bunk up or join up with someone as chums. Chum in the water. Something done or said that produces or is likely to intense, vigorous reaction, especially with a conscious or deliberate intent of causing such a reaction. Chum salmon, a salmon species, Oncorhynchus keta. Chum salmon, plural of chum salmon. Chum up, to be friendly towards with or to someone, especially in an ingratiating way, to form a friendship with. Schumann, a hypothetical hybrid of the male chimpanzee and a female human. Schumans, plural of Schumann. Schuber, alternative spelling of chammer. Schubers, plural of Schumer. Schubesh, any book of the Pentateuch. Shuneshan, an extinct family of languages that were spoken on the southern California coast by the Native American Chumash people.
She was at fault. But in the past decade, the Liebig case
Chumachas,
has received renewed
plural of Chumash. Shudashim, plural of Chumash. Shumble, To peck at or nibble. Jumbled. Simple past and past participle of jumble. Jumble. Third person singular simple present indicative of jumble. Jumbly. A surname. Chumbly. Plural of chumbly. Chumbling. Present participle and gerund of chumble. Shumbox. A grid of clickbait advertisements on a web page. Shumboxes. Plural of chumbox. Chumbucket. A bucket filled with fishing bait at sea. Chumbucket. Plural of chumbucket. Chomley. A surname. Chomleys. Plural of Chomley. Chomage. A fee paid by a prisoner to be able to lodge in shared rooms within a prison. Chomages. Plural of chumage. Shout. Simple past and past participle of chum. Chummed in. Simple past and past participle of chum in. Shut up. Simple past and past participle of chum up. Shubber. One who fishes by casting chum into the water to attract the fish. Chummeries. Plural of chum. Chummery. Chubbers. Plural of chummer. Chummery. The building in which unmarried British Army officers were quartered during the British Raj. Comparative form of chummy. More chummy. Chavis. Plural of chummy. Honest. Superlative form of chummy. Most chummy. Chumoli. In a chummy manner. Chumminess. The state of being chummy. Chubbing. Present participle and gerund of chum. Chumming in. Present participle and gerund of chum in. Chunning up. Present participle and gerund of chum up. Chummo. Show. Bread. Chummos. Plural of chummo. Chum. Friendly. Chummy. The surname. Chummies. Plural of chummy. Chumocracies. Plural of chumoc. Chumocracy. A form of oligarchy, government characterized by nepotism and the frequent appointment to public office of friends or those of similar social background to those in power. Chump. An incompetent person. A blockhead. A loser. Jump block. To block an attack from a powerful attacker with a weak defender that will neither survive the attack nor destroy the attacker. Jump block. Simple past and past participle of chump block. Chump blocker. A weak defender used to block an attack it will not survive from a stronger attacker which it will not destroy. Chump blockers. Plural of chump blocker. Chump block. Blocking. Present participle and gerund of chump block. Chump block. Third person singular simple present indicative of chump block. Chump change. An amount of remuneration, reward, or other monetary recompense considered to be insultingly small. Chump chop. A type chop equivalent to rump steak. Chump chops. plural of chump chop. Chump off, to treat someone as a chump. Chump block, alternative spelling of chump block. Chump blocked, simple past and past participle of chump block. Chump blocking, present participle. And gerund of chump block. Chump blocks, third person singular simple present indicative of chump block. Chump change.
Do you remember?
Of or pertaining to something of little monetary value. Champaka, alternative form of champak magnolia champaka. Champakas, plural of champaka. Champala, alternative form of jampan. Champalas, plural of champala. Champon, champakas, plural of champaka. Champala, alternative form of jampan. Champalas, plural of champala. Champon, alternative form of jampan. Champons, plural of champon. Chumped, simple past and past participle of chump. Chumped off, simple past and past participle of chump off. Chambon, a province of Thailand. Chavi, comparative form of chumpy, more chumpy. Chumpiest, superlative form of chumpy, most chumpy. Chumping, present participle and gerund of chum. Chumping off, present participle and gerund of chump off. Champion, a gullible champion. Chumpions, plural of chumpion. Chumpish, like a chump, foolish and incompetent. Chumpishness, the quality of being chumpish. Chumpataz, a surname from Spanish. Chumps, plural of chump. Chump soft. Third person singular simple present indicative of chump off. Chubby, short and fat, particularly in comparison with something of more favorable dimensions. Chumra, observant of a law to an extent beyond that required by the laxest interpretation. Chamas, plural of chum. Chama in, third person singular simple present indicative of chum in. Chama up, third person singular simple present indicative of chum up. Chudjip, the condition of being chums, friendship. Chudjip, plural of chumship. Chumsicle, a compact sometimes frozen ball of chum for feeding to sharks. Chumsicles, plural of chumsicle. Chumulema, alternative form of Jumulema refers to Mount Everest. Shugulu, a dialect of the Dorask language. Shun, a surname. Shun Jai, alternative spelling of Chunji. Ketsi, alternative form of Zhangziagia. Shunam, a type of plaster made from lime and sand, used for indoor finishing and slope protection. Shunen, simple past and past participle of shunam. Shunaming, present participle and gerund of chunam. Shunamd, simple past and past participle of chunam. Shunaming, present participle and gerund of chunam. Shunams, third person singular simple present indicative indicative of chunam. Shunar, alternative form of chinar. Shunari, alternative form of chunny. Shunaris, plural of chunari. Shunars, plural of chunar. Tachi, alternative form of zijanziji. Shandari, alternative form of chani. Shandaris, plural of chandari. Chandar, Mabit. Shandarbanas, a kind of Indian textile piece. Goods. Chandar, simple past and past participle of Chandar. Chandarhead, a term of abuse. Chandarheads, plural of chandarhead. Chandaring, present participle and gerund of chandar. Chandarings, plural of chandaring. Chandarus, sickening, nauseating. Chandar, third person singular simple present indicative of chandar. Shundo, a kind of large palanquin. Shundos, plural of chundo. Shut, a common surname from Korean. Shung Nanhai, alternative form of Chun Nanhai. Shan Tu, alternative form of Chun Tu. Shang Yu, Festival, synonym of Double Night Festival. Shan H Sang, alternative form of Zhansang. Shan Nanhai, alternative form of Zhananhai. Shen Sha, alternative form of Zhansha. Shan Shan, alternative form of Zhanshan. Shad Su, alternative form of Zhan. Shouchang, alternative form of Xinjiang. Shuncheng, one of the 8 provinces of Korea during the Joseon Dynasty. Shodian, an ethnic group of Giju, China. Shutching, alternative form of Chongqing. Shudpo, alternative form of Zhang. Shansang, alternative form of Zhangsang. Shanseng, a new village in Nantou, Nantou County, Taiwan, capital of the former Taiwan province. Chunmi, plural of Chungus. Xiaoju, alternative form of Qingju. Shuk, alternative form of Chunki. Shudbi, alternative form of Chunky. Shongam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Chunking, alternative
Ew.
form of chonking. Chunkyuo Kuam.
Ew.
Mintang, synonym of Kuomintang. Shanbui, alternative form of Zhanbui. Shadaming, alternative form of Chanaming. Shundanhai, alternative form of Chunnanhai. Shadsa, alternative form of Zhansha. Shudshan, alternative form of Zhanshan, Guangdong, China. Shandas, any tangible object or thing, especially one that is short and thick. Chongyuzes, plural of Chonbus. Xinjiang Shamo, synonym of Central Mountain Range on Taiwan, the Mandarin Chinese derived name. Shanyua, a county of Zhejiang, Shaanxi, China. Shudi, alternative form of Chunni. Shudea, alternative spelling of Chuni. Juneri, a bowed viol-like string instrument, a spike fiddle with 3 strings, originating in the folk traditions of Georgia. Chuniris, plural of Chuneri. Javanese, plural of Chuni. Chudji, synonym of Chinese New Year. Chuk, a part of something that has been separated. Chunk of change, a significant amount of money. Chunk blower, a term of abuse. Shunkable, capable of being divided into conceptual chunks. Chumke, to add hot oil and spices, especially garlic, to food. Chut, divided into chunks. Chunky, alternative form of chunky. Chugger, an obese or overweight person. Chunkers, plural of chunker. Chukti, a sport or game played by the Cherokee and other Native Americans in the Carolinas, which involved rolling stone discs across the ground and throwing spears at them in an attempt to land the spear as close to the stopped stone as possible. Chunkful, synonym of chunk. Chunkfuls, plural of chunkful. Chunvir, comparative form of chunky, more chunky. Kaihiest, superlative form of chunky, most chunky. Chunkification, the process of chunkifying, division into chunks. Chunkify, simple past and past participle of chunkify. Chunkifies, third person singular simple present indicative of chunkify. Chunkify, to break or divide into chunks, to segment. Chunkifying, present participle and gerund of chunkify. Chunkui, in a chunky way. Chunkiness, the state of being chunky. Chunking, the process of reducing something to short, thick pieces, usually using a hammer or a crowbar. Chuckings, plural of chunk. Chunk length, the length of a chunk of data. Chunk lengths, plural of chunk length. Chunkless, without chunks. Chunklet, a small chunk. Chunklets, plural of chunklet. Chunk-like, resembling or characteristic of a chunk. Chunks, plural of chunk. Chunks of change, plural of chunk of change. Chunk server, a specialized server that retrieves chunks of data. Chunk servers, plural of chunk server. Chunkster. A fat person. Chunksters, plural of chunkster. Chunkwise, in terms of chunks, one chunk of data at a time. Chutki, Having chunks. Chunky monkey. A mildly obese person. Chunky monkeys. Plural of chunky monkey. Chunkyard. A playfield for the game of chunky, having a raised embankment for rolling the discs. Chunkyards. Plural of chunkyard. Shun. A surname. Channel. Template blend of. Shudder. To talk tiresomely or at length. To chatter on. Chunner. Simple past and past participle of chunner. Shuddering. Present participle and gerund of chunner. Shunners. Third person singular simple present indicative of chunner. Chunning. Synonym of dupara, a long scarf worn by South Asian women. Chunnies. Plural of chunny. Shuns. Plural of chun. Kari. Synonym of spring and autumn.
Okay, so episode 6 reveal.
Chunnery. Alternative form of chunny.
Like, sometime
Chunners.
this year.
Plural of chunnery. Shuns. Plural of chun. Shunter. To speak in a soft, indistinct manner, mutter.
What the?
Shuntered. Simple past
that?
and past participle of chunter. Chuntering. Present participle and gerund of chunter.
It's a mannequin. I don't
Chuntering.
know who though.
Plural of chuntering. Shunters. Third persons. Singular simple present indicative of chunter. Shanti. A supposed aura surrounding the cassette loading mechanism of the ZX Spectrum computer. Highly sensitive to disruption, which will cause the loading process to fail. Johnny. A female given name originating as a coinage of
Huh?
African American usage. Shu. A special ward of Tokyo Prefecture,
Sin, there are
Japan
sins
that is
and then I
surrounded
can't
by
discern the
clockwise
rest.
from North Tato, Sumida,
December
Kodo,
12th.
Minato, and
Okay.
Chiyoda special wards as well as Tokyo Bay. Shuoku. Alternative form of Chuo. Shuai. A surname. Shuangs. Plural of Chuan. Jup. A short, loud, and urgent sound, usually of a bird. Joba. Alternative form of Japa. Chupacabra. Alternative letter case form of Chupacabra. Chupacabras. A legendary creature in the folklore of parts of the Americas dating from the 1990s, supposed to attack and drink the blood of livestock, especially goats. Chuba. Alternative form of Chupa. Chubis. Plural of Chupo. Chupella. Fascicularia bicolor a Chilean bromeliad. Chuperosa. A flowering desert shrub, Justicia californica, native to Southern California, Arizona, and northern Mexico. Chuperosas. Plural of Chuperosa. Chubis. Plural of chupa. Chupati. Alternative form of chapati. Chupatis. Plural of chupati. Chupati. Alternative form of chapati. Chupates. Plural of chupati. Chupatis. Plural of chupati. Shupati, archaic spelling of chapati. Two, a stew containing meat and potatoes, part of Chilean and Peruvian cuisine. Chupe, alternative form of Jube.
How many would...
Shupkan, a kind of cape or cassock once worn in parts of India and Persia. Shupkans, plural of Chupkan. Chupon, any of several South American trees, Bemelia obtusifolia or Gustavia yericaiensis. Chupons, plural of chupon. Chupat, plural of chupo. Chup, a surname. Jutta, alternative. The form of chuppa. Chup, a surname. Jutta, alternative form of chuppa. Shata, the canopy over a Jewish couple during the marriage ceremony. Chappas, plural of chapa. Chappas, plural of chapa. Chat, simple past and past participle of chup. Chate, a yuppie of Chinese background. Chuppis, plural of chuppy. Chuppe, present participle and gerund of chup. Chuppa, plural of choppa. Chuppa, plural of choppa. Chups, plural of chup. Alternative form of chaprasi. Chaprasi, alternative form of chaprasi. Chaprasis, plural of chap. Chaprasi. Chaprasis, plural of chaprasi. Chaprasi, alternative form of chaprasi. Chups, plural of chup. Chups, the sound produced by sucking air between the teeth, expressing displeasure, incredulity, etc.
My love language is buying stuff and acts of service. I literally buy every single thing from Temu. Everybody calls me the Temu queen. I buy so much stuff from Temu. You truly can't go anywhere else and buy anything for the price that you would get at Temu.
Chuquaragua, a plant, Chuquaraga insignis. Chuquaraguas, plural of Chuquaragua. Sure, a town, the capital of Graubünden in Canton, Switzerland. Chura, alternative spelling of Chiua. Shurachand, an Indian male given name. Shirada, a heavy downpour typical of the Mariana Islands during the winter months. Shiradas, plural of Shirada. Shirano, pronunciation spelling of Toronto. Char a surname. Church affiliation. The religious denomination or part of a religious denomination, a person, institute, business, or other organization has joined or supports. Church affiliations. Plural of church affiliation. Church age. The current period or dispensation of human history that begins with it. Events in the Acts of the Apostles and ends at the future tribulation. Church bell. A bell belonging to a church, usually housed in a tower or steeple. customarily rung before church services or for other occasions such as weddings. Church bells, plural of church bell. Church Brampton, a village in Churchwith Chapel, Brampton Parish, West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in Daventry District OS Grid Ref SB 7165. Church Broughton, a village and civil parish in South Derbyshire District, Derbyshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 2033. Church K, an island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Church Council, a formal meeting of bishops and church representatives who are brought together to regulate points of doctrine or discipline. Church councils, plural of church council. Church crawler, a person who is strongly interested in an amateur capacity in ecclesiology, church architecture, history, and church art, and visits churches in order to view the buildings for themselves as opposed to visiting them for religious reasons. Church crawlers, plural of church crawler. Church Cross, a small village in West County Cork, Ireland. Church crown, a decorative hat worn by women in the southern United States as a head covering during church services. Church crowns, plural of church crown. Church door, a door to a church, especially the front door or double doors that open directly to the narthex or nave, often ornate. Church doors, plural of church door. Church Eden, a village and civil parish in Stafford District, Staffordshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 8417. Church encoding, a means of representing data and operators in the lambda calculus by forming them into a mathematical structure embedded in the lambda calculus. Church encodings, plural of church encoding. Church N, a number of hamlets and neighborhoods in England. Church Father, one of a number of male Christian writers from antiquity whose doctrinal work is considered authoritative by the later church. Church Fathers, plural of church father. Church Fenton, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Selby District OS Grid Ref SC 5136. Church Giggle, singular of church giggles. Church giggles, uncontrollable laughter or giggling that occurs inappropriately in an inappropriate place and time, as when in church. Church Gressley, a village in South Derbyshire District, Derbyshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 2918. Church hat, synonym of church crown. Church hats, plural of church hat. Church key, an opener, typically both can opener and bottle opener features, having a triangular tip that pierces the can. Church keys, plural of church key. Church Knoll, a village and civil parish in Dorset, England, previously in Purbeck District OS Grid Ref SY 9481. Church Latin, the Latin language as spoken, written, and used in the Christian church and in church services. Church Lawford, a village and civil parish in Rugby District, Warwickshire, England OS Grid Ref SB 4476. Church Lawton, a village and civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 8155. Church Militant, the Christian church that comprises living people on earth, which is supposed to be engaged in constant warfare against its enemies and is thus distinguished from the church triumphant in heaven. Church Minshaw, a village and civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England, an OS grid ref SJ 6660. Church Numeral, a representation of a natural number using lambda notation. Church numerals, plural of church numeral. Church of Christ, any of several Protestant Christian churches or church organizations. Church of Cyprus, one of the autocephalous Eastern Orthodox Christian churches. Church of Ease, synonym of Chapel of Ease. Church of England, the English branch of the Christian Church. Since the 16th century specifically, the established Protestant Church in England, which is the mother church of the Anglican Communion. Church of Greece, one of the autocephalous Eastern Orthodox Christian churches. Church of Ireland, the Anglican church body active in Ireland, both the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, alternative form of Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, alternative form of Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the major denomination of the Latter-day Saint movement, founded in the United States by Joseph Smith, the Mormon Church. Church of Rome, the Roman Catholic Church. Church of Satan, an international organization dedicated to the religion of LaVey and Satanism. Church of Scientology, the largest organization promoting Scientology. Church of Scotland, the National Presbyterian Church of Scotland. Church of the East, the church originally made up of the Christians of the Sassanid Empire, later exonymically known as the Nestorian Church and characterized by its use of the East Syriac liturgical rite. Church organ, a large pipe organ installed in a Christian church. Church organist, someone who plays a church organ. Church organists, plural of church organists. Church organs, plural of church organ. Church people. Synonym of fancy Dutch. Church planter, a minister or organization that starts new congregations where none existed previously. Church planters, plural of church planter. Church plant. The establishment of a new local church. Church rite, a tax raised by certain English parishes primarily for the maintenance of buildings of the Church of England, now voluntary but formerly levied on all residents regardless of denomination. Church rates, plural of church rate. Church school, a school associated with or supported by a church. Church schools, plural of church. School. Church service, a formalized period of communal worship, often but not exclusively occurring on Sunday or Saturday in the case of those churches practicing Sabbatarianism. Church services, plural of church service. Church Slavic, alternative form of Church Slavonic. Church Slavicism, alternative form of Church Slavonicism. Church Slavicisms, plural of Church Slavicism. Church Slavic, alternative form of Church Slavonicism. Church Slavonic, a liturgical language of various Slavic church traditions with dialectal basis of Old Church Slavonic mixed with vernacular lexical and phonological developments. Church Slavonicism, a word recorded in the corpus of Old Church Slavonic or some of the later Church Slavonic recensions. Church Slavonicisms, plural of Church Slavonicism. Church steeples, the Plan Agramonia Eupatoria. Church Stratton, a market town and civil parish with a town council in Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 4509. Church tax, a tax collected by the state from members of some religious denominations to provide financial support of churches, such as the salaries of its clergy and to pay the operating cost of the church. Church taxes, plural of church tax. Church text, a tall, thin form of black letter print. Church tower, a steeple or bell tower. Church tower. Hamlet, church tower, a steeple or bell tower. Church Hamlet in Draycott and Church Wilney Parish, a Washborough, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4431. Church windows, Grid Ref SK 4431. Church windows, synonym of tears of wine. Church with Chapel Brampton, a civil parish in West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in Daventry District, which includes the villages of Church Brampton and Chapel Brampton. Church Ale, a church or parish festival as in commemoration of the dedication of a church at which much ale was drunk. Church ales, plural of church ale. Church door, alternative form of church door. Church doors, plural of church door. Church goer, alternative form of churchgoer. Churchgoers, plural of churchgoer. Church-going, alternative form of church-going. Churchload, alternative form of churchload. Churchloads, plural of churchload. Church of Englandism, the religious practices and customs of the Church of England. Churchridden, dominated by the church or churches. Churchrosser properties, plural of Churchrosser property. Churchrosser property, the property of a writing system for which X stackrel asterisk spleft Y implies X math bin down arrow Y. For all objects X, Y. Churchrosser theorem, a theorem stating that, when applying reduction rules to terms in the land calculus, the ordering in which the reductions are chosen makes no difference to the eventual result. Church-Turing thesis, a hypothesis about the nature of computable functions, stating that a function on the natural numbers can be calculated by an effective method if and only if it is computable by a Turing machine. Churchyard, alternative form of churchyard. Churchyards, plural of churchyard. Churchill, of or relating to a church. Churchyard, alternative form of churchyard. Churchyards, plural of churchyard. Churchill, of or relating to a church. Churchyard, a small village and civil parish in Forest of Dean District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 7618. Churchy, a polycyclic alkene with a chemical formula CH. Churchanity, synonym of churchianity. Church bell, alternative form of church bell. Church bells, plural of church bell. Churchdom, the institution, government, or authority of a church. Churchdoms, plural of churchdom. Church door, alternative form of church door. Church doors, plural of church door. Churchdown, a large village and civil parish in Tewkesbury Borough, Gloucestershire, England. OS grid ref so 8820. Church, obsolete spelling of church. Church, having a church. Churcher, a surname originating as an occupation. Churchers, plural of churcher. Churches, alternative letter case form of churches. Churches of ease, plural of church of ease. Churchiful, plural of churchful. Churchful, as many as a church will hold. Churchful, plural of churchful. Churchgate, a neighborhood of Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. Churchgoer, one who regularly goes to church, a practicing Christian. Churchgoers, plural of churchgoer. Churchgoing, regularly attending church, being a practicing Christian. Churchgoings, plural of churchgoing. Churchill, a surname. Church house, a Quaker building used as a church and meeting place. Church houses, plural of church house. Churchy, a person whose religious practices exhibit churchianity. Churchianity, any practices of Christianity that place a larger emphasis on the habits of church life or the institutional traditions of the church than on theology and spiritual teachings of Jesus, the quality of being too church-focused. Churchians, plural of churchian. Churchical, pertaining to or characteristic of church, ecclesiastical. Churchy, alternative form of churchy. Churchy, comparative form of churchy, more churchy. Churchies, plural of churchy. Churchiest, superlative form of churchy, most churchy. Churchification, the process of churchifying. Churchify, simple past and past participle of churchify. Churchifies, third person singular simple present indicative of churchify. Churchify, to make churchy, to make more religious or bring under the control or influence of the church. Churchifying, present participle and gerund of churchify. Churchill. Any of several place names derived from church and hill. Churchill and Blakedown, a civil parish in Wyre Forest District, Worcestershire, England, which includes the named places. Churchill County, one of 16 counties in Nevada, United States. County seat, Fallon. Churchill Falls, a waterfall in Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada, on the Churchill River. Churchill River, a river in Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada, containing Churchill Falls. Churchillian, of or pertaining to Winston Churchill 1874-1965, English statesman and author, or to his policies, speeches, or writings. Churchilliana. Objects, materials, sayings, or documents relating to Winston Churchill 1874-1965, British statesman, army officer, and writer. Churchillians. Plural of Churchillian. Churchilly. In a churchy manner. Churchiness. The quality of being churchy. Churching. The ceremonial blessing of a woman who has given birth. Churchings. Plural of churching. Turkish. Like a church, solidly or piously Christian. Churchism. Strict adherence to the forms or principles of some church organization. Sectarianism. Churchisms. Plural of churchism. Churchite. A supporter of a particular church. Churchites. Plural of churchite. Churchki. Alternative spelling of church key. Church keys. Plural of church key. Churchkella. A traditional sausage-shaped candy originating from Georgia and made from grape must, nuts, and flour. Churchkellas. Plural of churchkella. Churchless. Without a church. Churchlessness. Absence of churches. Churchlet. A little church. Churchlets. Plural of churchlet. Churchly. Comparative form of churchly. More churchly. Churchliest. Superlative form of churchly. Most churchly. Churchly. Resembling or befitting a church or a worship service. Churchliness. The state or quality of being churchly. Churchling. A churchgoer. Churchlings. Plural of churchling. Churchload. A quantity that fills a church, a churchful. Churchloads. Plural of churchload. Churchly. Pertaining to or relating to the church, its government, forms, or ceremonies. Ecclesiastical. Churchman. A surname. Churchanly. Befitting a churchman. Churchman. Plural of churchmen. Churchmanship. The craft or skill of being a churchman. Churchmanships. Plural of churchmanship. Churchmaster. A churchwarden. Churchmaster. Plural of churchmaster. Churchmate. Someone with whom one attends a church or one who regularly goes to the same church. Churchmates. Plural of churchmate. Churchma. Plural of churchman. Churchmas. Plural of church mouse. Church mouse. A mouse living in a church, used in similes to suggest a very poor person. Church people. Plural of churchperson. Churchperson. A person involved with a church, a churchgoer or cleric. Churchpersons. Plural of churchperson. Church planter. Alternative spelling of church planter. Church splinters. Plural of church splinter. Churchta. a payment once paid to support the clergy, sometimes in the form of livestock, grain, or other crops. Kyrkskatt. Plural of kyrkskatt. Kyrka, synonym of kyrkskatt. Kyrkhed, the position, role, or qualities of a church. Churchships, plural of churchship. Churchbenton, a village and civil parish in Somerset West and Taunton District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 1914. Church steeples, alternative form of church steeples. Church hour, uncommon spelling of church tower. Church hours, plural of church hour. Church town, a number of places in England. Church hound, plural of church town. Church war, a surname originating as an occupation. Churchwarden, a lay officer of the Church of England who handles the secular affairs of the parish. Churchwarden pipe, a tobacco pipe with a long, curved stem. Churchwarden pipes, plural of churchwarden pipe. Churchwarden's pew, a type of church pew typically on the west side, originally reserved for the churchwarden and often decorated or engraved. Churchwarden's pews, plural of churchwarden's pew. Churchwardeness, a female churchwarden. Churchwardenesses, plural of churchwardeness. Churchwardenly, having the manner of a churchwarden. Churchwardens, plural of churchwarden. Churchwardenship, the role or office of a churchwarden. Churchwardenships, plural of churchwardenship. Church wards, plural of churchward. Churchway, a customary right of way to the parish church over land lying within the parish.
おやすみ、五条悟。戦わなきゃ。このままじゃ俺はただの人殺しだ。ごめんね、虎杖君。
Throughout a church. Church-wise, in terms of a church or churches. Churchwoman, the female equivalent of a churchman. Churchwomanship, the craft or skill of being a churchwoman. Churchwomen, plural of churchwoman. Churchwork, the work done by a church to spread religion. Churchy, piously Christian. Churchyard, a patch of land adjoining a church, often used as a graveyard. Churchyard cough, a severe cough, condition that causes one to cough, tendency to cough. Churchyard coughs, plural of churchyard cough. Churchyard, plural of churchyard. Sherdar, a surname. Cherdars, plural of cherdar. Chero, in Hindu folklore, the ghost of a woman who died during childbirth, pregnancy, or a witch. Cheros, plural of shiro. Sure, asserting. Churg-Strauss syndrome, eosinophilic granulomatosis with polyangiitis, an extremely autoimmune condition. Churro, to chuckle and gurgle at the same time. Churi, an Indian bracelet. Churidar, alternative form of churidar. Churidars, plural of churidar. Churidar, a pair of tight-fitting trousers worn by men and women in South Asia. Churidars, plural of churidar. Shurail, the ghost of a woman who dies in childbirth, said to prowl in the darkness giving mournful cries. Churila, a surname from Slovak. Churilas, plural of Churila. Churinga, alternative form of Tjurunga. Churingas, plural of Churinga. Churis, plural of churi. Cherky, synonym of naked neck chicken of a breed without feathers on its neck. Cherkies, plural of Cherky. Shura, a free peasant as opposed to a serf of the lowest rank, below an earl and a thane, a freeman, also more generally a person without royal or noble status, a commoner. Churlish, of or pertaining to a serf, peasant, or rustic. Churlishly, in a churlish manner. Churlishness, the state of being churlish. Churros, plural of churl. Churly, rude, churlish, violent. Chur, alternative form of churm. Chur, obsolete form of churm. Churms, plural of churm. Churms, plural of churm. Churmuri, a light snack food made from puffed rice seasoned with onions, spices, pepper, etc. Sure, to agitate rapidly and repetitively, or to stir with a rowing or rocking motion. Generally applies to liquids, notably cream. Churn and burr, a union-busting tactic where a business focuses on hiring new workers who are not unionists, so that the influence of the union will gradually decrease as its supporters leave. Churn drill, a drill worked by hand, not struck with a hammer. Churn drills, plural of churn drill. Churn out, to produce a large quantity of something rapidly and easily. Churn rate, the annual percentage rate at which customers stop using a service or employees leave a job. Staff turnover. Churn rates, plural of churn rate. Churn supper, a feast of bread and cream served to agricultural workers in Northumberland at the end of the harvest. Churn suppers, plural of churn supper. Churn up, to make the ground uneven, generally unintentionally. Churn staff, the plunger used in an upright churn. Churn staffs, plural of churn staff. Churn staves, plural of churn staff. Churnabilities, plural of churnability. Churnability, the condition of being churnable. Churnable, able to be churned. Churnalize, Alternative form of churnalize. Churnalize. Simple past and past participle of churnalize. Churnalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of churnalize. Churnalizing. Present participle and gerund of churnalize. Churnalism. The use of ready-made press release material copied wholesale into a newspaper article as if it were the journalist's own copy. Journalist. A lazy journalist who produces articles based on press releases. Journalists. Plural of journalists. Journalize. To copy and paste a news story from one source into another, especially into a blog. Journalize. Simple past and past participle of journalize. Journalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of journalize. Journalizing. Present participle and gerund of journalize. Churned. Simple past and past participle of churn. Churned out. Simple past and past participle of churn out. Churn up. Simple past and past participle of churn up. Churner. The vessel in which cream is churned to make butter. Churners. Plural of churner. Churnist. Second person singular simple present indicative of churn. Churna. Third person singular simple present indicative of churn. Churnful. As much as a churn will hold. Churnfuls. Plural of churnful. Churniest. Superlative form of churny, most churny. Churning. Present participle and gerund of churn. Churning out. Present participle and gerund of churn out. Churning up. Present participle and gerund of churn up. Churningly. In a churning manner. Churnings. Plural of churning. Churmo. Synonym of buttermilk. Churnover. The excessive buying and selling of shares by a stockbroker for a client's account as a method of generating income from the resulting commissions. Churns. Plural of churn. Churned out. Third person singular simple present indicative of churn out. Churned up. Third person singular simple present indicative of churn up. Churnful. Plural of churnful. Churny. Characteristic of churning, by extension queasy. Chirpy. Alternative spelling of ch. Chirpy. Chur. Alternative spelling of chur to make an insect sound. Shura. An Abyssinian sheep breed. Shurabu. Alternative form of turtle. Shuras. Plural of churra. Churrascaria. A steakhouse where food in a churrasco style is served. Churrascarias. Plural of churrascaria. Churrasco. A type of barbecued steak popular in Latin America. Chur. Simple past and past participle of chur. Churra. A device for making churros by extruding dough under pressure. Churras. Plural of churra. Churrigueresque, relating to a Spanish Baroque architectural style that started in the late 17th century to the early 18th century, characterized by flamboyant ornamentation. Churring, present participle and gerund of chur. Churro, a fried pastry from Spain typically eaten as a dessert and with chocolate beverage. Churras, plural of churro. Chur, third person singular simple present indicative of chur. Churras, a narcotic gum resin which exudes from the flower heads, seeds, etc. of Indian hemp. Churrases, plural of churras. Chur, plural of chur. Chursinite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, mercury, and oxygen. Churston, ellipsis of Churston Furrers, a village in Torbay Borough, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 9056. Churston Furrers, a village in Torbay Borough, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 9056. Shart, a village and civil parish in Waverley Borough, Surrey, England, on the boundary with Hampshire. OS Grid Ref SU 8538. Shirtle, to chirp. Shirtle, simple past and past participle of chirtle. Chirtles, third person singular simple present indicative of chirtle. Chirtling, present participle of chirtle. Shiru, a district of Rajasthan, India. Shirwada, a large communal house, typically round with a conical thatched roof, used by indigenous groups of southern Venezuela. Chirubusco, a community in the Federal District Mexico. Churras, alternative form of churras. Showell, a suburb of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England, southwest of the city centre. OS Grid Ref SE 2729. Plural of CHU. Chosen, alternative form of Joushin. Gears, obsolete spelling of choose. Gears, simple past and past participle of choose. Choosing, present participle and gerund of choose. Chooser, obsolete spelling of chooser. Choosero, a debauched or depraved young man. Choosers, plural of chooser. Chooses, third person singular simple present indicative of choose. Choosing, present participle and gerund of choose. Chusovatina, a surname from Russian, feminine form. Chusovatinas, plural of Chusovatina. Chusquea, any of the genus Chusquea of evergreen bamboos, mostly native to mountain sites in Central and South America. Chusqueas, plural of Chusquea. Casts, a surname. Chustses, plural of chusts. Chut, a repeated short, low vocal sound made by guinea pigs, thought to express interest or curiosity. Shut pattern, to inconvenience or disturb, to make a fuss and bother, to act up. Choda, alternative form of choda. A surname. Shoot dotting, a rodeo event in which the competitor attempts to bring the steer to a line 10 feet from the chute and wrestle or dog the steer to the ground. Chute house, a building that covers a chute and the material being moved on it, particularly coal. Shoot houses. Plural of shoot house. Shoot the chute, an amusement ride consisting of a slide leading down into water. Shoot the chutes. Plural of shoot the chute. Toot, simple past and past participle of shoot. Chuteless, without a parachute. Chutlai, resembling or characteristic of a chute. Hoots. Plural of chute. Chutes and ladders, synonym of snakes and ladders. Shuja, alternative form of jushin. Shuve, present participle and gerund of shoot. Dudes, a parachutis. Dunists, plural of chutis. Chuda, asshole, idiot, stupid person. Chudias, plural of chudia. Shutney. Archaic form of chutney. Chutneys, plural of chutney. Chutney, a sweet or savory, but usually spicy condiment originally from eastern India, made from a variety of fruits and slash or vegetables, often containing significant amounts of fresh green or dried red chili peppers. Chutney ferret, a homosexual man. Chutney ferrets, plural of chutney ferret. Chutney soca, alternative spelling of chutney soca. Chutney soca, a genre of chutney music influenced by soca. Chutneys, plural of chutney. Chutneys, plural of chutney. Chutnification, the adoption of Indian elements into the English language or culture. Chutney, archaic form of chutney. Chutram, alternative form of chutram. Chutrums, plural of chutram. Chuts, plural of chut. Chutzpah, alternative spelling of chutzpah. Chutzpah, alternative spelling of chutzpah. Chutanat. Alternative form of chatanati. Chatanati, alternative form of chatanati. Chatanati, alternative form of chatanati. Shadu, simple past and past participle of chut. Shudder, an alarm call used by vervets to warn of the presence of a snake. Shudder, simple past and past participle of shudder. Shuddering, present participle and gerund of chutter. Chutters, plural of chutter. Shutting, present participle and gerund of chut. Shutram, a lodging house in South India for pilgrims and traveling members of the higher castes. Shutrums, plural of chutram. Shut, chewing gum. Should, alternative form of udon. Shutzpah, alternative spelling of chutzpah. Shutzpahdik, showing chutzpah, not showing due respect, impudent, pertinent, brazen. Chutzpah, nearly arrogant courage, utter audacity, effrontery or impudence, supreme self-confidence, exaggerated self-opinion. Chutzpahs, plural of chutzpah. Chutzpahs, plural of chutzpah. Schatzbedeck, alternative spelling of Chutzbedeck. Shoda, synonym of virtual YouTuber. Tif, a lagoon and associated atoll in Micronesia. Chukis, a Trugic language of the Austronesian language family spoken primarily on the islands of Chuk in the Caroline Islands in Micronesia. Shodi, flipping of Chuniyu. Tude, the often edgy or pretentious behavior of early adolescents who want to stand out and who have convinced themselves they have hidden knowledge or secret powers, characterized as a sickness. Chuvash, from or pertaining to Chuvashia. Chuvash Autonomous Oblast. Autonomous Oblast of the Soviet Union in the Russian SFSR established in June 1920. Chuvahiz, plural of Chuvash. Chuvashia, a republic and federal subject of Russia located in Eastern Europe. Capital, Cheboksary. Chuvashia, alternative form of Chuvashia. Chuvirus, any virus of the family Chuviridae. Chuviruses, plural of Chuvirus. Shuwabu, a Bantu language of Mozambique. Shupshan, a Yi autonomous prefecture of Yunnan, China. Chai, synonym of Chu, a river in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. Shozanji, a scenic lake in Nikko National Park, Tochigi Prefecture, Japan. Shou, a prefecture-level city of Anhui, China. Chai, women, hoes, whores. Ch Vala, a surname from Czech. Ch Valatase, a soft monoclinic mineral with chemical formula MnMgSO6H2O. Ch Vatal, a surname from Czech. Ch Violate, a trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing copper, iron, sodium, sulfur, and zinc. Ch Voronez's rule, an empirical formula used to calculate the solidification time of cast metal. The rule states that T equals BV/AN, where T is the solidification time, B is a constant whose value depends on the material properties of the cast metal, V is the volume of the cast, N is the surface area of the cast that can tax the mold, and N is a constant that is usually around 1.5 to 2. Ch Vestax sign. One of the signs of tetany seen in hypocalcemia. When the facial nerve is tapped at the angle of the jaw, i.e. masseter muscle, the facial muscles on the same side of the face contract momentarily. Ch Vestax signs. Plural of Ch Vestax sign. Yes. Initialism of chronic hyperventilation syndrome. Ch W. The station code of Chai Wan in Hong Kong. Ch Twala, a surname from Polish. Ch Walas, plural of Ch Wala. Ch Waddle, a surname from Czech. Ch abbreviation of churchwarden. Ch plural of Ch Ch Wq, a kind of steamed rice cake originating in Teochew cuisine, served with preserved radish chipo. Ch Kwe, alternative form of Ch Wq. Ch Weze, a legendary African dynasty said to have ruled the Katara Empire. Ch Twilar, a village in Ennistumdwy community, Gwynedd, Wales OS grid ref SH 4338. CHWMN, abbreviation of chairwoman. Shayak, alternative form of chayak. Shayak, simple past and past participle of chayak. Shayaking, present participle and gerund of chayak. Shayaks, third person singular simple present indicative of chayak. Shayate, any salt or ester of chiazic acid. Chiazates. Plural of chiazate. Chiazic, of or derived from chiazic acid. Chiazic acid, hydrogen cyanide. Chidorid, any water flea of the family Chidoridae. Chidorids, plural of chidorid. Chai po, preserved radish in Asian cuisine. Chai por, alternative form of chai po. Shiren, a city in Cherkasy Vayan, Cherkasy Oblast, Ukraine. Kik, alternative spelling of chick woman, girl. Gex, plural of chick. Calacious, resembling or consisting of child. Chylonioma, a tumor filled with child. Chylomyomas, plural of chylomyoma. Chyliqueous, consisting of chyle diluted with water, pertaining to diluted digestive juices, especially those that circulate in organisms that do not have a highly organized digestive system. Chila, obsolete form of child. Children, plural of childa. Chyle, a digestive fluid containing fatty droplets found in the small intestine. Chiles, plural of chile. Chilet, of or relating to chile. Chilofaction. Chilification, the formation of chile. Chilefactive, producing or converting into chile, having the power to form chile. Chilofactory, alternative form of chilefactive. Present indicative of chilify. Chiloform, having an appearance resembling chile. Chilify, to make chile of. Chilifying, present participle and gerund of chilify. Shiloh, pertaining to chile. Chilocolous, having fleshy/succulent stems. Chilocali, the condition of being chilocolous. Chilosol, a form of elephantiasis. Chilocyst, synonym of cistern. Chile. Chilocysts, plural of chilocysts. Chiloderma, swelling of the scrotum resulting from chronic lymphatic obstruction. Shiloh, a female given name. Chile, synonym of chiloform. Chilomicron, a microscopic globule of lipoprotein found in blood and lymph that is associated with the digestion of fats. Chylomicronemia. Alternative spelling of chylomicronemia. Chylomicronemic. Alternative form of chylomicronemic. Chylomicronemia. The presence of chylomicrons in the blood is symptom of lipoprotein lipase deficiency. Chylomicrons, plural of chylomicron. Chylopericardium. The presence of chyle in the pericardium. Chyloperitoneum. Synonym of chylocysts. Chylophyllous. Having fleshy or succulent leaves. Chylophyly. The condition of being chylophyllous. Chylopoetic. Involved in the formation of chyle, producing. Chylopoiesis. The production of chyle. Chylopleiatic. Relating to chylopoiesis. Chylurea. Obsolete form of chylurea. Chylosis. The formation and subsequent digestion and transport of chyle. Chylophoraces, plural of chylophorax. Chylophorax, an accumulation of chyle in the pleural cavity. Chylus. Consisting of or similar to chyle. Chylus as sites. The presence of chyle in the peritoneal cavity. Chyluria. A medical condition involving the presence of chyle in the urine. Chylurias, plural of chyluria. Chyluric. Having or relating to chyluria. Chylus. Obsolete spelling of chyle. Chymase. Any of the family of serine proteases present in mast cells. Chymases. Plural of chymase. Chyme. The thick semifluid mass of partly digested food that is passed from the stomach to the duodenum. Chymes. Plural of chyme. Chymic. Chymic. Chemical. Obsolete form of chemical. Chemically. Obsolete form of chemically. Chemicals. Plural of chemical. Chimics. Plural of chimic. Chymiferous. Bearing or containing chyme. Chymification. The conversion of food into chyme. Chymify. Simple past and past participle of chymify. Chymifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of chymify. Chylify. To form into chyme. Chymifying. Present participle and gerund of chymify. Chymist. Obsolete spelling of chemist. Chymistries. Plural of chymistry. Chymistry. Early modern chemistry, as proto-scientific and not fully distinct from alchemy. Chymists. Plural of chymists. Chymokine. Misspelling of chemokine. Chymopapane. A proteolytic enzyme isolated from the latex of papaya and used to treat herniated lower lumbar discs in the spine. Chymopapanes. Plural of chymopapane. Chynoplasm. The part of an egg that becomes mesenchyme. Chymosin. The proteolytic enzyme renin. Chymosinogen. Synonym of Prochimosin. Chymosins, plural of chymosin. Chymostatin, any of a group of peptide protease inhibitors that show anti-chymotrypsin activity. Chymostatins. Plural of chymostatin. Chymotrypsin, an endopeptidase enzyme that cleaves peptides at the carboxyl side of tyrosine, tryptophan, and phenylalanine amino acids. Chymotrypsinated, modified by reaction with chymotrypsin. Chymotrypsinase, modified by reaction with chymotrypsin. Chymotrypsinogen, an inactive precursor to chymotrypsin. Chymotrypsinogens, plural of chymotrypsinogen. Chymotrypsinolysis, the autolysis of chymotrypsin. Chymotrypsins, plural of chymotrypsin. Chymotryptic, of or pertaining to chymotrypsin. Chymous, of or pertaining to chyme. Chymous. Chyme. Alternative spelling of China female given name. Chinoa, a surname from Cornish. Chinoa. Plural of chinoeth. Pedometer, an instrument for measuring liquids consisting of a tube with a piston inside. Chiometers, plural of chiometer. Chiphete, of or belonging to the Chiphetidae family of wasps. Schreiber, any of several perfumes having a citrus top note and woody base notes. Chibers, plural of chiper. Chiromancer, obsolete form of chiromancer. Chiromancers, plural of chiromancer. Chiromia, any fly of the family Tyromiae. Chiromids, plural of chiromid. Chiron, a set of graphics or words at the bottom of a television screen, sometimes unrelated to the current viewing content. Chiron, simple past and past participle of chiron. Chironing, present participle and gerund of chiron. Chirons, plural of chiron. Hestel, obsolete spelling of crystal. Hestels, plural of chestel. Chirurgeon, obsolete form of chirurgeon. Chirurgeons, plural of chirurgeon. Chirurgeries, plural of chirurgery. Chirurgery, obsolete form of chirurgery. Shishyiako, a city in Donetsk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. Chishra, an ancient Greek earthenware cooking pot. Chishri, plural of chishra. Chira, plural of chitra. Chishrid, any fungus of the phylum Chytridiomycota. Chytridaeus, of or relating to the Chytridaceae. Chytidamaceae, any fungus of the phylum Chytridiomycota. Chytridaeus, of or relating to the Chytridaceae. Chytidamaceae, any fungus of the class Chytridiomycetes. Chytidamacetes, plural of Chytridiomycete. Chytridiomycoses, plural of Chytridiomycosis. Chytridiomycosis, an infectious disease of amphibians caused by Batrachia chytrium dendrobatides amphibian chytrid fungus or chiefly in salamanders and newts by Batrachia chytrium salamander. Chytridiomyosis, misspelling of chytridiomycosis. Chytridios, relating to chytridiosis. Chytridiosis, plural of chytridiosis. Chytridiosis, a disease associated with the presence of chytrids. Chytrids, plural of chytrid. Chivalry, obsolete spelling of chivalry. Kit, a transliteration of the Belarusian surname Che-Yeruzhet-Shish. Te, initialism of circumstellar habitable zone. Te, plural of chz. Chironia, obsolete form of Chironia. Kia, alternative spelling of Kita. Keatingma, obsolete form of Keatingna. Keatingmas, plural of Keatingna. Ketophorus, obsolete form of Ketophorus. Ketotaxi, obsolete spelling of ketotaxi. Keti, plural of Kita. Shova, obsolete spelling of choic. Chonesis, plural of chonix. Chonix, obsolete form of chonix. Chonixes, plural of chonix. See India. Again, alternative form of Kyantang. Ch adjective. Ot adjective. An indigenous Maya people of Guatemala. Thought, initialism of civil infraction. Thought, one of the classical Chinese poetry forms. An orthographic psi with a diacritic that marks it as being the consonant slash ash slash as in the word delicious. CI protein, a repressor found in landophage, a bacteriophage that particularly infects the human digestive bacteria E. coli, which turns off genetic transcription at the phages L and R promoters and thus prevents multiple phages from infecting a single host. CI proteins, plural of CI protein. Cytovant, former, late. Cy/CD, combined practices of continuous integration and continuous delivery or continuous deployment. TI, initialism of Central Intelligence Agency. TIZA, an Austronesian language spoken in Buton Island, Indonesia. SIO, initialism of Commission on Isotopic Abundances and Atomic Weights. Ciabatta, a broad, flat, white Italian bread. Ciabatta bread, synonym of ciabatta. Ciabatta breads, plural of ciabatta bread. Ciabattas, plural of ciabatta. Ciabat, plural of ciabatta. Initialism of Clark International Airport Corporation. Ciaxeo, a surname. Ciaxeos, plural of Ciaxeo. Cialis, a preparation for tatalafel. Ciambra, a surname from Italian. Ciambras, plural of Ciambra. Ciampa, a surname from Italian. Ciampes, plural of Ciampa. Scienci, a surname. Scienceo, a surname from Italian. Sciencello, a surname. Scienceos, plural of scienceo. Sciences, plural of scienci. Sciencele, a monoclinic prismatic gray mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, and zinc. Cyanernalane, a dopaminergic agonist. Cyane, a surname from Italian. Cyanidenol, Haddishin. Cyanese, plural of cyane. Cyanogen, a district of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Cyanogen, a district of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Diano. A surname. Cyanopramine, a tricyclic antidepressant, 5,3-dimethylamino-propyl 10-11-dihydro-5-H-dibenzo-B-F-azepine, 3-carbonitrile, related to imipramine. Dianos, plural of cyano. Ciao, hello, hi. Ciao, Bella, alternative form of ciao said to a woman. Ciao for now, synonym of see you later. Chaos, plural of Chao. Sado, a district of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Cyabilome, a uricosuric drug. Hira, a female given name from Irish, a new Irish feminine form of Kieran. Piramala, a surname from Italian. Piramalas, plural of Kiramela. Kiramatero, a surname. Kiramateros, plural of Kiramatero. Hira, a male given name from Irish. Kiravano, a surname from Italian. Kiravanos, plural of Kiravino. Syersha, a surname. Cyrage, adding several medieval types at Outland. Cyreg, alternative form of cyrage. Says, plural of CIA. Ciadarelli, a surname from Italian. Ciadarelles, plural of Ciadarelli. Sao, initialism of Canadian Inter-University Athletics Union, now called CIS Canadian Inter-University Sport. Ciavarella, a surname from Italian. Ciavarellas, plural of Ciavarella. The initialism of cosmic infrared background. Siba kek, a traditional Chinese snack consisting of cooked glutinous rice pounded into paste. Siba cakes, plural of Siba cake. Sibachrome, a reproduction of a film transparency on photo paper made using a dye destruction positive-to-positive photographic process. Sibachromes, plural of Sibachrome. Septhi, alternative form of Chibicont. Tiberia, plural of Sibarium. Tael, pertaining to the Sibarium. Sumerian, alternative form of Sibarial. Darius, relating to food. Tiberium, a pouchy space in front of the mouth cavity of some insects used to store and chew food. Tiberiums, plural of Sibarium. Sebation, the act of taking food. Sebaceans, plural of sebation. Saddle, a gavotte-like musical piece in duple meter, predominantly heard in Baroque music. Sidles, plural of Cybele. Cybenzolaine, an anti-arrhythmic drug. Cyber, initialism of Center for Integrative B research. Sepai, a traditional Fijian war dance commonly used in sports. Sebicidid, any foraminifer of the family Sibicididae. Sebicidids, plural of Sibicids. Sebe, a river in Sibiu County, Romania. Sebisatamab, a particular bispecific monoclonal antibody. Teba, a type of palm tree with large fronds, Boracious ethiopicum, growing in West Africa. Sibal, a perennial onion plant, Allium fistulosum, commonly called Welsh onion. Timbola, a census-designated place in La Paz County, Arizona, United States. Cibola County, one of 33 counties in New Mexico, United States. County seat, Grants. Cibolera, a Spanish colonial and later Mexican buffalo hunter from New Mexico. Ciboleras, plural of cibolero. Cibals, plural of cibal. Ciboni, a member of a Taino people of Cuba, Jamaica, Haiti, and Dominican Republic. Cibones, plural of ciboni. Cibophobia, the fear of, or aversion to, eating or food. Teoria, plural of ciborium. Teorium, a fixed vaulted canopy over a Christian altar supported on four columns. Tiboriums, plural of ciborium. Cebus, a surname. Tebal, alternative. Form of Cibal. Tibble, alternative form of Cibal. Tiblos, plural of Cibul. Cibals, plural of Cibal. Cibrian, a surname. Cibrians, plural of Cibrian. The initialism of Combat Information Center, a battle coordination room aboard a warship. CETA, acronym of Concise International Chemical Assessment document. CETA, alternative form of cicada. Cicada, any of several insects in the superfamily Cicadoidea, with small eyes wide apart on the head and transparent well-veined wings. Cicada case, the exuvie of a cicada left behind after emerging as an adult. Cicada cases, plural of cicada case. Cicada hawk, cicada killer. Cicada hawks, plural of cicada hawk. Cicada killer. Specius speciosus, a large digger wasp that hunts cicadas. Cicada killers, plural of cicada killer. Cicadageddon, the rapid emergence of cicadas from underneath the ground after a long dormant period. Cicadabird, a bird of the species Etelosoma tenueroster, native to Australia, Indonesia, New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands. Cicadabirds, plural of cicadabird. Cicadae, plural of cicada. Cicadageddon, alternative form of cicadageddon. Cicadas, plural of cicada. Cicadolid, any leaf hopper of family Cicadolidae. Cicadolids, of cicadalid. Cicadaline, any leafhopper of the subfamily Cicadalinae. Cicadatine, any cicada of the subfamily Cicadatinae. Cicadatines, plural of cicadatine. Cicadad, any cicada in the family Cicadidae. Cicadads, plural of cicadae. Cicadoi, any cicada of the superfamily Cicadoidea. Cicadoids, plural of cicadoid. Cicadomorph, any insect of the inverter Cicadomorpha. Cicadomorphs, plural of cicadomorph. Cida, plural of cicad. Cicads, plural of cicad. Cicady, plural of cicada. Cethawa, a surname from Italian. Cicalas, plural of cicala. Cicale, alternative form of cicala, a cicada. Cicales, plural of cicale. Cicales, a surname from Italian. Cicaleses, plural of cicales. Cicemste, a village and commune of Arges County, Romania. Cicatrical, alternative form of cicatricial. Cicatrice, Acidor. Cicatrices, plural of cicatrix. Cicatricial, relating to or caused by a scar. Cicatrical, the germinating point in the embryo of a seed. Cicatricals, plural of cicatrical. Cicatricos, having a scarred appearance. Cicatricula, the point in the yolk of an egg from which the embryo is formed. Cicatriculae, plural of cicatricula. Cicatriculas, plural of cicatricula. Cicatricule, cicatricula. Cicatricules, plural of cicatricule. Cicatrization, alternative form of cicatrization. Cicatrizations, plural of cicatrization. Cicatrize, to heal a wound through scarring by causing a scar or cicatrix to form. Cicatrize, simple past and past participle of cicatrize. Cicatrizes, third person singular simple present indicative of cicatrize. Cicatrizing, present participle and gerund of cicatrize. Cicatrize, tending to promote scarring, good for healing a wound. Cicatrix, a scar that remains after the development of new tissue over a recovering wound or sore, also used figuratively. Cicatrixes, plural of cicatrix. Cicatrizin, that helps with healing or with the formation of a scar. Cicatrizants, plural of cicatrizin. Cicatrizate, synonym of cicatrize. Cicatrizate, simple past and past participle of cicatrizate. Cicatrizates, third person singular simple present indicative of cicatrizate. Cicatrizating, present participle and gerund of cicatrizate. Cicatrization, the process of forming a cicatrix, the state of being cicatrized. Cicatrizations, plural of cicatrization. Cicatrize, to form a scar. Cicatrize, simple past and past participle of cicatrize. Cicatrizes, third person singular simple present indicative of cicatrize. Cicatrizing, present participle and gerund of cicatrize. Cicatrose, full of scars. The initialism of Cook Islands Christian Church. Sikawe, a surname. Sikawe, plural of Sicarli. Sicarlo, a surname from Italian. Sicarlos, plural of Sicarlo. Sicati, a surname from Italian. Sicatis, plural of Sicati. Sicon, a surname from Italian. Sicons, plural of Sicon. Iois, plural of Sicily. Sicily, a female given name from Latin, a variant of Cecily and Cecilia used since the Middle Ages. Cyclotol, a particular cyclotol, a pinnatol degalactoside that can be isolated from the seeds of the chickpea, lentil, and white lupin. Cicero, the Roman statesman and order Marcus Tullius Cicero 106-43 BC. Cyrimage, the activity of a cicerone, local guidance. Cicerone, a guide who accompanies visitors and sightseers to museums, galleries, etc. and explains matters of archaeological, antiquarian, historic, or artistic interest. Cicerond, simple past and past participle of Cicerone. Cicerons, plural of Cicero. Ciceroneship, the activity of a cicerone, local guidance. Cicerone, plural of Cicerone. Ciceronian, of or relating to Marcus Tullius Cicero or the ideas in his philosophical treatises. Ciceronianism, imitation of or resemblance to the style or action of Cicero.
I'm back, but it will only
Ciceronianisms, plural of Ciceronianism.
Not that long at all.
Ciceronianus, one who writes in the style of Cicero. Ciceronianus, plural of Ciceronianus.
So yeah, I'm gonna do
Ciceronians,
this
plural of
I'm gonna play this
Ciceronian.
level
Ciceronic,
bit and then I'm
Ciceronian.
So
Ciceronical
you want
equals Ciceronian. Ciceronical, obsolete spelling of Ciceronical. Ciceroning, present part.
I don't want to buff this. Just this double click. This one.
Participle and gerund of Cicerone. Ciceronism, the activity of a Cicerone, local guidance. Ciceros,
And it's
plural of Cicero.
remake of Game Club Earth
Cister,
of
obsolete form of Siren Sister. Sethak, a town and municipality in Nasina district, Serbia. Sital, misspelling of Cichlid. Cichlid, any of the many tropical fish of the family Cichlidae, popular as aquarium fish. Cichlid, plural of Cichlid. Sitaki, a surname. Sitakis, plural of Sichaki. Citrofactin, any of a group of lipopides present in Pseudomonas cichrae. Citrofactin, plural of citrofactin. Cichon, a surname from Polish. Cichons, plural plural of Sichon. Sycoraceous, belonging to the former order of composite plants Sycorae, roughly corresponding to modern-day tribe Sycorae. Sycoriaceous. Of or relating to the Sycoriaceae. Sicoric acid, a hydroxynamic acid of the phenylpropanoid class that stimulates phagocytosis and inhibits the function of hyaluronidase and HIV-1 integrase. Citrate, plural of citri. Sycorigenin, synonym of esculetin. Citrate, archaic spelling of chicory. Zety, a surname from Polish. Setis, plural of Sici. Ciceraga, a surname from Polish. Ciceragas, plural of Ciceraga. Cicinellid, any beetle in the former family Cicinellidae, now considered to be the carabid subfamily Cicinellinae, a tiger beetle. Cicindelids, plural of Cicindellid. Cicindelline, any of the subfamily Cicinellinae of carabid beetles, the tiger beetles.
And as for the
Cicindellines,
of this
plural of Cicindel.
that.
Cicini, plural of Cicinus.
Holy
Cicin-
shit, yeah, this part's gonna be hard to.
Nas, alternative form of Cincinus. Cicicimea, the female companion or lover of a chiefly married man, especially in 18th century Italy. Cicisbe, alternative form of Cicisbeo. Cicisbes, plural of Cicisbe. Cicisbe, plural of Cicisbeo. Cicisbeism. The state or conduct of a Cicisbeo. Cicisbeo, a man who escorts a married woman to social functions, especially in 18th century Italy, a married woman's lover. Ciciseus, plural of Cicisbeo. Cyclocelon, an aminomycillin antibiotic. Cycloprene, an adrenergic drug. Cyclotown, a costly cloth of uncertain material used in the Middle Ages. Cyclotowns, plural of cyclotown. Cyclozindol, a tetracyclic antidepressant. And anortic drug. Cyclosonide, a glucocorticoid used to treat asthma and allergic rhinitis. Cyclotanhine, a furapyridine diuretic drug usually used in the treatment of hypertension.
Well, I should reach chat. See if there's anyone there, probably not.
Cyclindole, a tricyclic antipsychotic. Cyclobendazole, an anthelmintic. Cyclon. A particular vasodilator. Cyclopirox, a synthetic antifungal
Oh, I
agent
had
for
to take
topical
the
dermatologic treatment of superficial mycosis. Cyclopiroxolivine, a synthetic antifungal drug for topical dermatologic treatment of superficial mycosis, especially tinea versicolor. Cyclopramine, a tetracyclic antidepressant, never marketed. Cycloprol, a beta-adrenergic blocking agent. Cyclocitamine, a chemical compound used in the hydrochloride form as a vasodilator. Cyclosporin, an immunosuppressive drug CHNO that is a cyclic polypeptide obtained as a metabolite from fungus Talibacladium inflatum and is used especially to prevent rejection of transplanted organs and in the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis and psoriasis. Cyclosporin, plural of cyclosporin. Cyclophysalam, a phenobenzodiazepine drug, a partial agonist for the benzodiazepine site of the GABA receptor. Sequoxylic, relating to cycloxylic acid or its derivatives. Cycloxylic acid, the carboxylic acid cis-2-hydroxy-2-phenylcyclohexane carboxylic acid that is used to combat liver damage. Cycloxolone, a particular antiviral drug. Sikha Missionary is a Catholic congregation with missions in multiple countries. Sikho, initialism of calories in, calories out. Sikonid, any member of the family Sikonidae the storks. Sikonids, plural of Sikonid. Sikoniform, any sort of the order Sikoniforms. Sikoniforms, plural of Sikoniform. Sikonine, pertaining to storks. Plural of CIC. Center, initialism of cardiac/coronary intensive care unit. Sicurate, to tame, domesticate. Sicurated, simple past and past participle of sicurate. Sicurate, third person singular simple present indicative of sicurate. Sicurating, present participle and gerund of sicurate. Sicuration, the act of taming. Etc. Plural of siku. Sicudat, hemlock. Sicutoxin, a poisonous polyine and alcohol found in various plants, including the water hemlock. Sicutoxins, plural of sicutoxin. Tecurid, a pueblo in New Mexico, also known as Pico's Pueblo. Caller identification, a feature that identifies the phone number of the caller. Cide do Mayo, a city being the most populated in the island of Mayo, Cape Verde. Cide de Valha, a city in southern Santiago Island, Cape Verde. Sidarid, any member of the family Sidaridae of sea urchins. Sidarids, plural of sidarid. Sidarid, any primitive sea urchin of the order Sideroida. Sideroids, plural of sideroi. Cider, an alcoholic, often sparkling carbonated beverage made from fermented apples. Hard cider, apple cider. Cider brandy, apple brandy. Cider gum, any of various eucalypts, especially the Tasmanian tree Eucalyptus gunnii, which has a sweet, drinkable sap. Cider house, a public house that sells a selection of draft ciders rather than beer. Cider houses, plural of cider house. Cider press, a device used to crush apples or pears used in cider making. Cider presses, plural of cider press. Cider vinegar, synonym of apple cider vinegar. Cider vinegars, plural of cider vinegar. Ciderend, a mixture of cider and other spirits. Cider, flavored with cider. Cideries, plural of cidery. Cirish, synonym of cidery. Cyrus, a maker of cider. Ciderests, plural of ciderus. Ciderkin, a weak cider made by steeping the refuse pomace in water, considered a drink for commoners and traditionally often given to children. Ciderless, without cider. Cider-like, resembling cider. Cider maker, someone who ferments cider. Cider makers, plural of cider maker. Cider making. The making of cider. Ciders, plural of cider. Cidery, resembling cider. An idia from the city. Tis, plural of cydia. Cidofovir, an antiviral drug C8HN306P2H2O trademark Vistide administered intravenously for the treatment of cytomegalovirus retinitis in patients with AIDS. Cedaxapine, an antidepressant drug. Initialism of chronic inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy. Plural of CIDP. CIDR, acronym of classless interdomain routing, normally an IP address notation such as 192.168.1.0/24 indicating a block of addresses. The number after the slash indicates how many bits are in the mask. Bits to the right are not masked. CIDA, a town and municipality in central Puerto Rico. Plural of CID. Abbreviation of Cluster Independent Data Collection Tree. The cluster and tree topology-based routing protocol for MWSN. CEDA, alternative form of KIDU. Sychino, a city in Masovian Voivodeship, Poland. Sychowski, a surname from Polish. Sychowskis, plural of Sychowski. Syseraga, a surname from Polish. Syseragas, plural of Syseraga. Psi, initialism of cardiac implantable electronic device. Sida, a district of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Ciego de Avila, a city in Cuba. Til, alternative form of seal. Zel, simple past and past participle of seal. Seale, obsolete form of sealing. Ceilings, plural of ceiling. Cielo, a surname. Cielos, plural of cielo. Teos, third person singular simple present indicative of seal. Obsolete spelling of cyan. Shinaga, alternative form of shinega. Shinagas, plural of shinaga. Shinshema, a system of intercellular spaces. Shinega, a marshy spring where groundwater bubbles to the surface. Chinegas, plural of Chinaga. Cienfuegos, a city on the southern coast of Cuba. Cienfuegoses, plural of Cienfuegos. Saplecha, a surname from Polish. Saplechas, plural of Saplecha. A female given name, a modern variant of Sierra. Sierra, a wax candle used in religious rites. Dirges, plural of Serge. Terry, a surname from Italian. Eris, plural of Siri. Two, a female given name from Irish of modern American usage, variant of Kira or Sierra. Ciesiowski, a surname from Polish. Ciesiowskis, plural of Cecilski. Sela, a surname from Polish. Cieslak, a surname. Cieslaks, plural of Cieslak. Telas, plural of Cisla. Cislenski, a surname from Polish. Cislenskis, plural of Cislenski. Cieszyn, a city in southern Poland on Alzer River near the Czech border. Cieszynski, a surname from Polish. Initialism of cost, insurance, and freight. Seval, the leader of the Volapük artificial language movement, who typically decides on matters of grammar and vocabulary. Diffels, plural of Sefel. F, initialism of Canadian Independent Film Caucus. Scythe, initialism of Central Institute of Fisheries Education. Devali, a surname from Italian. Tevales, plural of Cefali. Tevet, initialism of cost, insurance, freight, and interest. Zev, plural of Sevi. Yevs, initialism of common internet file system. Cigarette. Sigkot, an Anatolian dish made from raw ground meat, often lamb or beef, bulgur, onion, tomato paste, hot red pepper paste, and fiber wrapped in less. Cigalike, a device for smoking that looks like a cigarette or a cigar. Cigalikes, plural of cigalike. Cigar, a cylinder of tobacco rolled and wrapped with an outer covering of tobacco leaves intended to be smoked. Cigar beetle, synonym of cigarette beetle Lasiodorma corn. Cigar beetles, plural of cigar beetle. Cigar box, a box used for storing cigars. Cigar box guitar, a simple guitar-like string instrument that uses a cigar box as a resonator and traditionally has a broomstick for a neck. Cigar box guitarist, someone who plays the cigar box guitar. Cigar box guitarists, plural of cigar box guitarist. Cigar box guitars, plural of cigar box guitar. Cigar boxes, plural of cigar box. Cigar cutter, a tool used to cut the end off of a cigar so that it may be smoked. Cigar cutters, plural of cigar cutter. Cigar lighter, a device in a motor car that was originally designed to light cigars and cigarettes, but is now mostly used as a source of DC electricity for portable devices. Cigar lighters, plural of cigar lighter. Cigar smoke, smoke that comes from a cigar. Cigar store Indian, a sculpture, typically wooden and painted, of a Native American Indian of the sword prominently used in tobacco stores. Cigar store Indians, plural of cigar store Indian. Cigar box, alternative form of cigar box. Cigar box guitar, alternative form of cigar box guitar. Cigar box guitars, plural of cigar box guitar. Cigar boxes, plural of cigar box. Cigar chomping, frequently smoking a cigar, especially as suggestive of a powerful, chauvinistic, wealthy tycoon, capitalist, etc. Cigar smoke, alternative form of cigar smoke. Cigardom, the realm or sphere of cigar smoking. Sayard, equipped with a cigar. Sayersk, characteristic of cigars. Cigarette, dated form of cigarette. Cigarettes, plural of cigarette. Cigarette, a small cigar consisting of tobacco or another substance, wrapped up in a thin roll with paper intended for smoking. Cigarette beetle, an anaerobic beetle Lasiodormacerico that infests tobacco. Cigarette beetles, plural of cigarette beetle. Cigarette boat, a small, fast boat with a planing hull used to smuggle cigarettes to avoid taxation. Cigarette boats, plural of cigarette boat. Cigarette burn, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See cigarette burn, a burn caused by a cigarette. Cigarette burn. Plural of cigarette burn. Cigarette camp, any of a number of temporary U.S. Army tent cities situated principally around the French ports of Le Havre and Marseille following their captures by Allied fake of the Allied D-Day invasion in June 1944 and Operation Dragoon in August 1944. They were named after popular cigarette brands. Cigarette camps, plural of cigarette camp. Cigarette card, a small card given free with a pack of cigarettes, bearing text and a picture, issued as sets dealing with selected cigarette cards, plural of cigarette card. Cigarette case, a small flat case for holding cigarettes. Cigarette cases, plural of cigarette case. Cigarette deck, an open deck surrounded by railings on the bridge of a submarine. Cigarette decks, plural of cigarette deck. Cigarette end, the discarded end of a smoked cigarette, a cigarette butt. Cigarette ends, plural of cigarette end. Cigarette filter, a component of a cigarette that is designed to reduce the inhalation of harmful substances in tobacco smoke. Cigarette filters, plural of cigarette filter. Cigarette girl, a woman employed to sell cigarettes, sometimes cigars, and other related items. Cigarette girls, plural of cigarette girl. Cigarette holder, a tube-like device that holds a cigarette and through which the cigarette is smoked. Cigarette holders, plural of cigarette holder. Cigarette lighter, synonym of lighter in specific reference to any small device used to light cigarettes. Cigarette lighters, plural of cigarette lighter. Cigarette machine, a vending machine that dispenses packets of cigarettes. Cigarette machines, plural of cigarette machine. Cigarette pants, pants trousers with a snug fit through the legs, ending in a small leg opening. Cigarette paper, a small sheet of paper with a gummed edge used for rolling cigarettes. Rolling paper. Cigarette papers, plural of cigarette paper. Cigarette pastries. Plural of cigarette pastry. Cigarette pastry. A traditional Turkish dish consisting of a small pastry roll filled with feta cheese. Cigarette boat. A small, fast boat designed with a long, narrow platform and a planing hull to enable it to reach high speeds. Cigarette boats. Plural of cigarette boat. Cigarette holder. Alternative form of cigarette holder. Cigarette holders. Plural of cigarette holder. Cigarette. Holding or equipped with cigarette S. Cigaretteless. Without a cigarette. Cigarettelessness. Absence of cigarettes. Cigarette-like. Resembling or characteristic of a cigarette. Cigarettes. Plural of cigarette. Cigaretting. Present participle and gerund of cigarette. Cigarettism. An addiction to smoking cigarettes. Cigarettis. One who smokes cigarettes. Cigarettis. Plural of cigarettis. Cigarette. Resembling or characteristic of cigarettes. Sedarfish. Any of several scad, but especially Decapterus macellus. Cigarfishes. Plural of cigarfish. Cigarillo. A thin cigar, differing from a cigarette in being wrapped with tobacco leaves rather than paper. Cigarillos. Plural of cigarillo. Cigarillos. Plural of cigarillo. Cigarless. Without a cigar or cigars. Cigar-like. Resembling or characteristic of a cigar. Cigar maker. A manufacturer of cigars. Cigar makers. Plural of cigar maker. Cigar making. The manufacture of cigars. Cigara. A surname. Cigaras. Plural of cigaroa. Cigars. Plural of cigar. Cigar smoke. Alternative form of cigar smoke. Cigarette. Cigarette. Plural of ciggy. A cigarette. Ciblitazone. A particular thiazolidine dyne. Plural of say. That. A district of Tainan. Taiwan. Ciguatera. A foodborne poisoning in humans caused by eating marine species whose flesh is contaminated with ciguatixin. Ciguateras. Plural of ciguatera. Ciguateratixin. Any of several toxins found in some carnivorous fish that have been contaminated by the Albigambudiscus toxicus. Ciguateratixins. Plural of ciguateratixin. Ciguateric. Relating to or causing ciguatera. Ciguatoxic. Relating to ciguatixins. Ciguatixicity. The quality of being ciguatoxic. Ciguatoxic. Illness due to poisoning with ciguatixin. Ciguatixin. Any of several closely related toxins, having a complex structure including a row of 13 connected heterocyclic rings, produced by algae that are eaten by many fish, causes ciguatera poisoning in humans. Ciguatixins. plural of Siguaticsin. Siguao, a tribe that lived on the island which is now called Hispaniola, apparently predating the Taino. Initialism of certified industrial hygienist. Sec, a surname. Seax, plural of Sehak. Sethai, a rural township in Yunlin County, Taiwan. It, any beetle in the family Ce. It, plural of Se. Te, abbreviation of Charles Roman III Rex, the royal cipher of King Charles Roman III of the United Kingdom, King Ferdinand. Sazerac, a river in Bethel Census Area, Alaska, United States. Tada, initialism of continuous inkjet. Tada, a district of Kaohsiung. Taiwan. Sikambak, a subdistrict in Karawang Regency, West Java Province, Indonesia. Sikanoic, a surname. Tel, initialism of common intermediate language. Cilacap, a regency of Central Java. Indonesia. Siladopa, a dopamine agonist. Silancetron, an experimental 5-HT3 antagonist. Cilantro, the stems and leaves of the coriander plant, Coriandrum sativum, used as a seasoning and garnish in cooking. Cilantros, plural of cilantro. Cilastin, a dehydroapatase inhibitor that is used in association with certain antibiotics to prevent them being inactivated. Silestazole, misspelling of silestazole. Silazaperol, a pyridazine ACE inhibitor used for the treatment of hypertension and congestive heart failure. Silazaprilat, a ACE inhibitor. Silban, a city in Banten, Indonesia. Silanget, misspelling of silangitide. Silangitide, a synthetic molecule based on a peptide under investigation for the treatment of glioblastoma by inhibiting angiogenesis. Silanto, a surname from Italian. Silantos, plural of Silento. Silary, the ornament carved at the capital of a column. Saufsidil, synonym of Candesartan. Selver, a village in Bleenhonden Community, Neathport Talbot, Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SN 7700. Silgavimab, a monoclonal antibody used to control coronavirus infection. Sildur, a village and community in North Pembrokeshire, Wales, south of Cardigan, OS Grid Ref SN 1942. Selwyn, a settlement in Anliffey Community, Gwynedd, Wales, OS Grid Ref SH 4954. Tilly, a county of Jiangxi, Hunan, China. Tille, plural of psyllium. Silil, relating to cilia. Ciliaphore, any protozoan of the phylum Ciliophora. Ciliophores, plural of Ciliophore. Ciliary, of, pertaining to or involving cilia. Ciliary arteries, plural of ciliary artery. Ciliary artery, any of several arteries that arise from the ophthalmic artery or its branches and supply various parts of the eye. Ciliary body, plural of ciliary body. Ciliary body, circumferential tissue inside the eye composed of the ciliary muscle and ciliary process. Ciliary ganglion, a small autonomic ganglion on the nasociliary branch of the ophthalmic nerve, receiving preganglionic fibers from the oculomotor nerve and sending postganglionic fibers to the ciliary muscle and to the iris sphincter. Ciliary muscle, a muscle controlling the eye's accommodation for viewing objects at varying distances. Ciliary muscles, plural of ciliary muscle. Ciliary nerve, any of the nerves supplying the iris, ciliary body, cornea, and adjacent parts. Ciliary nerves, plural of ciliary nerve. Ciliary process, any of the vascular folds on the inner surface of the ciliary body that produce the aqueous humor and between which pass the zonule of Zinn joining the ciliary muscle to the lens. Ciliary processes, inward folding of the choroid with the function of producing aqueous humor. Ciliary zonule, a ring of fibrous strands connecting the ciliary body with the crystalline lens of the eye. Ciliary zonules, plural of ciliary zonule. Ciliate, having cilia. Ciliate, having cilia. Cilately, in a ciliate manner. Cilates, plural of ciliate. Ciliate, the phosphonic acid 2-methylphosphonic acid that is present in human tissue. Ciliatin, the quality of having cilia. Ciliatins, plural of ciliation. Ciliatologist, a scientist who specializes in ciliatology. Ciliatologists, plural of ciliatologists. Ciliatology, the scientific study of ciliates protozoa of the phylum Ciliophora. Ciliataceae, a particular class of lignin glycoside. Cilia, an assemblage of cilia. Ciliators, plural of ciliature. Ciliao, a village and community in Ceredigion, Wales, OS Grid Ref SN 5058. Ciliberto, a surname from Italian. Cilibertos, plural of Ciliberto. Dolevia, a village and commune of Buzău County, Romania. Toves, a garment or undergarment made of coarse cloth or animal hair worn close to the skin, used by members of various Christian traditions as a self-imposed means of penance, repentance, and mortification of the flesh. Tereses, plural of Silis. Doeya, an ancient region in southeastern Asia Minor in modern Turkey, famed for Silis, i.e. haircloth made from the hair of Cilician goats. Cilician, pertaining to or originating from Cilicia. Cilician, Armenia, synonym of Armenian Kingdom of Cilicia. Cilician Gates, a pass through the Taurus Mountains, connecting the low plains of Cilicia to the Anatolian Plateau by way of the narrow gorge of the Gurkaluk River. Cilicians, plural of Cilician. Ilicious, made or consisting of hair. Iliferous, having cilia. Ciliform, having the form of cilia. Ciliform, alternative form of ciliform. Selinsing, a subdistrict in northern Jakarta, which is bordered by Java Sea to the north, Koja district in the west, Tarumajaya district, Pasi district in the east and the Kakan district in the south. So everywhere, any of a family of quinazolinelidine derivatives that are inhibitors of cytoplasmic dynein. So ever thens, plural of ciliabrivin. Cilia choroido, relating to the cilium eyelash and the choroid. Ciliogenesis, the formation of cilia. Ciliogenic, relating to ciliogenesis. Ciliagrade, moving by means of cilia or similar organs, such as sea ctenophores do. Ciliagrades, plural of ciliagrade. Cilioinhibitory, that inhibits ciliation. Cilihawa, plural of cilialum. Ciliale, covered in cilia, small hairs. Cilialide, ciliale. Cilialon, a small or secondary cilium. Cilial, a protum of cilia. Cilialis, plural of cilium. Ciliopathic, relating to ciliopathy. Ciliopathy, plural of ciliopathy. Ciliopathy, any of a range of genetic disorders involving defects in the cilia or flagella of cells. Ciliaphron, any of the ciliapha. Ciliaphons, plural of ciliaphorin. Cilioplasm, the cytoplasm of cilia that transmits signals in response to stimuli. Cilioplasme, relating to or composed of cilioplasm. Ciliretinal, relating to the ciliary body and the retina. Ciliaskeleton, synonym of axoneme. Ciliaskeletons, plural of ciliaskeleton. Ciliaspinal, relating to the ciliary body and spinal cord. Ciliastasis, the loss of movement of the cilia. Ciliastatic, relating to or causing ciliastases. Ciliastimulatory, that stimulates ciliation. Ciliataxe, toxic to the cilia in the lungs. Ciliatoxicity, the quality of being ciliatic. Ciliatoxin, any ciliatic material. Ciliatoxins, plural of ciliatoxin. Ciliatropism, the colonization of ciliated cells. Cilostol, a particular steroid glycoside. Cilia, a short microscopic hair-like organelle projecting from a eukaryotic cell such as a unicellular organism or one cell of a multicelled organism which serve either for propulsion by causing currents in the surrounding fluid or as sensors. Cell, alternative form of cell. Cella, a female given name. Dilly, a surname. Dillis, plural of silly. Dillis, plural of silly. Zillo, a surname from Italian. Zellus, plural of Sillo. Zeus, plural of Sil. Silly, any predictable facet of the Enigma machine ciphered due to operator error or laziness whose existence helped the Allies to break the code. Selnadipine, a particular calcium channel blocker. Silobamine, a stimulant and antidepressant drug. Silobredine, a particular antiarrhythmic drug. Silafungin, a particular antifungal drug of the echinocandin class. Silamilas, a particular drug for the treatment of respiratory disorders. Silop, acronym of conversion in lieu of procurement. Silastamide, a phosphodiesterase inhibitor. Silostasis, a condition in which all cilia on an affected surface fail to exhibit ciliary activity. Silostazol, a phosphodiesterase inhibitor used to alleviate symptoms of intermittent claudication in individuals with peripheral vascular disease. Selangu, the Lungu language. Siloprevir, a drug used in the treatment of hepatitis C. Silacombe, a small village and community in northeast Carmarthenshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SN 7540. Silomine Wood, a community civil parish in Carmarthenshire, Wales. The initialism of confidential information memorandum. Dema, initialism of Chartered Institute of Management Accountants. Dema, a surname from Italian. Cimahi, a city in West Java, Indonesia. Simambui, the Mambui language. Soar, alternative form of simmer. Cimarron, a particular steroid glycoside. Cimarron, a Maroon and African who escaped slavery in the Americas or a descendant thereof, especially a member of the Cimarron people of Panama. Cimarron County, one of 77 counties in Oklahoma, United States. County seat, Boise City. It is located in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Cimarrons, plural of Cimarron. Zemwers, plural of simmer. Temas, plural of sema. Cimatara, a beta-adrenergic agonist. Simbi, one of the three High Kings of Ireland who ruled in rotation with Ead Ruad and Ethorba, each ruling 7 years in turn and ruling for 3 7-year period. He died of plague at a main matcha. Simval, a kind of confectionery or cake. Cymbalum, a type of concert hammer dulcimer used primarily in the music of Central and Eastern Europe. Cymbalums, plural of cymbalum. Cymbalon, alternative spelling of cymbalum. Cymbalons, plural of cymbalon. Cymbals, plural of cymbal. Cymbassi, plural of cymbasso. Cymbasso, a cylindrical valved instrument in the low brass family, closely related to the trombone and normally pitched a fifth or an octave below the tenor and bass trombones. Cymbassos, plural of cymbasso. Suet, a fillet or band placed around the shaft of a column as if to strengthen it. Cymbias, plural of cymbia. Cymbasid, any sawfly in the family Cymbacidae. Cymbasids, plural of cymbicid. Cymbalin, alternative form of cymbaling. Cymbalins, plural of cymbalin. Tim Galatasaray. Cymvavio, a lantern typically octagonal built over the crossing of a Gothic cathedral. Cymbarios, plural of cymbario. Cembrillo, a surname. Sembrilos, plural of Sembrilo. Simubri, an ancient tribe that invaded southern Europe between 113 and 101 BCE, generally thought to have been Germanic, though they could have been Celtic and associated with Jutland and northern Germany. Cimbrian, a member of a Germanic people who live in parts of northeast Italy. Cimbrians, plural of Cimbrian. Cibre, relating to the Cimbri. Saimai, a rural township in Pengdu County, Taiwan. Saimilia, treasures, things considered valuable. Samiliarch, a superintendent or keeper of a church's valuables, a churchwarden. Samiliarchs, plural of Similiarch. Cymexin, a hydrazine-derived antidepressant, never marketed. Cibuter, alternative spelling of scimitar. Scimitars, plural of scimitar. Cimetidine, a histamine H2 receptor antagonist that inhibits the production of acid in the stomach, mainly used to treat heartburn and peptic ulcers, but notorious for causing male impotence. It is a histamine analog, a sulfur-containing derivative of imidazole. Cyntidines, plural of cyntidine. Syntropium, a belladonna derivative used as an antispasmodic. Dyax, any member of the genus Cymex, especially the bedbug. Simicata, a surname from Italian. Simicatas, plural of simicata. Demisas, plural of Cymex. Simicic acid, a foul-smelling unsaturated fatty acid, CHO2, obtained from bedbugs of the family Simicidae. Simicid, any member of the family Simicidae, such as bedbugs. Simicids, plural of simicid. Simicifuga, any member of the former genus Simicifuga, now Actia sect. Simicifuga, of flowering plants, bugbane or cohosh. Simicifugas, plural of Simicifuga. Simicoi, resembling or being a member of the Simicidae, bug-like. Simicomorphan, any true bug of the infraorder Simicomorpha. Simicomorphans, plural of Simicomorphan. Simicosis, the medical condition of having been bitten by bedbugs. Tibet, any sea snail in the family Simidae. Demeds, plural of Simid. Satyr, the crest of a helmet. Decimerus, plural of Cymere. Semius, a neighborhood of Nice. France. Simini, synonym of arsoit. Simonites, plural of Simonite. Semino, a surname. Seminos, plural of Semino. Semesle, a town in Moldova. Semidine, misspelling of Cyntidine. Scimitar, obsolete. Spelling of scimitar. Scimitars, plural of scimitar. Samira, ancient megacontinent separating the ancient Paleotethys and Neotethys. Oceans. Cimmeria, any of the mythical people supposed to inhabit a land of perpetual darkness. Cimmerianism, mental darkness, ignorance. Cimmerianize, to make totally dark. Cimmerianized, simple past and past participle of Cimmerianize. Cimmerianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Cimmerianize. Cimmerianizing, present participle and gerund of Cimmerianize. Cimmerians, plural of Cimmerian. Semino, a surname from Italian. Seminos, plural of Semino. Semolested, any extinct eutherian of the family Semolestidae. Semolestids, plural of Semolested. Simoleosaur, any plesiosaur in the former family Simoleosauridae, a synonym of the Elasmosauridae. Simoleosaurids, plural of Simoleosaurid. Semolite, a soft clay mineral of whitish or grayish color. Semolites, plural of semolite. Semolodontan, any of the suborders Semolodonta of extinct mammals that lived from the Cretaceous to the Eocene. Semolodontans, plural of Semolodontan. Semolodontid, any extinct primitive mammal in the family Semolodontidae. Semolodontids. Plural of Semolodontid. Similamiid, any extinct primitive mammal in the family Similamidae. Similamiids. Plural of Similamiid. Similopterygid, any ornithurine dinosaur of the family Similopterygidae. Similopterygids, plural of Similopterygid. Simoxaton. A reversible inhibitor of MAO-erema. The initialism of CpG island methylator phenatite. The plural of Sim. The abbreviation of Cincinnati. Cine, a gene coding the cinnamycin precursor peptide. Cinecalcet, a drug CHF3 and HCl trademark Sensipar that is administered orally to treat hyperparathyroidism in patients with chronic kidney failure undergoing dialysis and to treat certain types of hypercalcemia as that associated with parathyroid carcinoma. It increases the sensitivity of receptor cells of the parathyroid gland to extracellular calcium, causing a decrease in parathyroid hormone secretion. Cinesigui, an experimental drug for the treatment of acute decompensated heart failure. Cinedism, sexual passivity in a man. Cinelucas, the compound E4324-cyclobutyl 2-thiazole ethanol phenylamino 2,2-diethyl-4-oxybutanoic acid that is used in the treatment of asthma. Cinemol, a beta-adrenergic blocking drug. Cinnamon, misspelling of cinnamon. Cinnamons, misspelling of cinnamons. Cinanserin, a 5-HT2A and 5-HT2C receptor antagonist effective against SARS. Cineraci, alternative form of Cineraci. Z, abbreviation of Commander-in-Chief. Zenda, initialism of chronic infantile neurologic cutaneous and articular syndrome. Sinhalach, a Malacan condiment made from fermented small shrimps or krill. Sinhalach, alternative form of Sinkalach. Sincere, alternative form of sincere. Tit, a simple saddle girth used in Mexico. Cinchable, capable of being cinched or tightened. Cinched, simple past and past participle of cinch. Cincher, something that cinches as in holds and fastens, such as a belt or corset. Cinchers, plural of cincher. Cinches, plural of cinch. Cinching, present participle and gerund of cinch. Cinchings, plural of cinching. Cinchicang, an amide local anesthetic, the active ingredient in some topical hemorrhoid creams. Cinchicans, plural of cinchicane. Cincal, synonym of sitosterol. Cinchaloipan, the carboxylic acid 2,3-4s 3-ethylpiperidine 4-ryl acetic acid formed by the oxidation of syngenane. Cinchomonic acid, the heterocyclic decarboxylic acid 3,4-pyridine carboxylic acid. Cinchona, a tree or shrub of the genus Cinchona, native to the Andes in South America, but since widely cultivated in Indonesia and India as well for its medicinal bark. Cinchona bark, synonym of cinchona, the bark of these plants. Cinchona barks, plural of cinchona bark. Cinchona red, a dark-colored phlobophene that is produced when cinchitanic acid oxidizes. Cinchona reds, plural of cinchona red. Cinchonaceae, a family of flowering plants that includes the genus Cinchona. Cintonaceous, pertaining to or derived from cinchona, the plant or the medicine. Cinchonal, of or pertaining to cinchona. Cinchonamide, a chiral ligand, CHN2O, derived from alkaloids found in the bark of cinchonas. Cinchonamine, a white crystalline alkaloid that is found in some cinchona species and South American shrubs with the chemical formula CHN2O. Cinchonamines, plural of cinchonamine. Cinchonas, plural of cinchona. Cinchonate, a salt of cinchonic acid. Cinchonates, plural of cinchonate. Cinchonia, synonym of cinchonine. Cinchonias, plural of cinchonia. Cinchonic, belonging to or obtained from cinchona. Cinchonic acid, a kind of vegetable acid that derives from cinchona. Cinchonic acids, plural of cinchonic acid. Cinchonic red, a resiniform matter found in cinchona bark that is used as a coloring substance. Cinchonic reds, plural of cinchonic red. Cinchonicia, a genus of flowering plants belonging to the family Rubiaceae. Cinchonacine, synonym of cinchitoxine. Cinchonidia, dated form of cinchonidine. Cinchonidine, a stereoisomer and pseudoenantiomer of cinchonane used in asymmetric synthesis. Cinchonidines, plural of cinchonidine. Cinchonidinium, a univalent radical derived from a cinchonidine. Cinchonine, an alkaloid obtained from the bark of cinchona trees that is used as an antimalarial agent. Cinchonines, plural of cinchonine. Cinchonenic, of or relating to cinchonine. Cinchoninium, the cation formed by protonation of cinchonine. Cinchonization, alternative form of cinchonization. Cinchonize, Alternative spelling of synchronize. Synchronized. Simple past and past participle of synchronize. Synchronizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of synchronize. Synchronizing. Present participle and gerund of synchronize. Synchronism. A pathological condition in humans caused by an overdose of quinine or its natural source, cinchona bark. Synchronisms. Plural of synchronism. Synchronization. The process of synchronizing. Synchonize. To produce synchronism in, to poison with quinine or cinchona. Synchronized. Simple past and past participle of synchronize. Synchronizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of synchronize. Synchronizing. Present participle and gerund of synchronize. Synchronology. The pharmacology of cinchona and its derivatives. Synchofen. An analgesic drug used to treat gout in animals and, until the 1930s, in humans, when it was found to cause liver damage. Synchotanic acid. A tannin contained in many cinchona barks. Synchotanic acids. Plural of synchotanic acid. Synchotine. The alkaloid 5-ethyl-1-azabicyclo-2.2.2-octane 2-L-quinoline 4-L-methanol. Synchotoxin. Alternative form of synchotoxine. Synchotoxine. The alkaloid 3,3-R4-R3-phenylpiperidine 4-L-1-quinoline 4-L-propan 1,1 related to synchoning. Synchovatin. Synonym of erisine. Synchovatine. Alternative form of synchovatin. Cinchwe. Any plant in the genus Pectes, especially Pectes paposa, a fragrant herb of deserts in the North American Southwest and related to the marigolds, used for flavoring and for traditional medicinal uses. Cinchweeds. Plural of cinchweed. Cinti. Very easy, presenting no challenge. Cincinal. Relating to a Cincinus. Cincinnati. The third largest city in Ohio, United States, and the county seat of Hamilton County. Cincinnati chili. A regional style of chili con carne, especially in the greater Cincinnati area, characterized by seasonings such as cinnamon, cloves, allspice, and chocolate, and commonly served over spaghetti or as a hot dog sauce. Cincinnati chilies. Plural of Cincinnati chili. Cincinnati water maize. A type of water maize with 9 interconnected T intersections. Cincinnati water mazes. Plural of Cincinnati water maize. Cincinnation. Of or pertaining to the city of Cincinnati in Ohio. Cincinnations. Plural of Cincinnation. Cincinnatis. Plural of Cincinnati. Cincinnatus. A male given name from Latin. Cincini. Plural of Cincinus. Cincinnas. A type of monochasium on which the successive axes arise alternately in respect to the preceding one, a Scorpioid sign. Cincinnati. The city of Cincinnati, so called because of its close proximity to the Ohio-Kentucky border. Cinclet. Any bird of the family Cinclidae, a dipper or water ouzel. Cinclid. Plural of cinclid. Cinclodes. Any of several species of South American fernariids in the namesake genus Cinclodes. Cinco. A surname from Hokkien common among Filipinos of Chinese ancestry. Cinco de Mayo, a national celebration in Mexico commemorating the victory of Mexican forces led by General Ignacio Zaragoza over the French expeditionary forces in the Battle of Puebla on May 5, 1862, also celebrated widely by immigrants living in the United States. Cincos, plural of cinco. Cincata, a surname from Italian. Cincatas, plural of cincata. Zet, plural of cinque. That, drowned. Cinctin, any fossil echinoderm of the class Homostelia. Cinxins, plural of cinctin. Cinctoblastoa, a wrinkled, flagellated larva that is the result of cell division of a homospleromorph. Cinctoblastulas, plural of Cinctoblastula. Cincture, an enclosure, or the act of enclosing, encircling, or encompassing. Cincture, simple past and past participle of cincture. Cinctures, plural of cincture. Cincturing, present participle and gerund of cincture. Sense, clipping of Cincinnati. Cendar, a river in Alaska. Cinder block, a lightweight building block made from cinders and concrete. Cinder blocks, plural of cinder block. Cinder cone, a conical deposit of rock fragments around a volcano. Cinder cones, plural of cinder cone. Cinder dick, a member of the railroad police. Cinder dicks, plural of cinder dick. Cinder tea, a drink made by dropping a hot cinder into water, once considered a remedy for flatulence. Cinder toffee, synonym of honeycomb toffee. Cinder block, made of cinder blocks. Cinder blocks, plural of cinder block. Cinder, simple past and past participle of cinder. Cinderella, a popular fairy tale embodying a classic folktale myth element of unjust oppression and triumphant reward. Cinderella Club, a philanthropic group of the late 19th century, existing to provide food and entertainment for poor children. Cinderella clubs, plural of Cinderella Club. Cinderella complex, the situation where a woman has an unconscious desire to be taken care of by others and thus requires help from some outside force, usually a man. Cinderella complexes, plural of Cinderella complex. Cinderella dance, an early dancing party ending at midnight. Cinderella dances, plural of Cinderella dance. Cinderella effect, the alleged higher incidence of child abuse and mistreatment by step-parents than by biological parents. Cinderella liberties, plural of Cinderella liberty. Cinderella liberty, a period of leave that ends at midnight. Cinderella sale, an occasional sale of miscellaneous or damaged items. Cinderella sales, plural of Cinderella sale. Cinderella service, any type of service that is neglected or denied resources, such as the lack of funding in mental health services. Cinderella services, plural of Cinderella service. Cinderella stamp, a label resembling a postage stamp, but not issued for postal purposes by a government postal administration. Cinderella stamps, plural of Cinderella stamp. Cinderella state, a state of Australia that is financially or politically disadvantaged or neglected. Cinderella stories. Plural of Cinderella story. Cinderella story. A story, real or fictional, in which a deserving but maltreated person eventually attains happiness and success. Cinderella team. An underdog or lesser-known team that unexpectedly achieves significant success by outperforming a higher-seeded opponent. Cinderella teams. Plural of Cinderella team. Cinderellesque. Resembling or characteristic of Cinderella from the fairy tale. Cinderellas. Plural of Cinderella. Cinderellian. Of, resembling, or characteristic of Cinderella. Cinderfell. A man or boy who shares qualities with the character Cinderella. Cinderfellas. Plural of Cinderfell. Cinderford. A town and civil parish with a town council and Forest of Dean district, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref. So 6514. Cinderhill. A hamlet in Kilburn Parish, Amber Valley District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref. SK 3746. Cindering. Present participle and gerund of cinder. Cinderless. Without cinders. Cinderly. Resembling or characteristic of a cinder. Cinderman. A person who collects/removes cinders/ash/slag. Cinderman. Plural of cinderman. Cinderous. Relating to or composed of cinders. Cindery. Cinders. Cinderella. Cindery. Covered in cinders. Sind. A diminutive of the female given name Cynthia. Sind. Alternative form of Cindy female. Given name. Sind. A diminutive of the female given name Cynthia and Lucinda, also used as a formal female given name. Syndenic. Relating to syndenics. Syndenics. The science of risk analysis. A cinefilm. Cine. Alternative spelling of sin. Cinea. Clef. A fictional film describing real-life people or events. Cine camera. An early motion picture camera using cinefilm. Cine camera. Alternative form of cine camera. Cine cameras. Plural of cine camera. Cine cameras. Plural of cine camera. Cine film. Alternative spelling of cinefilm. Cine film. Alternative spelling of cinefilm. Cine films. Plural of cine film. Cine films. Plural of cine film. Film, movie, cinema moving pictures. Cinematography. Relating to cinematography. Cinematography. An imaging technique that uses videography to capture the passage of a contrast agent through the chambers of the heart. Cineagram. An angiogram produced using cinematography. Cineagrams. Plural of cineagram. Cinematographic. Relating to cinematography. Cinematography. Cinematographic angiography. Cineast. An enthusiast of film and the cinema. Cineast. Alternative spelling of cineast. Cineasts. Plural of cineast. Cineaste. Relating to or characteristic of filmmaking. Cineastically, in a cineastic manner, relating to or in terms of filmmaking. Cineasts, plural of cines. Cinecamera, alternative form of cinecamera. Cinecameras, plural of cinecamera. Cinechoreography, choreography recorded on film. Cinedance, dance that is choreographed for a film motion picture. Cinefaction, incineration, reduction to ashes. Cinefilm, any of various obsolete film formats, including 8mm, 9.5mm, 16mm, and Super 8, formerly much used for making home movies to be viewed on a projector. Cinefilm, alternative spelling of cinefilm. Cinefilm, simple past and past participle of cinefilm. Cinefilme, present participle and gerund of cinefilm. Cinefilms, plural of cinefilm. Cinefilms, plural of cinefilm. Cinefluorogram, a fluorogram produced by cinefluorography. Cinefluorograms, plural of cinefluorogram. Cinefluorograph, an instrument for performing cinefluorography. Cinefluorographed, simple past and past participle of cinefluorograph. Cinefluorographic, relating to cinefluorography. Cinefluorographically, by means of cinefluorography. Cinefluorographies, plural of cinefluorography. Cinefluorographing, present participle and gerund of cinefluorograph. Cinefluorographs, plural of cinefluorograph. Cinefluorography, cinematographic fluorography. Cinefluoroscopic, relating to cinefluoroscopy. Cinefluoroscopies, plural of cinefluoroscopy. Cinefluoroscopy, fluoroscopy that is recorded on a cine camera. Cinegenic, having an appearance and exhibiting qualities thought to be attractive to film viewers. Cinegoer, a cinemagoer. Cinegoers, plural of cinegoer. Cinegram, alternative form of kinegram. Cinegrams, plural of cinegram. Cineliteracy, familiarity with films and cinema. Cineliterate, familiar with films and cinema. Cinelli, a surname. Cinelis, plural of Cinelli. Cineloop, a sequence of digital images from an ultrasound or nuclear medicine examination. Cineloops, plural of Cinelu. Cinema, a movie theater, a movie house. Cinema d'auteur, a cinematic style that emphasizes the director's personal vision, the making of film d'auteurs, auteurism. Cinema d'auteurs, plural of cinema d'auteur. Cinéma du look, a French film movement of the 1980s and 1990s, characterized by its spectacular visual style. A look. Cinema hall, a big room where films are shown, movie theater. Cinema halls, plural of cinema hall. Cinema verite, alternative form of cinéma vérité. Cinéma vérité, a style of cinema that appears to be realistic, showing ordinary people in ordinary situations speaking and acting naturally. Cinema goer, a person attending the cinema. Cinema goers, plural of cinema goer. Cinemahas, transmit video to show in a cinema. Cinemacasting, present participle and gerund of cinemacast. Cinematic, a film enthusiast, movie-holic. Cinematics, plural of cinematic. Cinemagor, one who visits a cinema in order to watch a film. Cinemagors, plural of cinemagor. Cinemagoing. Attending film screenings at a cinema. Cinematograph, a digital image in which an element or small area is animated, such as in an animated GIF. Cinemagraphs, plural of cinemagraph. Cinemaholic, a movie enthusiast. Cinematic, cinematic. Cinema-like, resembling or characteristic of a cinema. Cinemansion, a large movie theater. Cinemansions, plural of cinemansion. Cinemaphile, a movie enthusiast, a film buff. Cinemaphiles, plural of cinemaphile. Cinemapho, one who dislikes movies. Cinemaphobes, plural of cinemapho. Cinemaphotographer, a cinematographer. Cinemaphotographers, plural of cinemaphotographer. Cinemaphotography, cinematography. Cinemas, plural of cinema. Cinemascope, alternative letter case form of cinemascope. Cinemascope, an anamorphic lensed series used from 1953-1967 for shooting 20th Century Fox widescreen movies. Cinematheque, a film archive with small cinemas screening classic and art house films. Cinematics, plural of cinematic. Cinematherapy, the viewing of thought-provoking or inspiring films as a form of therapy. Cinematic, of or relating to the cinema. Cinematical, of or pertaining to the cinema, cinematic. Cinematically, in cinematic terms. Cinematicity, the state or condition of being fit for the cinematographic process or film, fullness. Cinematics, the use of cinematic techniques, production of material that will make effective cinema viewing. Cinematization, adaptation for the cinema. Cinematizations, plural of cinematization. Cinematize, to adapt an event or story for the cinema. Cinematized, simple past and past participle of cinematize. Cinematizes, third person singular simple present indicative of cinematize. Cinematizing, present participle and gerund of cinematize. Cinematization, alternative form of cinematization. Cinematizations, plural of cinematization. Cinematize, alternative form of cinematize. Cinematized, simple past and past participle of cinematize. Cinematizes, third person singular simple present indicative of cinematize. Cinematizing. Present participle and gerund of cinematize. Cinematogram. A series of random dots presented to an observer in order to measure his ability to detect motion throughout the visual field. Cinematograms. Plural of cinematogram. Cinematograph. A camera that could develop its own film and served as its own projector. Cinematograph. Simple past and past participle of cinematograph. Cinematographer. A photographer who oversees the operations of the cameras and lighting when making a film. The cinematographer may also double as the camera operator of the movie camera, though this is usually done by a cameraman. The film director may also double as the cinematographer, though this is usually a different person. Cinematographers. Plural of cinematographer. Cinematographic. Of or pertaining to cinematography. Cinematographical. Alternative form of cinematographic. Cinematographically. By means of cinematography. Cinematographies. Plural of cinematography. Cinematographing. Present participle and gerund of cinematograph. Cinematographus. A cinematographer. Cinematographists. Plural of cinematographus. Cinematographs. Plural of cinematograph. Cinematography. The art, process, or job of filming movies. Cinematology. The art and science of making movies. Cinematography. Cinematoscope. Any of several early motion picture projectors. Cinematoscopes. Plural of cinematoscope. Cinemization. Alternative form of cinematization. Cinemizations. Plural of cinemization. Cinemicrograph. A film recording made through a microscope. Cinemicrographic. Relating to cinemicrography. Cinemicrographically. By means of cinemicrography. Cinemicrographs. Plural of cinemicrograph. Cinemicrography. Alternative form of cinephotomicrography. Cinemize. Alternative form of cinematize. Cinemized. Simple past and past participle of cinemize. Cinemizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of cinemize. Cinemizing. Present participle and gerund of cinemize. Cinemobile. A mobile film projection room. Cinemabiles. Plural of cinemobile. Cinematograph. An integrating anemometer. Cinemagraphs. Plural of cinemograph. Cinemology. The study of film. Cinema. A sticky coating on the floor of a movie theater caused by spilled beverages and dropped snack items. Synenchema. Laticiferous tissue consisting of irregularly branching and anastomosing vessels. Synenchematus. Of or relating to synenchema. Sit out. Eucalyptol. Sit out. The monoterpenoid ether eucalyptol. Sitios. Plural of Cineol. Sitios. Plural of cineal. Cinepazet. A vasodilator. Cinepaisai, a vasodilator drug. Cinephile, an enthusiast of films and the cinema. Cinephiles, plural of cinephile. Cinephilia, enthusiasm for films and the cinema. Cinephilias, plural of cinephilia. Cinephilic, having a love of films or the cinema. Cinepho, a person who detests films and the cinema. Cinephobia, the fear or hatred of films and the cinema. Cinephotographer, one who records motion pictures. Cinephotographers, plural of cinephotographer. Cinephotographic, relating to cinephotography. Cinephotographically, by means of cinephotography. Cinephotography, the recording of motion pictures. Cinephotomicrography, cinematic. Graphic photomicrography. Cinephotomicroscopic, relating to cinephotomicroscopy. Cinephotomicroscopy, high-speed photography technique to capture and analyze fast-moving microscopic events. Cineplastic, alternative form of kind plastic. Cineplastics, alternative form of kind plastics. Cineplex, a cinema having multiple theaters showing rooms. Cineplexes, plural of cineplex. Cineraceous, like ashes, ash-colored, cinerous. Cinerate. Footage produced by means of cineradiography. Cineradiography, relating to or using cineradiography. Cineradiographical, of or pertaining to cineradiography. Cineradiograph, plural of cineradiograph. Cineradiography. Cinematography of working internal organs, normally using X-rays. Cinerama, a widescreen movie filming and projection system, briefly in vogue during the 1950s, involving 3 synchronized standard format films projected onto a wide, curved screen, providing a wraparound experience for cinemagoers. Cineraria, plural of cinerarium. Cinerarias, plural of cineraria. Cinerarium, a place or receptacle for depositing the ashes of cremated people. Cinerariums, plural of cinerarium. Cinerary, of pertaining to or containing ashes, especially those of a cremated person. Cinerarium, a vessel used to preserve cremated remains. Cinerarians, plural of cinerarium. Cineration, the reducing of anything to ashes by combustion, incineration. Cinerator, a furnace used to convert dead bodies to ashes. Cinerators, plural of cinerator. Cinerea, the gray matter of the brain. Cinereo, of or pertaining to cinerea. Cinerecording, a recording on cinefilm. Cinerecordings, plural of cinerecording. Cinereous, of an ash-gray color. Cinereous bunting, is a Cineracea, a passerine bird in the bunting family Emberizidae. Cinereous buntings, plural of cinereous bunting. Cinereous tinamou, a tinamou, Crypturellus cinereus. Cinereus tinamus, plural of Cinereus tinamou. Cinereus tit. Parus cinereus, a small bird of the tit family, parody. Cinereus tits, plural of Cinereus tit. Cinereus vulture, a Eurasian black vulture, Aegypias monachus. Cinereus vultures, plural of Cinereus vulture. Cinereously, in a cinereous manner. Cinerescent, somewhat cinereous, of a color somewhat resembling that of wood ashes. Cinerin, either of two pyrethrin compounds, cinerin I chemical formula CHO or cinerin Roman 2 CHO. Cinerins, plural of cinerin. Cineri, a sedimentary rock composed mostly of volcanic ash. Cinerites, plural of cineri. Cinericious, cinereus. Cinerogenography, synonym of cineradiography. Cinerolum, the ketalcohol 2,2-butanol 4-hydroxy 3-methyl 2-cyclopentan 1,1. Alternative form of cinereous ash-colored. Cinerolent, full of ashes, resembling ashes. Cinerulose, the deoxysugar 2's 5R6 is 5,6-dihydroxy 2-methyloxin 3,1 produced by some forms of streptomyces. Cineseismography, cinematographic seismography. Cinesis, alternative form of kinesis. Cineveli, a photographic instrument for collection of trajectory data. It can be used to acquire angular measurements of the line of sight in the testing of missiles, rockets, projectiles, aircraft, and fire control systems. Cinetheodolites, plural of cinetheodolite. Cinetization, a distorted image created by removing portions of an original image and reassembling the remainder at disjointed angles. Cinetizations, plural of cinetization. Cinetoplasm, alternative form of kinoplasm. Cineas, a surname. Cinesis, plural of cineas. Cinevariety, a kind of variety show incorporating bioscope film. Cineventriculographic, relating to cineventriculography. Cineventriculography, the X-ray imaging of the heart ventricles in motion. Cinevideodensitometric, relating to cinevideodensitometry. Cine, a city and municipality in Namur, Belgium. Cinflumai, a muscle relaxant. Alternative form of king. Signales, archaic spelling of Sinhales. Sinsuin, alternative form of king. Inquin. Singhal, archaic spelling of Sinhala. Sinhalese, archaic spelling of Sinhalese. Sinha, a kind of belt or other girdle. Singles, plural of single. Singula, plural of singulum. Singular, of or pertaining to the singulum. Singulatin, a mammal of the order Cingulata including the armadillos and other extinct species. Singulatins, plural of singulatin. Cingulate, pertaining to a cingulum. Cingulate cortex, the medial part of the cortex between the corpus callosum to the cingulate sulcus. Cingulate cordexes. Plural of cingulate cordex. Cingulate gyri. Plural of cingulate gyrus. Cingulate gyrus, a section of the cerebral cortex belonging to the fornicate gyrus, which arches over the corpus callosum. Cingulate gyruses, plural of cingulate gyrus. Cingulated, having a cingulum. Cingulates, plural of cingulate. Cingulectomies, plural of cingulectomy. Cingulectomy, synonym of cingulotomy. Cinguli, plural of cingulum. Cingulid, a ridge that girdles the base of a lower molar tooth. Cingul Cingulins, plural of cingulid. Cingulin, a dimeric protein found in tight junctions. Cingulins, plural of cingulin. Cingullo, cingulum. Cingulopercular, relating to the cingulate cortex and the operculum. Cingulofrontal, cingulate and frontal. Cingulomania, a strong desire to hold a person in one's arms. Cingulomarginal, singular and marginal. Cingulopercular, alternative form of cingulopercular. Cinguloparietal, relating to the cingulate gyrus and the parietal lobe of the brain. Cingulopsid, any sea snail in the family Cingulopsidae. Cingulopsids, plural of cingulopsid. Cingulopsoidean, any gastropod mollusk of the superfamily Cingulopsoidea. Cingulopsoideans, plural of Cingulopsoidean. Cingulotomies, plural of cingulotomy. Cingulotomy, a form of brain surgery in which an electric current is used to destroy the cortex of the cingulate gyrus and part of the corpus callosum. Cingulum, the girdle of an alb. Cingulumotomies, plural of cingulumotomy. Cingulumotomy, synonym of cingulotomy. Cingulums, plural of cingulum. Cinetapri, a gastroprochinetic agent and anti-ulcer agent of the benzimide class. Cinum, a gene-coding proteins responsible for the dehydration of serine and threonine residues in the perpeptide followed by the subsequent formation of lanthionine bridges in cinnamycin. Cinmetacin, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Cinnabar, a deep red mineral, mercuric sulfide, HGS, the principal ore of mercury, such ore used as the pigment vermilion. Cinnabar bubuk, a species of bubuk owl, Ninox ios, with rufous chestnut plumage, endemic to the highlands of Sulawesi. Cinnabar bubuks, plural of cinnabar bubuk. Cinnabar moth, Tyria jacobea, a Eurasian moth with brilliant red and black wings. Cinnabar moths, plural of cinnabar moth. Cinnabar, relating to or resembling cinnabar. Cinnabarine, resembling, containing, or relating to cinnabar, cinnabaric. Cinnabari, synonym of cinnabar mercuric sulfide. Cinnabard, of the bright reddish-orange color of cinnabar. Cinnabars, plural of cinnabar. Cinnamal, alternative form of cinnamaldehyde. Cinnamaldehyde. The aromatic aldehyde C6H5CH equals CHCHO that is responsible for the aroma of cinnamon, any derivative of this compound. Cinnamaldehydes. Plural of cinnamaldehyde. Cinnamamide. The amide of cinnamic acid. Cinnamate. Any salt or ester of cinnamic acid. Cinnamates. Plural of cinnamate. Cinnamoverine. An antimuscarinic drug. Cinnamedrine. The psychostimulant 2-methyl-E3-phenyl-prop 2-anylamino 1-phenylpropan-1-ol. Cinnamine. Benzyl cinnamate. Cinnamine. Styrene. Cinnamines. Plural of cinnamine. Cinnamnol. Synonym of styryl. Cinnamic. Of or pertaining to cinnamon. Cinnamic acid. The aromatic carboxylic acid C6H5ZH equals CHQ obtained from cinnamon. It is used in perfumery, etc. Cinnaminson. A township in Burlington County, New Jersey, United States. Cinnamomous. Of a cinnamon color. Cinnamome. Cinname. Cinnamon. A surname. Cinnamon attila. A bird of species Attila cinnamomius, native to South America. Cinnamon attilas. Plural of cinnamon attila. Cinnamon bear. Ursus americanus cinnamomum. A highly variable color morph and subspecies of the American black bear, native to the United States and Canada. Cinnamon bears. Plural of cinnamon bear. Cinnamon bread. A type of sweet bread flavored with cinnamon. Cinnamon breads. Plural of cinnamon bread. Cinnamon bun. Synonym of cinnamon roll. A rolled pastry flavored with cinnamon and sugar. Cinnamon buns. Plural of cinnamon bun. Cinnamon Cay. An island of the United States Virgin Islands. Cinnamon fern. A coarse fern, Osminestrum cinnamomium, found primarily in wet areas. Cinnamon ferns. Plural of cinnamon fern. Cinnamon fungi. Plural of cinnamon fungus. Cinnamon fungus. A microscopic soil-borne water mold, Phytophthora cinnamomi, family Peronosporaceae, that destroys root systems, causing plants to die through lack of water and nutrients. Cinnamon ring. Anus. Cinnamon rings. Plural of cinnamon ring. Cinnamon roll. A rolled pastry flavored with cinnamon and sugar. Cinnamon rolls. Plural of cinnamon roll. Cinnamon shadow dragon. A shadow dragon, dragonfly of species Neurocordulia virginiensis. Cinnamon shadow dragons. Plural of cinnamon shadow dragon. Cinnamon snail. Synonym of cinnamon roll. Cinnamon snails. Plural of cinnamon snail. Cinnamon stick. A thin piece of cinnamon bark curled up into a tube. Cinnamon sticks. Plural of cinnamon stick. Cinnamon stone. A reddish-brown variety of stone found in Sri Lanka, sometimes cut for jewelry. Cinnamon stones. Plural of cinnamon stone. Cinnamon sugar. A mixture of ground cinnamon and granulated sugar with much more sugar than cinnamon. Cinnamon teal, a small dabbling duck of species Spatula cyanoptera with red to brown plumage, found in western North and South America. Cinnamon teals, plural of cinnamon teal. Cinnamon vine, Dioscorea palustacea, a East Asian vine with edible tubers. Cinnamon vines, plural of cinnamon vine. Cinnamon wattle, Acacia leprosa, a species of acacia. Cinnamon-breasted tit, a small bird of species Melanoparus pallidiventris in the tit family parody. Cinnamon-breasted tits, plural of cinnamon-breasted tit. Cinnamon-rumped foliage gleaner, a bird of species Philidor pihodes in the Furnariidae family, native to Brazil. Cinnamon-rumped foliage gleaners, plural of cinnamon-rumped foliage gleaner. Cinnamon, a yellow crystalline substance, C6H2H-CO, the ketone of cinnamic acid. Cinnamon, flavored with cinnamon. Cinnamone, being a kind of dry reddish soil. Cinnamon-like, resembling or characteristic of cinnamon. Cinnamons, plural of cinnamon. Cinnamon wood, synonym of sassafras. Cinnamony, redolent of cinnamon. Cinnamol, a univalent radical formerly derived from cinnamic acid by removal of the hydroxyl group. Cinnamoylated, modified by reaction with a cinnamoyl group. Cinnamoylglycine, an N-cinnamoyl derivative of glycine. Cinnamols, plural of cinnamoyl. Cinnamtannin, any of a group of procyanidins found in Cinnamomum species. Cinnamtannins, plural of cinnamtannin. Cinnamycin, a tetracyclic lantibiotic produced by Streptomyces cinnamomius. Cinnamel, the univalent radical C6H5ZH equals CHCH characteristic of cinnamic compounds. Cinnamylidene, the divalent radical C6H5ZH equals CHCH equals. Cinnamylidines, plural of cinnamylidene. Cinnamels, plural of cinnamyl. Cinnarizine, alternative form of cinnarizine. Cinnarizine, a particular antihistamine drug mainly used to control vomiting due to motion sickness. Cingnazal, any of a group of sesquiterpenoids found in certain plants. Cinnaline, benzopyridazine. Cinnaline, plural of cinnaline. Cindalenine, a diterpenoid with the molecular formula CH08 found in various species of the Cinnamomum genus. Cinzalanol, a diterpenoid found in the bark of various Cinnamomum species. CINO, abbreviation of Chief Innovation Officer. CINO, a surname from Italian. Cinnabufagen, a cardiotoxic bufenolide steroid secreted by the Asiatic toad Bufo gargarizens, having similar effects to digitalis and used in traditional Chinese medicine. Cinnabufatalin, a bufadienolide present in toad venom and used in traditional Chinese medicine. Cinnalaszpan, a benzodiazepine drug. Sinopal, obsolete spelling of Sinopal. Cinequidox, a topical anti-infective drug. Sino, plural of sino. Senos, plural of sino. Senisternoi, any member of the family Sinisternidae sin, sinisternoidae, of mud turtles. Sinisternoids, plural of sinisternoi. Donati, a surname from Italian. Senoxacin, a synthetic antimicrobial drug formerly used to treat urinary tract infections in adults. Senoxay, an ester formed from methoxycinnamic acid and 2-ethoxyethanol and used in some sunscreens. Senoxalum, an anti-ulcer drug. Synpropazi, a vasodilator. Zet, archaic form of zinc. Cinquefoil, alternative spelling of cinquefoil. Cinquefoils, plural of cinquefoil. Thanks, plural of think. Cinquain, a 5-line poetic form which consists of 2, 4, 6, 8 then 2 syllables. Cinquains, plural of cinquain. Zit, a surname from Italian. Cinque Ports, a series of 5 historic coastal towns in Kent and Sussex, namely Hastings, New Romney, Hythe, Dover and Sandwich. Cinque Pace, a lively dance, the galliard, whose steps were regulated by the number 5. Cinque Paces, plural of cinque pace. Cinquecentism, the style of art and architecture associated with 16th century Italy. Cinquecentists, of or pertaining to the art of Italy in the 16th century. Cinquecentists, plural of cinquecentist. Cinquecento, 16th century 1500s. Cinquetta, alternative form of cinquedia. Cinquetas, plural of cinquetta. Cinquedia, a short sword with a heavy blade developed in northeastern Italy during the Renaissance, often richly ornamented. Cinquedias, plural of cinquedia. Cinquefoil, a patentilla flower. Cinquefoiled, having 5 lobes or having the shape of a cinquefoil. Cinquefoils, plural of cinquefoil. Cinquepace, alternative form of cinquepace. Cinquepaces, plural of cinquepace. Cinquepes, alternative form of cinquepace. Cinquer, a town in Cabañas Department, El Salvador. Zengs, plural of cinque. Cinquillo, a type of Latin American musical rhythm consisting of 5 beat units. The, plural of cin. Senzalt, a grape variety from the Languedoc-Roussillon region of France. Cinsalts, plural of cinsalt. Cant amacra emma letterwini for saud I see akira. A bodhisattva in Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhism. Zithar, alternative form of center. Centers, plural of center. Did it, contraction of Cincinnati City in Ohio. Centaur, a surname from Spanish. Centaurus, plural of Centaura. Cintron, a surname. Cintrons, plural of cintron. The initialism of chemotherapy induces nausea and vomiting. Cinex, a gene that encodes the protein that catalyzes the hydroxylation of aspartate at position 15 of cinnamycin. Cinerac, a descendant of Cinnyras. Cinzano, a brand of Italian vermouth available in several versions. Cinzanos, plural of Cinzano. Tiao, initialism of Congress of Industrial Organizations. Ceobenus grominus carpatin, synonym of Carpathian shepherd dog. Ceobenus grominus carpatins, plural of Ceobenus grominus carpatin. Ceobenauca, a village in Ceobenauca, Anianoi in Moldova. Diakinsi, a village in Kalinsti, Argeș County, Romania. Diaca, a surname from Italian. Diacas, plural of Seaca. Zatana, a village and commune of Alameda County, Romania. Dasau, a village and commune of Brăila County, Romania. Tiv, a surname. Iafis, plural of Seafi. Safrandani, a commune of Argeș County, Romania. Any member of the family Ceathecin, Ceoidae of minute tree fungus beetles. Dioides, plural of Seoi. Seolafurnu, a village and commune of Falsti Rain, Moldova. Seolenau, a surname from Italian. Seolenos, plural of Seolino. Tilhane, a village and commune of Ilfov County, Romania. Seamatsi, a commune of Argeș County, Romania. Alternative spelling of Sion. Kinsai, a surname from Italian. Shenses, plural of Shinsai. Genda, any sea squirt in the family Shinidae. Shineds, plural of Shined. And plural of Shin. Cepino, an Italian-American shellfish and tomato stew. Ceapinos, plural of Ceapino. Saranian, of or relating to Emil Cioran 1911-1995, Romanian philosopher and essayist. Teoesti, a village in Pripănsti, Galați County, Romania. Teoesti, a commune of Iași County, Romania. Seios, plural of Seio. Seof Hummel, an Aniandogen Derog. Data, a left-handed person. Datags, plural of Seatai. Dud, a surname from Italian. Iadis, plural of Seati. The initialism of common isochronous packet. The acronym of Children's Internet Protection Act. Cipaglucosidase alpha, a medication used in combination with miglustat to treat pump disease. Ciparnamin, the antimalarial spirindolone drug 1R3-5-7-dichloro-6-fluoro-3-methylspiro 2,3,4,9 tetrahydropyrido 3,4-B indole 1,3-indoline 2,1. Cipher, a numeric character. Cipherable, able to be ciphered calculated. Cipherdom, the condition of being a cipher/nonentity. Ciphered, Simple past and past participle of cipher. Cipherer. Someone or something that ciphers. Cipherers. Plural of cipherer. Cipherode. Nothingness. Ciphering. Pronunciation spelling of ciphering. Ciphering. Present participle and gerund of cipher. Cipherings. Plural of ciphering. Cipher-like. Resembling or characteristic of a cipher. Ciphers. Plural of cipher. Ciphertext. Encoded or encrypted text. Ciphertext-only attack. An attack on a cryptosystem that relies only on the attacker's knowledge of some ciphertexts encrypted with that system and key. Less powerful than a known plaintext attack. Ciphertexts. Plural of ciphertexts. 7. The process of encrypting telecommunication signals as to prevent information from being intercepted by an enemy or competitor. Sedanet. The international and proprietary name of Sabionet. Sipidel. A legendary character revolving around the Siguanaba and Khadija legends, portrayed as an 8-10-year-old boy with a large conical hat and a pot belly. Siblangvimune. A reverse transcriptase inhibitor used in the treatment of HIV. TIFA. Initialism of International Committee for Weights and Measures French abbreviation. Cephalon. A whitish marble from Rome, containing pale greenish zones. It consists of calcium carbonate, with zones and cloudings of talc. Cephalens. Plural of Cipolin. Cephala. A surname from Italian. Sephalas, plural of Sephala. Seppaline onion, a relatively flat, oval onion, originally from northern Italy. Seppaline onions, plural of Sippaline onion. Seppalani, a specific variety of medium-sized, flat onion. Seppalanas, plural of Sippalini. Sippaleno, alternative form of Sippalin type of marble. Sippalanos, plural of Sippalino. Seppalon, a surname from Italian. Seppalons, plural of Sippalone. Sevi, plural of Seppus. Seppalani, a kind of small sweet onion. Seppalanas. Plural of Sippalini. Deves, a small, low pillar, square or round, commonly having an inscription, used by the ancients for various purposes, as for indicating the distances of places, for a landmark, for sepulchral inscriptions, etc. Sedviuses, plural of Sippus. Ciprofali, an antiarrhythmic drug. Ciprallicin, a potent histamine H3 receptor ligand. Ciprazophone, an anticonvulsant drug. Ciprafatal, an opioid analgesic derived from isoquinoline. Sepria, a surname from Spanish. Sepria. A surname from Italian. Ciprianae, a monoclinic prismatic pale brown mineral containing aluminum, beryllium, boron, calcium, fluorine, hydrogen, iron, lanthanum, cerium, praseodymium, neodymium, samarium, lithium, magnesium, oxygen, silicon, thorium, titanium, and uranium. Cebriones, plural of Cipriani. Cipriano, a surname. Ciprianos, plural of Cipriano. Cyprians, plural of Cyprian. Cipro, clipping of ciprofloxacin. Ciprofibrate, a particular fibrate. Ciprofloxacin, a broad-spectrum fluoroquidyl antibiotic CHFN3 that is often administered in the form of acetyl CHFN3 and is effective especially against gram-negative bacteria. Cipropry, an antiemetic drug. Ciprostine, a prostaglandin analog. Ciprexiphen, a highly potent histamine antagonist proposed as a treatment for sleep disorders such as narcolepsy and to improve vigilance in old age, particularly in the treatment of conditions such as Alzheimer's disease. Ciprexin, synonym of ciprofloxacin. Plural of CIP. Sir, initialism of committed information rate. Sir, abbreviation of circuit with respect to a circuit court. Era, initialism of continuity Irish Republican Army. Era, a surname. Suramatol, a particular narcotic painkiller. Duranta, a traditional Brazilian children's dance. Gerandas, plural of Saranda. Era, plural of Sarah. Serrallo, a surname from Italian in turn from Sicilian. Serrallos, plural of Serrallo. Cerazale, a non-selective agonist of the alpha-1 adrenergic receptor and antagonist to the alpha-2 adrenergic receptor, thus possibly an effective vasoconstrictor. Sir, initialism of Canada Industrial Relations Board. Sir, an amphitheatrical circle for sports, a circus. Sir, abbreviation of Circa. Circa, a surname. Circadial. Misspelling of circadianly. Circadian, of relating to or showing rhythmic behavior with a period of 24 hours, especially of a biological process. Circadian clock, synonym of circadian rhythm. Circadian clocks, plural of circadian clock. Circadian dysrhythmia, disruption to the body's biological clock caused by a sudden shift in daily rhythm. Circadian rhythm, the internal body clock that regulates the roughly 24-hour cycle of biological processes in animals and plants. Circadian rhythms, plural of circadian rhythm. Circadianity, the condition of being circadian. Circadianly, in a circadian manner. Circa horarian, ultradian with a period of approximately an hour. Circuliteral, the region of the subliteral zone which extends from the lower limit of the infraliteral to the maximum depth at which photosynthesis is still possible. Circulunar, of relating to or showing rhythmic behavior with a period of a lunar month. Circulunidian, circulunar. Circannual, of biological processes having or occurring in annual cycles or periods. Circannually, in a circannual manner. Sarkar, alternative spelling of Sarkar. Sarkars, plural of Sarkar. Circase median, following a 12-hour half-a-day rhythm. Circastin, approximately weekly. Circatha, a mountainous region in the Caucasus of Eurasia. Circassian, of or pertaining to Circassia or Circassians. Circassian chicken, a dish of shredded boiled chicken served with a paste made with crushed walnuts and stock thickened with bread. Circassians, plural of Circassian. Circassic, synonym of Circassian. Circassan, a kind of light cashmere of silk and mohair. Circatidal. Approximately in time with the tides. Circe, an enchantress who turned Odysseus's men into pigs. Circea, pertaining to Circe, the Greek goddess who first charmed her victims and then changed them into animals, hence alluring but dangerous or degrading. Circean poison, a poison or potion that changes the body but not the mind. Circe, circumcised. Circenseo, obsolete form of circensian. Circensian, of, relating to, or held in, the Circus Maximus of ancient Rome. Circeum, a fortress city in Mesopotamia in Roman and Islamic periods near the junction of the Euphrates and Khabur rivers. Circero, relating to biorhythms that are approximately hourly. Circe, plural of circus. Circinal, circinate, coiled from the apex towards the base. Circimate, of a leaf or similar part coiled on itself from the apex toward the base. Circinated, alternative form of circinate. Circinately, in a circinate fashion. Circination, a circling motion, a rotation. Circinations, plural of circination. Circe, present participle and gerund of circ. Circingle, alternative form of circingle. Circingles, plural of circingle. Circinate, alternative form of circinate. Circinteractome, circ orene interactome. Sarzinus, a small constellation of the southern winter sky, said to resemble a compass. It lies between the constellations of Centaurus and Triangulum Australe. Circle, a census-designated place in Yukon-Koyukuk Census Area, Alaska, United States, erroneously thought to be on the Arctic Circle, which is 50 miles further north. Circle back, to return to a previous location or state, to come back to. Circle change-up, a pitch thrown with a grip where the pitcher makes a circle with the index finger, holding the thumb at the bottom of the ball parallel to the middle finger and holding the ball far out in the hand. Circle change-ups, plural of circle change-up. Circle City, the city of Indianapolis, India, United States. Circle contact lens, a cosmetic contact lens that makes the eye's irises appear larger, popular in East Asia. Circle contact lenses, plural of circle contact lens. Circle dance, a style of social dance done in a circle, semicircle, or a curved line to musical accompaniment. Circle dances, plural of circle dance. Circle game, any of various games for groups of children where players sit or stand in a circular formation. Circle games, plural of circle game. Circle gets the square, an affirmative response often used sarcastically. Circle group. The group of all complex numbers of unit modulus, with the group operation being complex multiplication. Circle groups. Plural of circle group. Circle n. Synonym of iris in. Circle inversion. A transformation that maps any point p not equal to O to the point P on the ray from O through P, for which OP times OP equals R2, and which maps O to the point at infinity. Circle inversions. Plural of circle inversion. Circle jerk. A group of people jerking off, masturbating together with or without interpersonal contact. Circle jerked. Simple past and past participle of circle jerk. Circle jerker. Someone who engages in a circle jerk. Circle jerkers. Plural of circle jerker. Circle jerking. Present participle and gerund of circle jerk. Circle jerks. Plural of circle jerk. Circle lens. Circle contact lens. Circle lenses. Plural of circle lens. Circle of antisimilitude. A reference circle about which two other circles are inverses of each other. Circle of Apollonius. Any of 8 circles, including degenerate cases that, for a given set of 3 circles, solve the problem of Apollonius, i.e. intersect each circle tangentially. Circle of fifths. Alternative form of cycle of fifths. Circle of friends. A group of close friends who usually do things together. Circle of life. The natural cycle of procreation, birth, life, death, and predation. Circle of the gorge. A minimum circle on a surface of revolution, cut out by a plane perpendicular to the axis. Circle of Willis. A circle of arteries at the base of the brain that is formed by the cerebral and communicating arteries and is a site of aneurysms. Circle out. Synonym of iris out. Circle pit. A dance at a concert where participants mosh in a circular path, leaving the center clear. Circle pits. Plural of circle pit. Circle progression. A chord progression with ascending fourths and slash or descending fifths. Circle progressions. Plural of circle progression. Circle runner. A player who plays along the 6-meter line with his or her back facing the opponent's goal and tries to get in between the defenders to create space so that a teammate can get in. The circle runner can also receive a pass and try to score. Circle runners. Plural of circle runner. Circle sector. Alternative spelling of circular sector. Circle sectors. Plural of circle sector. Circle segment. Synonym of circular segment. Circle segments. Plural of circle segment. Circle sentence. A criminal sentence determined by the circle sentencing process. Circle sentences. Plural of circle sentence. Circle sentencing. An approach to criminal sentencing in Australian Aboriginal communities based on Aboriginal customs and having the involvement of the elders. Circle skirt. A skirt cut in sections to make one or more circles with a hole for the waist, so the skirt is very full but hangs smoothly from the waist without darts, pleats, or gathers. Circle skirts. Plural of circle skirt. Circle strafe. Alternative form of circle strafe. Circle strafed. Simple past and past participle of circle strafe. Circle strafes. Third person singular simple present indicative of circle strafe. Circle strafing. Present participle and gerund of circle strafe. Circle the drain. To be in a rapid decline or in a state of downfall, especially as leading to an inevitable utter failure or destruction. Circle a field. To go very wide around other horses in order to move into a winning position. Circle the wagons. To draw a wagon train into a circle to allow the wagons to provide cover when under attack. Circle time. Time spent by a group sitting together to take part in an activity. Circle times. Plural of circle time. Circle up. Synonym of touch base. Circle A. Letter 2 for D0, the symbol of anarchism. Circle ellipse problem. The problematic situation where a base class contains methods which mutate an object in a manner which may invalidate a stronger invariant found in a derived class, violating the Liskov substitution principle. For example, if a circle is modeled as a subtype of an ellipse, and the ellipse has a method that stretches it on one axis, the circle must also implement that method despite it making no sense for a circle. Circle-ish. Alternative form of circle-ish. Circle-jer. Alternative spelling of circle-jerk. Circle-jerks. Plural of circle-jer. Circle-strafe. To move around a target in circular fashion while facing it, in order to avoid counterattacks while attacking at close range. Circle strafe. Simple past and past participle of circle strafe. Circle strafes. Third person singular simple present indicative of circle strafe. Circle strafing. Present participle and gerund of circle strafe. Circle. Simple past and past participle of circle. Circled back. Simple past and past participle of circle back. Circled the drain. Simple past and past participle of circle the drain. Circled the field. Simple past and past participle of circle the field. Circled the wagons. Simple past and past participle of circle the wagons. Circled up. Simple past and past participle of circle up. Circlish. Alternative form of circlish. Circle jerk. Alternative form of circle jerk. Circle jerked. Simple past and past participle of circle jerk. Circle jerking. Present participle and gerund of circle jerk. Circle jerks. Plural of circle jerk. Circle-I. Shaped like a circle, round, circular. Circleness. The state, quality, or condition of being a circle. Circler. One who circles or makes a circular motion. Circlers. Plural of circler. Circles. Plural of circle. Circles back. Third person singular simple present indicative of circle back. Circles of Apollonius. Plural of circle of Apollonius. Circles of fifths. Plural of circle of fifths. Circles of friends. Plural of circle of friends. Circles of life. Plural of circle of life. Circles of Willis. Plural of circle of Willis. Circles the drain. Third person singular simple present indicative of circle the drain. Circles the field. Third person singular simple present indicative of circle, the field. Circles the wagons. Third person singular simple present indicative of circle the wagons. Circles up. Third person singular simple present indicative of circle up. Circle west. Second person singular simple present indicative of circle. Circlet. A small circle. Circleted. Wearing a circlet. Circola. Third person singular simple present indicative of circle. Circlets. Plural of circlet. Circleville. An unincorporated community in Rushville Township, Rush County, Indiana, United States. Circle-wise. In a circular pattern or motion. Circly. Resembling a circle. Circli. A fluorescent light in the form of a ring. Circlines. Plural of circline. Circly. Present participle and gerund of circle. Circling back. Present participle and gerund of circle back. Circling the drain. Present participle and gerund of circle the drain. Circling the field. Present participle and gerund of circle the field. Circling the wagons. Present participle and gerund of circle the wagons. Circling up. Present participle and gerund of circle up. Circlingly. So as to circle with a circling motion. Circlings. Plural of circling. Circlip. A type of fastener consisting of a flexible metal ring of spring steel with open ends which can be snapped into place. Internal and external forms exist. Circlips. Plural of circlip. Circlish. Somewhat resembling a circle, circular. Circleize. To make circular. Circleize. Simple past and past participle of circleize. Circleizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of circleize. Circleizing. Present participle and gerund of circleize. Circloid. A variant of a cycloid being the locus of a point on a circle that rolls around another circle. Circlids. Plural of circloid. Circo. A surname. Circosul. Alternate around another circle. Circlids. Plural of circloid. Circo. A surname. Circosul. Alternative form of circosul. Circosals. Plural of circosul. Circloid. Alternative form of circoid. Circovarian. Surrounding an ovary. Circoviral. Relating to the circoviruses. Circovirus. Any of several viruses of the genus Circovirus that mostly affects birds or pigs. Circoviruses. Plural of circovirus. Circ-RNA. Circular RNA. Circ-RNAs. Plural of circ-RNA. Circs. Plural of circ. Circ. The act of moving or revolving around or as in a circle or orbit, a revolution. Circuit bending. The creative short-circuiting of electronic devices such as children's toys and small digital synthesizers in order to create new musical or visual instruments. Circuit board. A board on which electronic components and their interconnecting circuits are mounted or etched. Circuit boards. Plural of circuit board. Circuit breaker, an electrical switch capable of opening and closing an electrical circuit in all operating conditions, including fault situations. Circuit breakers, plural of circuit breaker. Circuit court, a court that sits at more than one location in the district that it serves. Circuit courts, plural of circuit court. Circuit intendant, the chief magistrate of an imperial Chinese circuit overseeing both its civil operation and local defense. Circuit intendants, plural of circuit intendant. Circuit parties, plural of circuit party. Circuit party, a large dance event closely associated with LGBT culture, often extending through the night into the following day, usually with a number of affiliated events in the days leading up to and following the main event. Circuit queen, a gay man who frequents circuit parties. Circuit queens, plural of circuit queen. Circuit race, a mass start road cycle race somewhat similar to a criterium in that it consists of several laps of a closed circuit, but where the length of each circuit or lap is slightly longer, up to a couple of miles per lap. Circuit races, plural of circuit race. Circuit rank, the number of independent cycles in a graph. Circuit ranks, plural of circuit rank. Circuit rider, an itinerant preacher, especially a Methodist. Circuit riders, plural of circuit rider. Circuit slugger, a talented baseball batter who hits home runs. Circuit sluggers, plural of circuit slugger. Circuit split. In United States federal courts, the situation where two or more circuit courts provide conflicting rulings on the same legal issue. Circuit splits, plural of circuit split. Circuit topology, the arrangement of intermolecular contacts of a folded linear polymer. Circuit training, a form of exercise involving a variety of different disciplines, each a few minutes long. Circuit breaker, alternative spelling of circuit breaker. Circuit breakers, plural of circuit breaker. Circuit rider, alternative form of circuit rider. Circuit riders, plural of circuit rider. Circuito, of or pertaining to a circuit. Circuited, simple past and past participle of circuit. Circuiteer, a circuiter. Circuiteered, simple past and past participle of circuiteer. Circuiteering, present participle and gerund of circuiteer. Circuiteers, plural of circuiteer. Circuiter, one who travels a circuit, such as a circuit judge. Circuiters, plural of circuiter. Circuities, plural of circuity. Circuiting, present participle and gerund of circuit. Circuitings, plural of circuiting. Circuition, the act of going round, a circuit and encircling. Circuitions, plural of circuition. Circuiter, alternative form of circuiter. Circuiters, plural of circuiter. Circuitous, not direct or to the point. Circuitously, in a circuitous manner, following a circuitous route. Circuitousness, the state of being circuitous. Circuitous, Plural of circuitry. Circuitry. A specific system of electrical circuits in a particular device. Uncountable the design of such a system. Circuits. Plural of circuit. Circuity. A circuitous plan, a roundabout way of doing something. Circulable. That may be circulated. Circulant. Involving circulation. Circulants. Plural of circulant. Circular. Of or relating to a circle. Circular angle. An angle that defines a position on a circle.